Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Sorry I'm a little bit late here, but snow removal again today. Snow. I've been getting the snow, that's for sure, this year. So, how's everybody doing this morning? Try and clean off my screen a little bit here. Hope everyone's doing well. And I'm not quite done with this cleaning up yet. And so we're going to have to go outside and do a little bit more work here on my wife's car, which has a bunch of ice all over it. So if you guys will just hang loose here for a little bit, I'll be back here very soon. Let's take a look at some of the stocks this morning before we run. And I want to look at EDSA this morning since I decided to hold on to that for some reason. Well, I had a good feeling about it. Let's see if I was right. Well, I was wrong. But a stock that was up 70% yesterday, 67% at close, is only down now 9%. So that's not too bad, actually. That's not bad. That's holding up pretty well. And we may see a good buying opportunity here this morning on EDSA. So good morning. Someone also said to watch out for VNDA. So let's run over here and take a look at VNDA. VNDA. Here we go. VNDA. And fractionally down this morning. All the futures look good. S&P futures are up. Dow futures are up. NASDAQ futures up. Russell up. Everything's looking good. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hope you are doing well. Yep. Same here. Snow all over. Yep. Good morning, Kat and chat. Good morning. So this morning, I have a little bit more snow to deal with. So if you guys wouldn't mind, give me just maybe another 10 minutes, okay? You guys can talk amongst yourselves, and let me get my Thinkorswim going here. And I also want to look at monitor GFAI. GFAI. We're going to go over here to charts. And it looks like EDSA already had two big tatas this morning right there. EDSA, a double fleecing right there in the pre-market. Nice. Nice. Market manipulators already working their magic. So you guys, let me put on some of my music here. And hopefully you can be patient. And I will be back here very soon. But I've got to get some more snow off the Mrs. car. So enjoy a little bit of my original music, and I will be back here hopefully in 5 or 10 minutes. If we can get this silly thing to play. Well, it doesn't want to play, so let's go over to Spotify on my other laptop. If I can find my other mouse. There it is. And we're going to go to Spotify right now. Just give me a second here. Here we go. And hopefully they'll just play my songs here. Let's go. And I hope you enjoy this music by me, Tyler Self. And I'll be back in hopefully 5 or 10 minutes. Perfect place to run high. I'm a broken man. I think back to that rainy day when I first met you here. You chased all the clouds away and made the sun appear down by the riverside that day. You chased those clouds away down by the riverside again. Now, in case you're wondering why I'm stepping away for 5 minutes, I've got to go get ice off my wife's car, guys. So you guys, please just chill out. I'll be back here maybe 10 minutes, but it won't be that long. And you guys can just chat amongst yourselves. And I will be hopefully done here pretty soon and be down here to do my work with you guys. Down by the riverside, down by the riverside. My beer is now half through. I take a sip and wonder why I ever fell in love with you. You told me from the very start your heart could not be mine, but I was falling so in love and having so much fun down by the riverside. Made my whole life change. Down by the riverside that day, you stole my heart away. It's true, I fell in love with you that day. Down by the riverside, my beer is nearly gone. Just like the river flowing by, yes, it's time you move along. I wish that I could find somewhere you would stay here with me. But if you do come back one day, then this is where I'll be. Down by the riverside, me and you. It was like that you come true. Down by the riverside, you and me. It was the perfect place to be. Down by the riverside that day, I said you stole my heart away. Down by the riverside.
closer, but it's there on YouTube. Go search for Flat Earth, and you'll see what I mean. What they're talking about, it could change everything. See, hundreds of thousands, heck, millions in fact, have all come to believe that the earth's somehow flat. I know what you're thinking. Are these people just fools? Did they not have a globe on the desk while at school? Just but I'm telling you now, and know for a fact, that the earth we live on could never be flat. So ignore all the proof you may see on YouTube, 'cause the earth isn't flat, my friends. Don't get confused. No, the earth isn't flat, it's as round as can be, and they'll all call you crazy if you disagree. If the earth's really flat, then I have to ask you, if the earth isn't round, then what else isn't true? They told me and you. The folks I forewarn you, if you check this out, and you enter the rabbit hole, there's no way out. Search for the truth. You got to be bold, 'cause it's hard to deny what you've always been told. And what if it's true? Even though it sounds strange, does it really make a difference? And what does it change? But if the earth's not a globe, then what else could it be? Go ahead, check it out if you love mystery. Like me. There I planted the seed. Will it grow or it die? Guess it's all up to you to tell the truth from the lies. You can search for yourself, and you can gather all the facts. Then believe the earth's round, or concede that it's flat. I don't know about that. Really be flat. I don't know about that. War isn't murder, good men don't die, children don't starve, and all the women survive. War isn't murder, well that's what they say when you're fighting the devil. Murder's okay. War isn't murder, they're called casualties. There ain't a veteran with a good night's sleep. Let's talk about dead people. I mean a dead people. The dead don't feel honor, they don't feel that brave, they don't feel events, they're lucky if they got graves. Call your dead mother, ask her when she died. It's a deadly silence on the other line. The dead don't talk, but their children don't forget. So in 20 short years you could live to regret that. War isn't murder, there's money at stake. Even Kushner agrees it's good for real estate. War isn't isn't murder? As Netanyahu, he's got a song for that and a bomb for you. War isn't murder, it's an old desert faith. It's a nation state sanctioned righteous hate. Let's talk about dead people. I mean, dead people. War isn't murder, it's the vengeance of God. If you can't see the bodies, they don't blow when they run. And the flies don't swarm, and the children don't cry. If war isn't murder, good men don't die. So in a short 20 years, when you vacation the strip, don't think about the dead and have a nice trip. War isn't murder, we should all give thanks. I saw it all in a movie, give it up for Tom Hanks. War isn't murder, they don't ship out the poor, and the bullets they fire aren't part of the cure. War isn't murder, land is a right, but the banks call dibs, it's something you can't fight. Let's talk about dead people, I mean dead people. The dead don't feel honored, they don't feel that brave, they don't feel avenged, they're lucky if they got graves. War isn't murder, ain't a river of blood stretching all through time and raining down in a flood. It's a dark sacrifice made on your behalf, so get down on your knees and thank the sweet Lord that war isn't murder.
All right, that's enough of that. I have no idea who that was on my music channel. That's right, folks. I come over here, I click on my music channel, Tyler's Self, right there, and they play some other person's music on my stream. Ridiculous. And now I will get copyright violated for and demonetized on this video because of that. All right, beautiful way to start the day. Sorry it took me a little bit longer than I was hoping for, but we've got to deal with ice and snow. Today, boys and girls, I'm going to be using my golf voice. We're going to tone things down here, folks. We're going to tone it down. And we're going to get very golfy. All right? Everybody ready for this? This is going to be what we sound like from now on. I got to work on my vocals. I got to work on my vocals, folks. You know, the guy that played... some of you are too young to remember this, but there was a guy on a show called Hogan's Heroes. It was on during the 60s and 70s. It was a daily routine for many, many people to watch that show. And the guy that was the lead actor, he was a radio man first. He was a DJ, folks, in California, and he was very, very, very popular. And he spent hours working on his voice. He was obsessed with how he sounded, believe it or not. Another thing about him was that he also was obsessed with videography, with cameras and film. and he recorded all of his outings and events. They were all recorded. And he had a very close friend that kept him into this, and his friend was very, I guess, pretty elite and was a photographer, and kind of got him on his way down the road to photography, and he became extremely, extremely involved in photography, and he was, some would say, obsessed with it, and even would act. It would be odd because at all the social events that we went to and this and that, he was always filming. I'm just telling you, this is something of interest. It has nothing to do with stocks whatsoever, but I'm just letting you know that M50M. Oh, wait, he's back. My faith is restored. Oh, yeah. I am here for the faithful. I am here like no other YouTube entity. And you know what? I'm going to tell you why. I'm here because my son said, you're so good at this, you ought to do it on YouTube and show people how to do it. So you guys all owe it to my son for him telling me to start a YouTube channel and a TikTok channel, which on TikTok I think I have about 14,000 followers on there, but he's the one that talked me into this crazy idea. And just so you guys know, I am not a financial advisor. I am simply someone who has been blessed his whole life, brought up by good, God-loving parents who brought me to church every day. My dad was the choir director, and my mom was the pianist and played piano, and we sang and performed all over the place in Florida. And then one day, my dad, who was a professional, educator, he was a principal. He used to travel each summer down to these foreign countries and help the church build schools and put in wells and do things like that. He was quite the man. And matter of fact, at one of the schools down there, he has a memorial library in my father's name, and he was the first graduate of Florida Southern College out of Tampa to play professional baseball. And they did a big honorary thing for him here about a week ago there, and they had a baseball game where they commemorated all the players from Florida Southern College who had made it into the pros. And he was at the top of the list, the first one. So that was the kind of guy that I had raised me. He was very competitive. He taught me baseball. I played, of course, through all my younger years. And I had a very good time playing baseball. I was never good enough to go pro, but I still enjoyed the game and made a lot of fun plays and had some real moments of victory and some very tough moments of defeat. But that is what your life is all about. It's a series, folks, of victories and defeats. Just think about that. But just like a stock chart like this here, there's a victory, there's a defeat. There's a victory, there's a defeat. There's a victory, there's a defeat. Go look at SoFi. Get ready for this, folks. SoFi, folks, taking off this morning. Is it on its way now back up to 30? I took a picture of it the other day at $17.99. Just give me a second here. For those of you that don't know it, I am not a financial advisor. And yes, I got my crazy hat on because it's cold outside, folks. It's freaking cold out there. You see my hair's all amiss. So good morning, everyone. SoFi closed at 1866 Savannah. 1866 a share it closed at, now 1921. How many times have people bought at a 66 and sold at a 20 with me on this channel? How many times? How many times have you bought at 77 cents and sold at the $1.20 higher? You can do it over and over and over and over. Buy the 88, sell the 20. Buy the 77, sell the 13. Buy the 66, sell the 8. You people have done it with me dozens of times. Plate Lunch Express. No, no, no. Nope. 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 Here's what you do. You're going to buy this every time it bumps down to the 50-day moving average. And if you're lucky, you can even get it below the 200. I gotta keep my energy down, folks. Here, I gotta keep my voice. I got too excited. I get too excited, folks. And I get to singing. That's not helping me. I gotta keep the singing down. SoFi. Let's go over here. Let's click on this box. More on SoFi. What do we got here in the news? This story dated on the 19th, so that does not have any relevance. However, let me do what I wanted to do, folks. I was talking to you about my involvement in sports and playing, and when I was a kid, being inspired by my dad, who was a professional baseball player, meaning he got paid to play baseball, folks. He wasn't like the players of today. They didn't make money back then. They played for fun and entertainment, and it wasn't a lot of money wasn't being shelled out. But here's what I want to show you guys about the victories and the defeats that you go through in life, including the days you make great profits on a runner and the days you take a hit because of a reverse split or a freaking public share offering, right? Everybody knows this. I have a list that I started, and it shows over here the trading pros and cons. You should take a picture of this list. You should take a picture of this list, I think. These are the good things, and these are the bad things in the stock market. And I'm sure there's probably some other words, challenge, in the bad side. Thank you. It's challenging. I like that. Kramer upgraded SoFi. I hear you. Well, he's the one that said he thought it would be a good buy once it fell down into the upper teens. It's true. He said that about 8 months ago. Kramer said that he would buy it when it got in the upper teens. So it doesn't surprise me. But I'm going to keep my voice down here today. We're going to do some golf talking, ladies and gentlemen. It's Catfish Tyler. We're doing the golf. I'm going to keep talking, folks. I can't lose my voice, and we're going to have to do it this way, okay? Are you guys okay with this? If I just get real close to the mic and bring it way, way down like this, can you handle that? GXAI just got halted, folks. Let's go take a look at it. GXAI. But before we do, ladies and gentlemen, I want to show you something. This is SoFi's chart right now, ladies and gentlemen. The long-term 180-day chart. But let's go out even further. All right. Well, this is supposed to be the 3-year chart, but it doesn't show me much. That's not what. We got to go further out than this. So hold on a second here. Let's do this. Let's get on SoFi here. Okay, here we are. Let's go to the 5-year chart. And ladies and gentlemen, this right here, when I started talking about this stock, was right here. Right here. And ladies and gentlemen, I started talking about this stock right here. It was $4.45 a share on May the 15th. On that day, it was $4.45 a share, ladies and gentlemen. And many of you were not here, unfortunately. But this is the day, the next day, May the 16th, that I started telling people to buy the stock. And from that time, look at this roller coaster ride that I'm going to show you that we've gone through. We bought it here. 1 month later, we sold it. We bought it in the 4s and 5s and 6s. And 1 month later, we sold it at 10.20. 10.20. We sold it at 10.13. We sold it at 10.08, 10.13, 10.20. And next thing you know, here's the price. $9.74 they're showing. Well, that's not true, believe me. It was 10.23, I know. This is just a long-term 5-year average chart. It doesn't get the specifics, folks. But it was 10.23. I know. Because I bought it. I bought it here on May the 4th at $4.59 a share. And then David Chiaverini came out on May the 15th, wrote that horrible article about it, made the price fall from $4.59 down to $4.45, I think it was. Man, I was mad. I went and heard old Hurricane Lopez. Hurricane Lopez was talking about him, saying the guy was a third rate, low rent rendezvous. He was just a he was a third rate romance and a low rent rendezvous, folks. Well, we went out to the bar. We packed in my car and I waited outside. She said something to me. She said, "Give me the key," and I unlocked the door. She said, "I never seen this kind of thing before. Have you? Or never done this kind of thing? The red romance, low red rendezvous." Oh yeah. You guys ever heard that song? Well, Odessa was down 9% a little while ago. Now it's down 7. In case you didn't know it, they got the phase 3 results were positive. And things look good, folks. Phase 3 results were positive. They're moving forward. FDA approval comes, and this thing goes ballistic. Now, let me point out something. Some of you may have heard of a stock called TNXP. They were at this same point. Listen now. The price was $1.50, $2 range. Katie Wentworth, if you're here, you remember TNXP at $1.80 to $2. We bought it. It went up to $2.15, then back into the 190s and 180s, and back up in the twos, and then all of a sudden, when it was around 220 or so, they did a 1 for 200 reverse split. And the price went, of course, up to, instead of $2.20 to $22. But you only had one share. You didn't have 200 anymore. Oh my gosh. Folks, this is what they did, and let me tell you why they did it. Because when they're on the verge of getting the final approval, they want to get their price up over $10 so institutions can buy in. Because it behooves them to have it where institutions can purchase it, understand? And they've got phase 3. They're ready to go all out. They're going to get FDA approval most likely, and they do the reverse split to get their price over $10. And it worked because it went up to $22, then down to 20, then down to 18, then 16. The sell-off came out heavy. It fell to $11. And I called Double K that day, and I said, let's buy this. Because it stopped at 11. It started rising. It got over 10. It stayed over 10, just what TNXP wanted. And sure as shit, when they got the approval, the price went up over $47 a share. I'm just telling you a story, and you can do with it what you want. So that's a story with TNXP. And Carl lost a lot of money on it. Let's give him a call, see what he's doing. Alexa, call Double K.
Calling Double K.
Yes, sir.
You up yet?
Yeah.
Well, we got people here. They wanted to rattle your cage.
They wanted to what?
Rattle your cage.
About what?
Just find out what you think is a good one today to get aboard if you're looking at all, if you're even watching or not.
I hadn't really looked. I'll take a look and let me give you a jingle back here.
No problem.
All right, bye.
Toodles. Alexa, stop. All right. Well, so let's be cautious with this EDSA. Now, it could be the same scenario. The very same scenario could occur. I'm just telling you that. All right. Be wary. And if somebody picks out another runner today, I'm going to move my money over to it. I don't care. That's just what I do. I don't sell for a loss. I sell for a profit. Okay? I sell to make a profit on one that's running like a banshee, if one is. One that's really on fire, folks. You can use my buy-sell sheet and just rack it in, man, because they'll buy at those numbers and they'll sell many times at those numbers. They just run it up. It just keeps herking and jerking all the way up. And you just got to play that way. Play it. You got to take advantage of their manipulation, folks. How many times have you seen me put in buy orders way down below and sure shit, they filled? I follow the price up, folks, from down below. I'm putting my buy orders in below it, especially on a stock that's blowing up. SoFi would be a good one to day trade today, folks. Anyway, I just try to. One of the reasons I'm telling you this story about EDSA is because I go back to this list here of the trading pros and cons. And like I said, all these things are on the con side. Unpredictability. And being naive is one thing too. Another word that would be here is misunderstanding. On this bad side is misunderstanding. Jeez. There. People have a misunderstanding about things a lot of times. And they over expect. That's not really a word, of course, but oh, shoot. Hold on here. I just took that word off. It doesn't matter. Oh, I know it is. It was goals. Goals was the word. All right. But so what I have to do here is show you this good side of trading, okay? And I want you to know that I've been putting up a video lately about swarm intelligence. I put a link up to it several times yesterday so you can understand the advantage we have working together in a group on this channel. We've got scanners here. Look at all the individuals on this channel that we can use their resources with scanners of different types, watching with their eye on the market. We have our finger on the pulse of the market, and we can do it all together. And This, I believe, gives us a distinct advantage over individual trading. Now, I offer on this channel memberships, as you may know. And if you come in at a membership of monster level or Goliath level, today I will offer you up this chart. This is all of the stocks on this list. I'm using Google Finance data, and I'm not a financial advisor, folks. I am not any kind of a. I've just been trading a long time, and I'm going to show you how I trade. And you can do whatever you want with this information. You can just sit and watch and see if you think this makes any sense or not. Okay, so this is just the way I do it. I buy in small increments. I do not overinvest. I keep a lot of powder dry, and I buy the advantage of starting in very small. And if it falls on me, I'm all right. I can cover. And I'm looking for the bottom. That's why I have the name Catfish Tyler. Okay, I'm on the bottom. I'm down in the bottom, where no one else will be, where no one else usually dwells, where other buyers are afraid and scared in the dark, deep depths of the pricing. Okay, that's how this works. And I look for stocks that have been over exuberant and overbought, and then I look for their retraction and drop in price to a area where I can start entering slowly. All right. So today on my channel, if you stick around, you're going to find all of these attributes, okay, on the good side. This is what you'll find here if you're looking for stuff like this in your life. All right. If you're looking for these things that are on this list and you could use those as a part of your life, then this is the place to be. And if you look down here, we have words like prayer and blessings and faith and belief and religion. And this is what matters in life. This is wealth over here, folks. This is wealth of a different kind. All of this. And this is what I'm trying to offer on this channel, folks. And to help you understand the craziness of the stock market and why things happen. To give you information about, like, there is no coincidence. Things just don't coincidentally happen. And I show you this all the time. When you look here at SoFi's long-term chart, now, I don't think I can put lines on here, but if I could, folks, I can pretty much assure you that everywhere this price in its history, going back to 2021, everywhere where there was a line of resistance, there and 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 there, all the way down, I can assure you that as it rose, these same lines of resistance happened as it went up. So why not take advantage of selling it here if it's going up? You sell it here. It's funny, isn't it funny? I just said sell it here, and you go across and look at that. It ended up being a bottom right there. There is no coincidence, folks. This line of resistance there, the same one there, the same one here, and the same one almost there. Look at that line of resistance over the history of the stock, folks. And when the price is dropping, lo and behold, it stops right there. What do you know? Huh? Goodness gracious. Do you see the advantage you got if you use history to tell where the future is? You had to know it was going to stop falling there. If it would stop rising 1, 2, 3, 4 times, that's a resistance, folks. Learn to read these things. Go back here and look and see where the median line is. This would be the median line right there. And something else I showed everybody was what's called mirror trading. And as SoFi started to go back up, it mirrored this right here, but it did it more aggressively up than it did down. In other words, the exaggerations here got bigger and bigger as it started to build to take off. And here you can see it was just sort of herky-jerked along and herky-jerked and herk-and-jerked, herking-jerking and herking-and-jerking. And then when it started to make its move, it got radical, got way up, then came down like this, herked and jerked it down, and then way up, and then herk it, jerk it, then big old sack, and then off she goes. And during all of this, folks, all this time I was talking about it every single day. This is all I talked about, SoFi. This was it. I kept telling everybody. I tell them, let's sell it here, let's sell it here, let's buy it here, let's sell it here, let's buy it there, let's sell it here, buy it there, sell it here, buy it there. Am I right? Some of you guys that were here back then, we sold it there. We bought it here. We sold it there. We bought it here. We sold it there. We bought it here. And they were big moves, man. It was, look at this right here. $6.41 is what that was. And they hit that number, $6.41, repeatedly, folks. $6.41. The first time they hit it was in November. It was in November, right here. Hold on. It was 641, I know. Yeah, right there. 641, folks, was the number that they just wanted to keep stopping it at. This is the number right there. It was 641, folks. They got to 641 once, and it would go up and back to 641 again, and then back to 641 over here, and over here again to 641. It would go up over $10. It would go up over $10, see? And then it would go back to 641, folks. Then came April, right here. August, September, then off she ran from $7 all the way up to $16. And this is what I'd been talking about happening for 2 years. And it went up, and then they jerked it, herked it back down, jerked it back up. And this was big moves because it went up to 17, then all the way down to 13 or 14. Then back up to freaking 18. Then they VG'd it, man. Look at that, folks. The Vaggie. There's the labes. And then bam. Wow. Man, oh man. Look at that thing take off. SoFi. Praise the Lord. This is the history of it, folks. This is how this channel began. I'm going over the history of it. Started right there. D-Day. David Chiaverini Day, folks. Chiaverini Day. And the following day, I started my channel on SoFi. Go watch May 16th. You'll see the date I started. And I was telling everyone, please buy this stock. And boy, are they happy now. Everyone that I was with back then. Someone just called out a stock RETO. But this is SoFi right now, baby. ET. On home. ET phone home. Kiss the ET. Kiss an ET right there. 1747. Hey, it's ripe for the picking. And I want to show you, as I just got through saying, there is no coincidence. The reason this number is right here now, right there, is because of this. You see it? I'm telling you, folks, there is no coincidence. Learn to read into this, okay? This right here is this right here. Hello? This major area of resistance just got tapped. Boom, once. Perfect execution by the market makers. Kiss an ET here, baby. Look at the 200. Look at that lower lip on it. See? It's perfect. Give it a kiss. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Mon chéri, vous pouvez regarder ici, la ligne, c'est bleu, ici. Ce matin, je peux parler français avec toi, si c'est possible. Il y a quelqu'un ici qui parle français. Ah, oui, 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 monsieur, madame. C'est Catfish Tyler qui peut parler français avec toi ce matin. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to teach you some French if you want to learn some. Ah, oui, 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 oui. Regarde ici, la E.T. Donne-moi. Mon chéri. Ça, c'est très bien, très, très bien. Ici, je pense, c'est prix pour vous comprendre. If you happen to speak Spanish, yo puedo hablar español como ustedes también. Aquí en Michigan, ellos me llaman el gringo loco. Es mi ama. El gringo loco aquí en Michigan. And también en Florida. Oh, sí. I can't buy RETO. Are you on Charles Schwab? Marty pops in with some possible winners, ladies and gentlemen. Marty, using his tracking software, has made some determinations that we might have some possibilities. So, Mate, bonjour, mon ami. He's got XWEL, HCWC. We will speculate on these. RETO. I like that word, speculate. I'm going to add that to our list. Trading pros and cons, speculation. We will speculate. Okay, we got it on there. Speculation. And if you guys think of any good words to put on here for the benefits of being on this channel, I'm open to those. And here are the bad things of being on this channel, okay? And one of them I would call, let's see, trolls. Yep, trolls. They've got to be added there for sure. Anybody have any words? Yes, I can explain my strategy. I have here a sheet right here. And on this sheet, when a stock is hot, I sell at these numbers. And it doesn't matter if the price is 106.7 and 8 or if the price is 606.7 and 8 or $8.06, 7 and 8. I sell there. After I say it was $7, I would sell it at 706, 707, 708, and look for a buyback at 678, 689, 693, 694, 697, 698 minimum. When you sell the 108, I'm telling you, 80% of the time you can buy back at minimum 97 or 93. And I've got some software that I'm going to be coming out with soon that Brian Taylor here on the channel has been kind enough to put together. And I've just been I feel horrible that I haven't got back to him yet. But man, there's just so much going on right now. You wouldn't know. But I want you to know, Brian, I am going to get back to you and I'm going to call you. I already told you when I was going to call you, and I was hoping to get you a call into you last night, and she showed back up here before I could call you. So, because I want to talk just you and I about it. And so anyway, we got this software. Brian's done a great job putting it together. We're going to be bringing it to the table soon, folks. And so if you're a member of this channel at the Goliath level, it will be like an extra. I don't know if we'll decide to charge for it, because it will be a very, very beneficial trading tool for you, because it incorporates these numbers into the Thinkorswim software. And it will be showing you charting based on these numbers. And I think you're going to love it, people. So it's something exciting that's coming here soon. And if you subscribe when it comes out, you won't miss it, because I'll put a headline. It's, here we go, a trading tool that will blow your mind, folks. And it will. It's going to blow your mind, all right? Come back, and we'll have it soon. We'll all be using it. Or I think we will be. I don't know. I can't predict what people will do. I don't know how you're going to react to it, but I think you're going to like it, folks. I really do. I'll just put it that way. So, challenge. Marty, what is, I don't go by names of companies. I need the symbol, please. Anyway, how about SoFi this morning, folks? Any of you guys see it? It's rebounding. Here it is this morning. Ba-boom, taking off, $19.30. Some of you I know bought it big time. Piyush Bhatka went in heavy on SoFi at the 17s. I know for a fact he did. RXT is up nice. Okay, good. Nice, yep, good. I talk to you guys about patterns. I use anatomical features, as you all well know. I talk about things my wife doesn't care much for. But right here, this is a vag, and these are the labes. And you can see mirroring going on here, mirroring of the trade. This point was this, that was this was this, the dip was this, the dip was that, then it came up here, then it came up here, and then it stopped right there. You can see the mirroring, Of course it's going to stop there. It was a resistance point here as it was dropping. It stopped there. So, of course, as it rises, it's going to stop and pull back to the 200, and boom, off she went. Now, here you go. So understand something. Right here, they're fleecing this thing out. They shear it here, and they shear off a little more, and shear off some more, and shear it off, shear it out. And they're creating a gap when they do this, okay? Especially here where they went here, 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 and here. Well, you just cleaned out that whole area right there. There's nothing left there. See? Then you came over here and you went joop, 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 joop. And so you cleared out that too. So now you got a gap cleared here and you got a gap cleared here. So when it got to this point, guess what? Boom. Because you created these gaps by shearing everyone out. Do you understand how it jumped up there? Do you see that? And does it make sense to you? It's what they did. herky jerky through here, and then there's just no more left. There's no more left. They got them all out, and they shear all that out, and then it comes up to here, and well, golly, this has all been sheared, and that's been sheared too. So I've shown you. These are where the volume levels build out on the trade thing. This is where the volume levels on the trade chart I show you, how they build out right there. They build out big mountains right there, and they get another little mountain right there. If you look at the trade chart, you'll see what I mean. Hold on. Well, let me back out on this because it's too zoomed in to see the numbers, I think. Let me try something else here. Hold on. Well, they're not showing. Unfortunately, they're not showing. But listen, folks, I want you to see something. When it comes to my buy sell sheet that I just discussed, take a look at the high number, 88. When you zoom in on it, in the range is only 88 to 38. And both of those numbers are on my buy sell sheets. But just look, when you zoom in, all the buying going on at this number. Do you see that? Well, look, folks, what's this number right here on my buy sheet, right up there? What does that say right there in the middle? 137, 138. This is a proof of what I'm trying to tell you, folks. That number specifically is a key number to either, if they drop down to that, to buy it, but if they rise up to it, then you're selling it there. See? I'm telling you, folks, this method I have and these numbers I use, they are, you can really see it here. See, what I did here on Charles Schwab Think or Swim is I went up to this magnifying glass, and you can really magnify in on this, or you can pull away. And you can definitely use this as a tool, ladies and gentlemen. So if I just back out now on this, you're going to see more. You're going to see more. I should say, yeah, I backed out all the way. And the most accumulated share number is at 138. Okay, let me zoom in on it now. Hold on. All right, we're maximum zoom now. And where's the price on this thing? We got to go way down here. There we go. Boom. All right. So, what do you know? You look here, and you can't really see all that volume at 138. But folks, when you zoom out, it becomes clear that 138 is the number that they're building big time on. Okay, 138, and it's the low. It's the low, folks. They're building on, and 188 is the high. And interestingly enough, and again, if I was to do that again, and I start zooming out, so I'm going to zoom out here, and right now, look at this. This is zooming out. The low 113, and down here 88. 88, folks. There's a reason someone has a bid at 88. But right here, look at all the accumulation at 138. And the high is 188, folks. If I keep going here, let me do this. Hold on. So now you can see the spread really has been 138 to 238, a $1 move on the furthest back look at it. But 138 being the bottom. 138 being the bottom. And I'm going to slowly start zooming in here on it. And now I see 163 and 113 show up. So this indicates for you folks where your bottom would be and where your top is, okay? The more you use this zoom tool, you can get more of an idea. I'm going to zoom in now a little bit more. And just get me down here. Now, 178 is the high and 93 is the low, folks. Do you see that? This zoom tool can really help you people, all right? And right now, lo and behold, the price is sitting right in the dead middle between the low and the high. And so if you look at this and it's indicating where the high has been and where the low has been recently, well, then you wisely want to put your sell orders in like this number. That's not a coincidence, folks. That number's on my chart. 172.73 is a sell, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it right here on my buy-sell sheet. Right there, it says over here for sure on the left, 172, 173. Those numbers, those are to be sold, folks. Goodness gracious, my wife just split on me. She said, leaving, don't have time for a kiss, bye. Kind of interesting. I got to clean this up. I don't know how it got so screwed up. There we go. There we go. That looks much better. There we go. All right. Uh-oh, someone says sold GXAI too soon. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know something. The same way I buy a stock is the same way I sell it in increments, okay? All right. Well, I don't really see it making a move this morning, so I don't understand what your meaning is behind it. But I'm going to close this Charles Schwab because I don't like not seeing any candlesticks. I don't know why occasionally their software stops showing you the candlesticks here. I like to be able to look at these candlesticks of volume, and I'm not seeing them, so I'm closing this out right now. And I'm just going to relog back into it because I don't like not seeing those candlesticks. I got to see those. So we're going to put this down right now, and I'm going to relog into this. In the meantime, look over these stocks here that I'll send you this list if you become a Goliath level member or monster level member of this channel. And these are the stocks I've been holding over the last year. And as you can see, they've done very well. And I'll send you this list. And I tracked the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days in the last year. 5 days, 10 days, 30 days last year. 5 days, 10 days, 30 days last year. And you can just cherry pick the ones you want off here, folks. You can see the percentage gains or losses. And over the last year, folks, for the most part, these have done very well. Now, I can't guarantee anybody that they're going to keep doing these numbers, but the ones I've got now, these are what they've done over the last year. And this data is all collected off of Google. It's Google Finance that the data is brought to me from. And I created these sheets. You can't get these anywhere else. And look at the gains on some of these stocks over the last year, folks. Now, you'll get this list if you become a Goliath level member. It's $24.99 is all it is. And folks, if you can get these kind of returns, and again, I make no guarantees and no promises, but if you can get these type of returns, that might be advantageous, especially during a time when the market's been tough. Pick out these ones that are doing so good against the current, going against the down, and they're rising. All right, folks? And I also have a bunch of dividend stocks too. I have, and I'll send them to you if you become a monster level or Goliath level member of the channel. Don't just go and join because it automatically defaults to just a base level member, which is the big bottom cat. Make sure you choose which one of those three you want because the perks get better and better as you become a Goliath member, including getting these candlesticks I use. I'll send you the code for them. Now, let me get logged back into Thinkorswim here. Because when I'm going against when I'm going to try to slay the dragon, as Brew Tank Outdoors used to always say, I want to have all my ammunition loaded up. I want to be ready. So, hold on a minute, people. All right. Now, I'm not EDSA, huh? Okay. 136, 137 now. Okay, that's not a bad number. 138 is a good buyback, folks. We just talked about that number, 138. So there's a lot of interest on this stock at 138, folks. There's definitely a lot of interest on it at 138. I'd say that much. And less, as you can see. Let's get over here now and look at some charting. This morning, RXT is looking good right here, folks. I want you to notice RXT is now rebounding off of this point. Hit this and resisted once to the downside, but now we come to there and it's resistance to the drop and it's turning upwards. And this looks quite strong, folks. It's a triple upside crossover of the 200-day moving average on the one-day chart. Now, that's just the 1 day. Let's go look at the 20-day chart. Oh, yeah. Kiss that ET, baby. And, I put in these lines a long time ago, folks. And the reason I did is because I went to the long-term chart. I went to the very long-term chart. There we go. And I went back and looked at the history of this stock, and I saw everywhere on this line where there was resistance, And I put marks when I examined this very closely. When I zoomed in on this area, I could see there's a line of resistance right here. I could see it when I zoomed in on it. So just so you know, everywhere that I saw a resistance, like there or right there or right here at this point, see, everywhere that I saw resistance, I put a line so I would know as the price went up where the resistance was going to be on this stock. So sure enough, it came right up to here and stopped and pulled back a little. There was resistance there, which I expected. And if you expect that because of the history of the stock where it stopped there once before, you take advantage of it. You sell it right up here and wait for it to pull back under that resistance line. Then it went up here, and sure enough, it blew right through that and that. But when it fell to that line right there. Bing. It was relative to resistance over here a long time ago. I zoomed in on this area, and I could see there was resistance there. And sure enough, there's the resistance. And then, of course, this level of resistance was right over here at the very edge. There was a platform right there for a while. So this is why I put in these lines of resistance on a chart, so I can go back through history and see where the resistance was and know where there's going to be resistance as it goes back up, folks. That's what I'm doing. It's called mirroring, okay? It's called mirroring. Yep, I'm on RXT right now. And we're looking for runners. We've already had some stocks called out this morning. And if you'll give me just a second, let me back up to the beginning here, because there's a lot of stocks that people have probably called out that I've missed. Somebody said Florida has snow. It's wild that even Florida is now getting snow. Even the moon phases are weird. Yep. It's not weird. Hope everyone's nervous system is starting to, or is already regulating according to the planetary alignment. Yes. Kishem versus me. Yes. There you go. Tell wifey have a great day at work. Man, she bolted out the door. There was no telling her anything. She just said, I got to go. I don't even have time for a kiss. Bye. Boom. And she slammed the door and gone. Good morning, DP Barrett. Daryl, my name is Daryl as well. Just spelled a little different. My pawpaw had the same spelling as you. Here we go. Anyone catch RXRX trade this morning? No, but we're going to look at it now. RXRX. Wow, looks like it could be at a very good spot here. Look at that pair. Look at that needle point there. And then look at those. It's really a pair of Madonnas. Had a little piece of jewelry hanging off here or something, maybe a piercing and a little thing hanging off there. And then, but it's a pair of Madonnas, and off she goes. And look at this chart. Wow. Breaking up over the 50-day just like that. Got a big old satchel on it there. Let's go look at the long-term chart on this thing. Let's go look at the 20-day. Look at that veggie, and then look at the labes, and then boom. Hey, listen, guys. Right here is a point of resistance. Be aware. See where the look where the 5-day came up to there once. Watch out right here. Watch out, because the 5-day stopped from here and fell like a rock. So watch out. This 5-day's been right here before. Okay, it's a point of resistance, folks. Now I'm going to tell you something else. You could simply right now write in every one of these as a point of resistance and sell there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you what I'm going to show you now. Okay, right here, this is a point of resistance. Absolutely, there's no question about it. Right there, that is a point of resistance. Then right here, we're going to jump up to right here. This is definitely a point of resistance right here, okay? There we go. Point of resistance number 2 is in. Point of resistance number 3 is going to be right here, folks. Right here, no doubt about it. Point of resistance number 3. Right there. Boom. And there. Point of resistance number 4 is going to be right here, ladies and gentlemen. No question about it. Right there is going to be point of resistance number 4. And then as a day trader, you just take advantage of this, knowing these points of resistance from previous absolutely exist. And you can take advantage of this. Do you understand? You can take big advantage of this, people. This is a sell with the 5-day at that point right there. And it was also dropped to that point before as well. So, oh my. And then right here, it was a drop over here as well. So that's a definite sell right here with that 5-day there. Now, if that 5-day goes beyond there, then the 5-day is going to go up to here, right here. That's a good gap up, folks. This thing could really gap up here. It could. There's a gap there. There's a gap there, and there's a gap there. This thing could really gap up if it can go over this. So let's zoom in on this a little bit more. This is RXRX. And it looks as though it hit a high already twice of 420. 420. And boy, do you know to sell there. Everybody knows to sell there. This candlestick spiked to 422, and then this one spiked to 421. Here's the thing, folks. This is a triple upside crossover. The candlesticks went over, then the 5-day crossed, then the 10-day. This is the second one, the 10-day. And then the third is when the 50-day crosses the 200. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of momentum behind this move, but will there be enough to shove this 50-day over the 200, or will they come at this thing like crazy to try to stop that from happening? So be very careful about this, all right? Especially having risen now to 382. That, ladies and gentlemen, that number, 382, that's a sell number on my sheet. Right over here, ladies and gentlemen, that is an absolute sell number on my sheet. Well, I'm going to add it now because it should be 82 and 83. That is a sell number. No about a doubt it. And I'm going to save that now. But that is a sell number all day, 82, 83. And then your buyback will be at 72 or 66 afterwards sometimes. All right, we're going to look also here at XWEL, called out by Marty. Really taking off, but they're trying to draw it down right now. It closed yesterday at 37 cents, and it's now at 82 cents. It hit 110. Ladies and gentlemen, I always tell you, please sell the 108. All right, always sell 108. Always, always, always sell 108. That is an absolute on my buy sell sheet at the very top. Right there. 107, 108. I sell all those 105, 6, 7, and 8. I always sell them. Always, without regard, without exception, I should say. Okay. Well, so that one is right now getting retracted, retracing some. Could do a lot of herky jerking all day, but thank you for calling that out, Marty. HCWC called out. Okay, same scenario. Looks like they're trying to kiss ET on this one here. A lot of heavy selling going on there against it. It's got a lot of pressure, oppression. Somebody's trying to really keep that from moving. Big time selling pressure now to get it, hold it at 33. Yesterday's close, 27 cents. Now 33 this morning. It's a nice gain this morning for anybody that owns it, but right now there's some heavy selling pressure over this last 1 hour period. A lot of selling, twice as much selling as buying. And if you want these candlesticks right here from me, folks, just become a Goliath level member. I'll send them to you, $24.99. And you'll get my spreadsheets over here, and I'll send you all these stocks that you can pick from if you want to get any of these. This is the gains that they've had over the last year. And I have many members that are pretty happy they got in on these a year ago, right? And I got many members that got this list from me 2 years. Well, it was about a year ago I came up with it. Yep. And look how they've done over the last year since I posted this list a year ago, first started posting it. So everybody on the channel has done very, very well. And I asked one time, have you guys bought my long stocks, any of you? And 39% of my viewers said yes. So to 39% of my viewers, they're all daggum happy right now. I know that much because they bought on these stocks a year ago. And just look at the gains on them. And if you want this list, become a Goliath level member. You can change the information. If you come in as a monster level, you will not get the candlesticks, but you will at monster level get these stock lists. And I have a lot of people who have gotten these stock lists. And these are my dividend paying stocks. So here, I'll show you those. Every one of these stocks pays dividends on this list. And I got over 55 of them, folks. The update is happening right now. It's just catching up to time. So these Google Sheets are ones that I have only. They're only exclusive to this channel. And these are the stocks, how they've done over the last year while they're paying dividends. While they're paying dividends, this is the gains, 623% gain, folks, over the last year. And paying dividends. These stocks are paying dividends, folks. They're not for day trading. You go in long, dividend stocks. Gary Edwards, I know, buys a lot of these, get dividend stocks. He likes making dividend money, free money just for owning a stock that goes up 48%. Free money for owning a stock that goes up 57% in the last year. Free money from them they send you for having it and going up 55% in the last year. Over here, I have the market cap and the PE ratio on all of these. You can look at the market cap and PE ratio on every one of them, too. And this is good data right here, folks, to have if you want to make good money on dividend-paying stocks. I'll just let you know that. And if you come in as a monster level, I'll send this spreadsheet to you. And if you come in at a Goliath level, I'll send it to you, and you can edit the spreadsheet. So anyway, On this list of dividend-paying stocks, there are a total of 61 to choose from. And you can see how they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And you can pick and choose the ones that are really increasing over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year, 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, last year. It's good data, folks. It can help you if you want to pick a good dividend-paying stock, okay? And like I said, if you become a Goliath level member or a monster level member, you'll get these lists. And Goliath level members will also get these helpful candlesticks like the one I just showed you right there. It doesn't just show you the volume levels like here on Thinkorswim. It shows you more buyers than sellers here. 6-4 more buyers than sellers, maybe 7-3. And then right here, way more sellers over the last hour. So you know it's being heavily sold right there. And you might want to stick around for a lower price on HCWC. Now we're looking at we're going to look at RETO. Well, this stock has a 200 falling against it that keeps defeating it. See this effort to get over the 200? Defeated. See this effort to get over the 200? Defeated. See this effort to get over the 200? Defeated. It's got a tough battle. But what I do like here is it just kissed ET, because look right here at the change of the 45 and 50 day, making about a 45-degree pitch run up. And that 45-degree pitch ran it up to here, and they met that price and kissed it goodbye right then. Kiss it goodbye. Now, as you can see, right now, they're trying to stop it from jumping over that 200-day. So they're heavily selling. You got 2-1 right here, sellers versus buyers, maybe more. Almost 3-1 sellers over buyers. And here you have slightly more sellers over buyers trying to stop this thing to go from going over the 200-day. And this is on a long-term chart. This is on a 20-day chart. Let's look at the 180-day chart. See the pressure of that falling 200-day average? Listen, my friend, if you buy into this stock, it's a one-day event. Or let me suggest this to you. Buy into it in increments. I always say start small. Keep most of your powder dry in case they do some pullback on it or something. But if you're going to buy this stock, and by the way, it closed out the price yesterday, Savannah, look at this price, Savannah, that they closed this out at. 6665. How do you like that? And today it's sitting at 85 cents bid. No. There's no market manipulation, folks. They didn't manipulate the price down to close at 666. That's not what happened, Savannah. Or is it coincidence? I always tell you, on my list of good and bad, one of the things, the list of good and bad is on the good side that we know. What we know here is there is no coincidence. Right there, no coincidence. Things happen in the market purposefully. They're done by design. They're crafted. It's orchestrated, folks. We are simply the viewers. We are the audience. We are the audience of an orchestration by the masters of manipulation. And it's as simple as that. And if you ask me what would be one of the keys to the success. And oh my gosh, I don't believe I don't even have that word on the list of pros and cons, because it has to be on this it has to be right here. Manipulation, no doubt. Capitalize all that. Oh yeah, that's certainly one on the bad sides, isn't it? Well, let's just keep building on the good side over here, okay? Let's keep building on the good side of why we should be on this channel. I think that's what we should do. All right, so RETO, here it is right now. And again, there's an attempt to keep this crossover from happening. And this is on the longest 180-day chart. So right now on it, the one-day chart looks like this. The one-day chart looks like this. And very typical to see a triple upside crossover get heavily suppressed back down to kiss it goodbye. And then it started to go, and they go, no, let's hold it back and kiss it again. No, let's take it down to this rising 200 and kiss it again. And ladies and gentlemen, look at the distance between this blue and the 200. Look at the distance between the blue, that's the 5-day average, and the 200. And now look at the distance between the blue and the 200. Do you see what's happening? It's getting further and further away. This blue one here was only that far off the 200. This blue came to there, that far off the 200. And now this blue has come to here, that far off the 200. And that's good. You know, it's very interesting to see. Right now, I'm going to draw a line for you so you understand something here, perhaps. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. But right now, I'm just going to put it over here so it'll go in the after hours too. Right now, that's the median line. Okay? Right now, this is the median line on this stock. You can clearly see that. All right. Now, the high resistance is right here. Right there. Hey, stop there. So now let's see how long they'll hurt and jerk and hurt and jerk and hurt and jerk. And look at this 200 rising. Going to try to kiss it right here again, like they kissed it once there, kissed it once there, kiss it once here. And look at the lips. Folks, here they come. Kissy, kissy. Right there. Oh, yeah, right on that. I'm going to put a line there now. Excellent. Very nice. Kissing ET, baby. And what do you know? 83 cents. Huh. 83 cents. Oh, sorry, folks. I want to say also, I do see GFAI looks pretty good here, folks. Let's look at the 5-day. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I like this. Yep. This looks good. I like this low here at the close. I like that low there. I like this established low higher. Making a move right off this low trend line. It's going right on up here, folks. GFAI. And I do expect them to keep going on up. We don't know for sure that they will, but there certainly are right now barcoding this thing right here. Now, I want to look at the 180-day chart. Oh, my gosh. Look at that thing kissing it. Oh, my. GFAI. Wow. Folks, this is an ET, and this is a kiss right here. Oh, my God. Look at that. We got a freaking crossover of the 200, and the move is so upward at such a rate that it actually diverted the 200 45 degrees. It's really about 60 degrees on the 200. And look at the 50 cross it right over it. Boom. Oh, man. Wow. I mean, this is incredible, folks. Look at that 50 crossing that 200. The 45 is way down here, though. I don't understand. Usually the 45 would be preceding. It must be because of this big attack on it that pushed the 45 down below the 50. But, man, they're kissing the 50 right here. After a triple crossover, bring it down and kiss the 50. I've seen it thousands of times, folks. It's usually a great place to buy. It's a good place to nibble, folks, nibble. Get you a few shares. Here's the 1-day chart on it right now. And I don't think it's going to have any massive volume or anything, but if I go over here to the top of the screen up here, and I come over here and go more info on GFAI, move down over here and scroll down here to company news. All right. And then I can look over here and I can see why this stock is moving. And it says Guard Force AI shares are trading higher after the company announces a $5 million share repurchase program. Well, the price is 50 cents a share. That's 2.5 million shares they just bought back. I wonder how many shares are outstanding with this company. Let's go look. GFAI, hold on. Oh, shoot. Hang on here. Let's go see how many shares are outstanding. $21 million shares outstanding. This is a good range, folks, to be in. 21 million, a float of 20 million shares. So they bought back 10%, folks. Shares held by insiders is 6.87%. Held by institutions is very low, only 4.36%. GFAI. All right. Their EBITDA is negative 5.5 million. Their gross profit, 5.9 million. Total cash, 23 million. They got 23 million in cash on their balance sheet. All right. Hold on, guys. Where'd my pen go to? Fall down here. Huh. Well, we're going to backup pin number 2. So I'm going to try to catch up with all of this, guys. You guys have all been talking. We're looking at RX called out this morning. RX was called out this morning by DP Barrett. We had someone call out thank you, Daryl Elliott. Appreciate it. You're getting backed up by DP Barrett, who also backs up that. We had some other stocks that have been called out this morning. And I'm sorry I haven't caught up with everybody yet, but I'm trying to. DP Barrett says on RX, he was in at 358, 364, sold 404, 408, 420, and 421. Nice. And now sitting at 383. Nice. Oh, man, see why you sell that 420? Golly. Holy crap. Nicely done, my friend. Awesome. I'm so happy for you. So happy for you. Excellent, man. See how that buy-sell sheet works? Golly. Dang, man. Nice. Nice. And then down to 383 would be a good entry point again. My friend, that's one of my favorite. Hey, listen, that number is one of the buy-sell numbers. Buy back in right there. I'm telling you, get a little bit. That's a buyback right there in the middle of my screen. 83, 84. Nice. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Yes. Got out at 420, 421. Folks, can you see that? See that? Oh, my gosh. I'm so happy for you, man. Ah, thank you, Lord. Thank you for blessing us here. Nice. Goodness gracious. Wow. Nicely done, my friend. Cobra 32 says, I have seen some stock and almost invest in a little in, not trusting the stock, then it goes up. How do we move forward? I don't know how I'll pick myself up after this. I worry for society as a whole. Oh, yeah. Well, we are going to move forward because let's add another word here to the good trading pros and cons. Over here, a word has to go in now, and perseverance. I don't know if that's how you spell it or not. Perseverance, folks. And another word we have here is optimism. Here in the tank, optimistic. We're very optimistic. And we have optimism here. Okay, FRGT, thank you. DP Merritt, FRGT. Let's take a look at it. Okay, I see it. It's got a lot of it's trading in a track right now. There's two lines on this right now. You got this one here, and you got this one here. And it's called trading in a trench. So, folks, you just put your sell orders in at this price, this price, this price. Put your buy orders there, there, there. Sometimes, folks, the market makers, they'll trade in this trench all day long. And they'll buy and they'll sell and they'll buy and they'll sell and they'll buy and they'll sell and they'll buy and they'll sell. And by the end of the day, if it's a 10-cent move every time, they've made $1 per share off of $1 million. They've made $1 million. I'm not kidding. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. And they know that this will absolutely eat retail alive. They cannot stand a stock that does that. So my suggestion is, if you want to trade this stock, my suggestion would be to do what I just suggested. Draw you a couple of lines, just like I just did there. And then once you have those lines drawn, you'll know all day long and in the after hours where to sell it and where to buy it, folks. And it's very simple. What you're doing here is you're trading in a trench. Okay? Trench trading, folks. And right now, there's one more line that needs to be added, and that is this one right here. Because that is the median line. Ladies and gentlemen. So you got three lines here. You got your bottom, you've got your medium, and you've got your top. And what you can see here is a trend. And the trend is the tops are higher than the bottoms. Do you see that? This is the median line right here. You can see that. There's a boom right there, boom right there, boom right there, boom, boom, boom. There's the median line. And this is as far as it dips below. And this is how high it dips above and even higher. So right now, if you're just buying each time below the median line, you should end up all right. Because eventually it should move back up to this line again. Or there, or even there. But chances are it's not going to go any further below here, here, or here. But here you have breakovers, breakover, but never below here, never below there. But if you're buying this median or below it, you should be good. Because the moves above are always up higher than the moves below. Okay? And again, I throw all this out to you purely for your deciphering, okay? You can do whatever you want with this information. But one thing's for sure, you can carry it with you for a very long time. And another thing is this. There's another line I need to put here on this, and that's right here, right there. There we go. So that's your 4 lines that you're dealing with here right now. And there should be another one right here. Yes, there definitely should be one there. Folks, these are just sort of a trading guideline for you. So now you can see exactly where, if you're day trading, your resistance points are, okay? And so if it suddenly starts to spike, you want to sell some there and just below it. And you want to sell some here and just below it. You want to work your way up to that number. Put your sell orders in here, 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 and there. Put your sell orders here, 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 and there. Put your sell orders here, 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 and there. Understand? There's actually 2 lines running here together. There's another one that's right here. Right here where it is right now, as a matter of fact. There we go. Now, you can see over here, this 5-day, it's stopped right there, and it stopped right there. And it stopped right there to a rise. But there's also resistance right here where it is right now. Twice resistance at that same number right there. And that is where it is right now. And folks, the 45 and 50 have turned upwards here. All right, just look at this right here. No, they haven't yet. Not yet. I thought they had. Well, they actually have. They've turned upwards. They've turned upwards. The 45 and 50 have indeed turned upwards. And they actually crossed this line of previous resistance. The 45 and 50 just crossed over this line of resistance. Of course, they don't like that, so let's push it back down. Let's get that thing down. But they're not using any volume to knock it down. There is no heavy volume down here working on this. No heavy volume. And your first buyer just came in on FRGT. And just so you know, this number here, 143 and 144, is a buyback number. And they just had it all the way up to what? 147, huh? All right. Well, from 147 to 144, that's a number. That's usually a good pullback. You can see here on my buy-sell sheet, it says over here to sell right here, 146, 147, and it says your buyback, 144. Oh, look at that. Daggum, look at that, 143, 144 buyback. See that? What do you know? And there they go. They took it from 147 right down, right here. There was the price, exactly 147. You can clearly see it up there. 147. And what did they take it to? By gosh, they took it down to 144, didn't they? Maybe 143. What was that? 142 even. So there you go, folks. And then look at it run right back up. Boom. Goodbye. Hasta luego, baby. Arrivederci and au revoir. Hope we don't have many trolls today. That's the truth. DP Barrett says FRGT is showing up. This is stock we're looking at now. Showing up on top of the scanner. You can't buy it, only for liquidation. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Thanks. So why am I looking at this stock right now? I don't know. Hey, guys, go take a look at this, though, this morning. SOFI. How do you like that? SoFi, $19.24 bid. After an Savannah, look where they closed SoFi's price last night. $18.66. And this morning, over $19.20, as always, folks. Buy the 66, sell the 1908 through 1920. Look at that, folks. Another example of buying 66 and selling over 20. How many times have we done this? How many times have we done this, folks? Easy peasy, boys and girls. And now they're trying to run it down to the rising. Jim Cramer gave a buy indicator, raised the price target on it last. I understand. Jim Cramer, Mad Money, was talking about it and said it was going up. He's also the reason that it fell, I think, partly because he said, well, I'd like to buy it in the around $19 range. Well, he just bought it then. When they dropped it in the 17s, Jim bought it, and that's why he's pitching it now. So there you go, old Jimmy. Jim Cramer. Been around for decades, folks. 50 plus years he's been going at it. Jim Cramer. I put up a link the other day to a video he did on YouTube explaining how hedge funds control the stock market and can basically do anything they want with it at any time. Go watch it, Jim Cramer, on how the hedge funds control the stock market. It's on YouTube. About a 15-minute video. It will enlighten you. It will enlighten you. And you will understand the true meaning of manipulation when you hear him talk. Wow. And the funny thing is, he says, I shouldn't even be saying this. I shouldn't even be telling you, but I'm just going to tell you guys how it is. It's a pretty cool video on YouTube. Jim Cramer on how the stock market is controlled by hedge funds. And anyhow, if you watch it, you're going to be, oh, man, I don't, that's horrible. But he is telling the truth. Hey, look, this is the stock here, SOFI right now. These candlesticks, as you can see, are indicating buyers are coming in right there now. They're not afraid to buy it here. Now we're going to go over here and take a look at EDSA. Been barcoding it all morning long. Trying to suppress it under that line I've got as my median line. This is the median line here. EDSA. This is what it's been doing this morning. This is what they did to it yesterday after the market closed. Sold it down and rode it here on this line. Tried to get a deep vaggy real quick. Then a triple ta-ta on her right there. Triple ta-ta. That's what they got going on this morning. And the interesting thing is they had a triple ta-ta up here, and now they got the big ones. This is just the teeny tots. Up here, you got the tater tots right there, baby. And they always seem to come to the same general area as that right there, huh? That's it right there. And then it's once, twice, 3 times a lady. But this is the median line right here. That's the median line on the stock right now. We've seen several drops below it like this to this level, but the highs over it have been higher. The highs over it have been higher. See that? But the median line is right there where I have that red line. The current median line is right there. Whew. That's a long time on the same number, folks. That's a long time. This company just did a 5 million. They just bought back 10% of their outstanding shares. I went over and looked, and they have about 20 million shares outstanding now. Around 20 million shares outstanding. So they bought back 10% of their company's shares. That's usually a very good indicator, folks. All right, let's go up here. I'm like 50% troll. Plate Lunch Express says I'm 50% troll. Daryl Elliott says, I love it. DP Barrett, what's travesty? I'm buying small on it. Me too, 50% though. Anyone buy the dip on EDSA? Yeah, me. There's really not been much of a dip on it. It's been flat as a board. I mean, that is a big, long shoulder on this thing. It's a long time to consolidate everybody on that line. That's a long time. EDSA. And I see, as I look at this, I see invisible volume. I don't see any volume at all. I don't see any candlesticks at all down here at the bottom. I'm not seeing any candlesticks. Do you see what I'm saying? There's nothing on it here as I move across here. Then I see one spike sell right there to start it pushing down as it was about to break over the median line again. It was going over the median line, and they decided, let's stop it there again. So they came in heavy with a sell right there to try to stop it. You can see. And push it right back down to where they can gather it some more on this, where they've been gathering. Somebody's gathering it here. Somebody's very comfortable buying it at that price, I'd say. And you can see right here, this right here is where all the buyers are at $1.41. And interestingly enough, I see over here that there's 33,000 wanting to buy here and 7,000 want to sell. 33,000 orders to buy this stock and 7,000 to sell. In this 10-cent range right here, folks. 131 to 141. Now, I'm zoomed out here so I can show you this. I'm looking at Charles Schwab Thinkorswim here I'm using, and I'm zoomed out. So let's zoom in on this and get more precise. There we go. And now we can see where all the real volume is. Right here. 135. And no surprise at all to see 133 be a number that they want to try to achieve. They haven't been able to get any there. And it looks as though at 134, they have not been able to achieve that number. And that's surprising, folks, to me, because those are their favorite numbers, 33 and 34. So to see them able to get 179,000 right here at the 135, and then it maxed out, and now we're at 199,000 at the next price up. Well, this indicates to me that we're going to go probably, since they couldn't get 199 here, we're likely going to go right past this now because it's oversold already, folks. Not to mention, there's 36,000 on the bid side, and there's only 5,100 on the ask. And if you add this 5,100 plus this 3,700, that's 8,800 shares, 8,900, 9,100 shares for sale here. And there's 36,000 wanting to buy them. What is the likelihood the price is going to go up if there's 36,300 want to buy these shares and there's only 88, 89, 9,100 shares for sale here, folks? And then above that, do you see any shares for sale? No, there's none. There's none, folks. There's at 174, there's 300 shares. That's all. Wow. All this interest, though, to get this stock here and acquire it at these prices right here. Well, 41,000 want to buy this now, and 5,000 want to sell. 8,700, 8,800, 8,900. There's 9,000 total shares available for sale, and there's 41,000 that want to buy this, folks. Hello? Think about that. Wow. Well, I'm just showing it to you, folks. You can do whatever you want with this information. But I'm here to tell you, EDSA right now has 41,000 buyers and 5,000, 8,700, 8,008, 8,009, 9,000 shares available for this 41,000 buyers. Huh. All right. Well, I think your odds are pretty good on this stock if you get a few. And I'm not telling you to buy in heavy on it. I'm not telling you to do that. If you want to pick up a few shares, but the odds it seems to me, there's way more demand than there is supply, okay? And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't see much of anything that's going to keep it from running if it goes on past here. All right, folks. EDSA, they just did a freaking 5 million share buyback. They bought back 10% of their outstanding shares. Why do you think the company decided to buy back 10% of their outstanding shares? Could that give an indication that they think their share price is going to go up? Do you think that? Do you think they might have wanted to buy 10% of the outstanding shares in their company because they anticipate a rise in the share price? This is EDSA. I don't see any way whatsoever that it can stay at this price with 40,600 wanting to buy and 6,500 wanting to sell and 3,700, 9,000 here. It's going to be a tough nut to crack for the shorts to hold this thing down, baby. 41,900 now want to buy. More people are coming in on it. Pretty soon, this wave is going to push this thing up, folks, and I don't know how high it could go, but it could. It looks to me like it could make a pretty substantial move pretty quickly, and I'm just saying that. I don't know for sure. Let's go look at the chart. Let's go look at the long-term 180-day. There it is, folks. 180-day chart. And the 180-day chart looks like this right now. The 180-day chart shows the 200-day moving average completely flat, if not rising slightly. And it has the 10-day average crossing over it. The 5-day has already crossed over it and coming right up to this resistance line that I put in. And now the 10-day is coming over the 200, and it's going to push that 5-day up over the doggone resistance line, perhaps. Perhaps. But look at the 50-day here and the 45-day rising too. The long-term averages all rising. The 45 and 50 giving support to the 10 as it rises, giving support to the 5. Folks, I think this could be an entry that you might want to consider. And just so you're aware of this, I'm going to go over to EDSA now here. Hold on. Venda, VNDA, was called out yesterday, said keep an eye on that, and it is doing well in the pre-market. Marty, I think, is the one that said, hey, watch Venda tomorrow. It could be good. VNDA. So, but now I want to go over here to this one that we're on, EDSA, and I want to show you it, EDSA. Oh, man, daggone this thing. Now, come on. Down again now, 9%. They already saw this number earlier, and then it was only down 5%, and then back down to 9%. So they're monkeying around with it. Got it down 15 cents right now. But I want you to see something, folks. I want you to see the volume on this stock. And the volume on this stock has only been in the tens of thousands. As you can see, 11,000, 20,000, 8,000, 9,000 shares a day, 42,000, 53, 66. Suddenly, 584, 522, 5 million. And then the company buys back 10% of its outstanding shares, and 97 million shares are traded yesterday. 97 million shares traded yesterday. And then out of all those shareholders that got it, a few of them took some short positions maybe this morning and decided to sell it down 10%. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Wouldn't surprise me at all. They've got a boatload of shares. Why not go ahead and short some and then sell them and sell it down? Make a 10% profit off of the weak, scared people. So that makes sense. And this is the perfect kind of stock I like to buy into when this is, I told you guys at the beginning this morning, I like to buy over exuberant buys. They go up over exuberant and then the next day pull it down. And that's the one I like to catch, the little drawdown, the fleecing of it, the breathing of it. It's like a fine wine. It needs to breathe, folks. And by the way, a stock that's up 67% to only be down 10, that's pretty ballsy. Usually they can go down 30 or 20 or 30% sometimes. So this is holding up pretty well, actually, just down 10% where it was. And of course, they're trying to get it to 133 a share. They just tried twice to get 133. But there seems to be too much support for it at 135 here. EDSA is what I'm talking about. Someone called out this morning RXRX. Want you to see what it's doing this morning. It was trading at 379, now 385, up 9%. Closed yesterday at 353, so it's up 9% today. RXRX. Let's take a look at RXRX. There it is. And ladies and gentlemen, it has completely blown past all of my levels of resistance I put in. When looking at this 180-day chart, the candlesticks, folks, are on this 180-day chart. The candlesticks are 4 hours. Take a look at this, folks. And I want you to know, over the last 4-hour period in the pre-market, there were slightly, almost even buyers and sellers on this. Okay? Now, I want you to know that each of these lines that I put in here are in here because of the history of the stock when it fell. I tracked it as it fell, and these were points of resistance when it fell. These were points of resistance when the price fell. And now they become points of resistance to the price rising. But the 50 and 45 just crossed over the lowest line that they could achieve. They just crossed it. The lowest line of resistance that was on this chart historically just got passed by all moving averages. And now the 5-day just crossed this level of resistance. And the 200-day up here has gone nearly flat. It's still slightly downward, but with this aggressive move coming up, and pretty soon this blue 45 may cross this red 50-day, and this thing might be on its way. Folks, if we see this blue, dark blue 45 come up and touch that 50, watch out. If it can get up there and kiss that 50 and then come over the top of it, no pun intended, but if it crosses over that, folks, watch out for this thing to go right on up. I'm telling you. And during the last 4 hours, there's been a lot of suppression effort right there. That's about a 10-2 sellers versus buyers trying to stop this bedlam from going on right here. But man, it looks strong. RXRX. I would have sell it at 388 though. I'd sell it here at 384, 386, 87, 88. I tell you right now, I'd sell this stock, some of it. Right now, I'd sell some if I owned it. These numbers, 383, 382, 383, and 384, they're on my sell sheet. But above that is 386, 87, 88. You must sell the 388. You'll buy back after you sell the 388, 99 times out of 100. You'll buy back at 366 or 377 after you sell the 388. So unfortunately, based on where the price is right now, I'd never touch this at 388. No way. Breaks over and goes to 389, let me know. If when it gets to 390, then I'm going to come in. But from 388, folks, it should certainly pull back. And even from 382, 383, if you look over here on my buy-sell sheet, these are sell numbers, folks. You can see right down here. It says right over here to sell 82, 83, 84. Right there, it says sell those numbers. Buy back 72, 73. You might even get a 65 or 66 buyback. So those are sell numbers for me. I'd sell there. And now she jumped up to 389, 390. So there she goes. Now, folks, your next sell orders are going to be here at 392.93. And I actually, since it blew over 388 like that, just put them in at 397, 98, 99 right now. Put your sell orders in if you own this RXRX at 397, 98, 99, because it just blew right over 388 like it wasn't even there. That's very hard to do. That's extremely unusual to see that go over 388. They'll probably halt it now since it did that so fast and it didn't even stop. Because it almost always stops at the 88, folks. I've been trading for friggin' 25 years, and I could see the price go past 88 5 times out of 100. And I could see it fall from 88 95 times out of 100. So expect right now to get your sells at 97, 98, 99. Don't even worry about the 92, 93 where I usually sell, because it didn't stop at 88, folks. So it's not going to stop at 92, 93. It's going to go right past that. Normally, I'd tell you to sell 92, 93, 94. But because it blew over 88, it's not going to stop there, okay? It's going to stop 97, 98, 99, or 4. If it goes over 4, it's going to stop at 408. You might as well put your sell order in at 408 right now. I would. The market is open, folks. We're watching the stock called RXRX. There it is. There's your sell. You just sold 97, 98, 99. And 4, and it's back down to 396. Now your next sells will be 407, 408, 406, 407, 408. And also put in 411 and 413. All right, so now we're back down, and your buy-ins are at 388 here. 388. They may even shoot for 384. Yep, I'm serious, folks. RXRX. Yep, they're coming down to 388 now. Or they're going to try. I'd come in 393. There it is, 393 right there. 393. And we're watching RXRX. Now you're going to sell 407, 408, 411, 412, 413. And I'm just going to call this out so you can see that I know what I'm talking about. Here it is now. So your buy now should be 393, 394 effort. And then 388 as well. Now your sell is going to be, again, 406, 407, 408. Your buy is going to be 393 here. Maybe even 388, 389. There it is. 393. 393. And they may even shoot again for 388, as I said. There it is, 390. Here comes 388. They're trying for 388 now. I'm glad you guys can watch this and see me call these numbers out so you know that I know what I'm talking about. All right, I'm glad you're here with me. Here comes, now she's going to run. So, folks, the next leg is up. So watch, now they've created a gap from 4 down to 392 now, and it's going to jump right back up to 4 quickly. They've fleeced out that area now pretty good. RXRX. So now I also want to look over at my stock GFAI. Oh, yeah, 3% this morning now. Oh, good, good, good. I told you in the pre-market I thought it was a good little buy there. I told you I thought it was a good little buy. Nice. And here's RXRX, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching RXRX. And I've already told you where there's going to be resistance. And one of them is 386. And now we're going to see resistance at the 200-day, 398. 398 is your next resistance line, of course. I'll go ahead and put it in for you so you can see where it is. Right here is the next resistance line on this stock. Right there. Right there. And I'll move it up just a little. That's it. RXRX. That's going to be your resistance line next. And that is going to be right on the 200-day average. They're not going to want it to cross that 200-day. But how do you like that? I told you to sell it at 397, 398, 399, and $4. And there it is. It just hit it and back to 384. And the buyback is 383. One of the numbers from $4 is 383 is a buyback number, folks. So, by the way, just so you are aware of this, the credit scores that are in the United States are going to be changing the way that they evaluate your credit score. And your credit score is going to be evaluated partially now by your bank balance, just so you're aware of that. They are going to start using that as a criteria for your credit score. They're going to start looking at your bank balance, how much money you keep in the bank. How do you like that, people? What a way to get people to actually keep putting money into a bank. What a way. I wonder who worked that genius idea up to tell the American people that their credit score is going to be determined partially by your bank balance, folks. Oh, yeah, you want to keep all your money in the bank right now. That's where you want it, in the bank, so you can improve your credit score, Americans. All right? I just wanted you to be aware of that. You get your money over there in that bank. They know what they're doing with money. They know how to handle money. Banks know how to handle your money, people. Oh, wow. Holy crap, people. Holy crap. Man, look at all this chat. I can't keep up with it. You'd rather keep my money in a brokerage account. Yeah. Crooks, yeah. All right, good for you, Sam. Yes. Harris Muhammad says CDIO. All right. By the way, I'm going to look at this RXRX on the one-day chart. And folks, that thing looks dynamic. It looks good. RXRX. I like it. I like it, folks. 391's good. Now I want to get over here to GFAI. Looking good. Now I'm going to look at EDSA. Holding up well right on the 200-day, and the 45 and 50 are rising below it. It looks good. It looks fine. EDSA looks fine. It's good. It's consolidated right here. It's breathing, folks. It's getting traction. EDSA. I could be wrong, but I think it's going to be fine and maybe a place to pick up some 9% down. This stock was up 67% yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, and traded 90 plus million shares because this company just bought back 10% of its own stock. Its outstanding shares, it bought back 10% of them. Why would a company buy back 10% of their own stock, do you think? Do you think they might anticipate the stock price rising and they would want to buy back 10% of their outstanding shares before? Folks, a company that buys back 10% of their outstanding shares is not strapped for cash. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? A company, oh yeah, it's only down 7% now. EDSA, ladies and gentlemen, a stock company, a company that buys back 10% of their outstanding shares does not need cash. They're not going to do a reverse split, folks, or a public share offering. I don't believe that. Not a company that just bought back 10% of their outstanding shares. I don't believe that one bit, folks. So EDSA, I'm calling a buy when it was down at 135 this morning, $1.35 in the pre-market, and I think it's going to have a good day. I think it could go much higher. Now, I make no guarantees, no promises. I never do. I'm not a financial advisor, and you make every move on your own. You are the one who's going to be responsible for your decisions. I always ask you when you start buying in, when I recommend that you go in very, very gently, that you buy in small increments, that you keep most of your powder dry. All right, just let me get over here a second here on YouTube. And I want to get over here. There we go. And I want to come over here and get on YouTube, and I'm going to do another one here. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. All right, got it loaded up. Okay. All right, now let me get over here. Yes, EDSA is looking good here, folks. And like I say, I always like to buy a stock that is overbought when they try to pull it back and fleece it out in the morning. They just tried to do that. They got it down 10%, now down 7%. And it's a nice little breather on it. Company just bought back 10% of their company's outstanding shares. And I see some interested buyers here. There's definitely more buyers than sellers there, and way more buyers than sellers there. I see a counterattack with some comparatively wimpy sales to try to bring it back down. But yep, now that back down 10%. So just a double fleecing this morning, just a double fleece. Good way to create a gap. Good way to create a gap. Let's take a look at some other stocks this morning that have been called out by Marty. XWEL. XWEL. Let's take a look. Oh, jeez, oh, Pete. My typing is horrible. There it is. XWEL, ladies and gentlemen. That was a good call out there. Marty called this out. But I would sell it at 99, folks. I'm telling you, you got to sell. It's up 183%. 108's a sell, folks. If you own this stock right there, 108 is a sell. You should sell that right now. 108 is an absolute sell. There's no question about it. 108 is a sell. 111, 113, get out. Get out 120. All right, I'm sorry. I got my phone, had a phone call come in, but definitely 108 is an absolute sell on this. XWEL. And look at it now. It's back down to 99. See, 108 is a sell every time, everyone. XWEL. Man, I hope you just sold it if you were watching this. Well, there she is back down now to $1. And 108 is always a sell, ladies and gentlemen, just so you're aware of that. Now I'm going to go over here and look at GFAI. I'm also going to look here at MGRX. And I'm looking across all markets today. Everything green, folks. Green, 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 green. All markets green today. Looking good, everybody. Congratulations. Now, I've got to get logged in here because of inactivity on Charles Schwab. So let me get logged in here. Just give me a moment. All right. Now, I am going to have to get a text message on my phone here, folks. So please just give me a moment here whilst I run over here and get a text message sent on my phone. Hopefully, the YouTube will not decide to do a software update while I step away here a moment. But I'll be right back, folks. Please hold a moment. If they do shut me off and they do a software update on my channel, I'll restream in 5 minutes with the same thumbnail as I used earlier this morning. All right? So hopefully they don't shut me off. All right? Okay. All right, here we go. We're going to get to trading here. Going to be looking at several different stocks this morning. Now, I bought several shares of LRMR yesterday, and I see that was a good buy. LRMR. LRMR, ladies and gentlemen. Come on over and take a look at it. LRMR. LRMR. Enter. Yes. Excellent call there by DP Barrett. Oh, yeah, DP. Thank you. And I'm selling that right now. Going out at market right now at the 450 mark. I'm out right there. I know to sell 450. I'm also going to try to sell a little over it. Coming out for 50 more shares now. Market. Oh, yeah, she's going to 455, folks. Try 454. Review order and place it. And sell. 454, folks. And I'm coming out now for 30 shares. Limit order. Don't really need to be in a big hurry here. There's the 454. I'm going to go ahead and try now. 457. 459. This thing's taking off, folks. LRMR is taking off, and they might halt it. So I'm just going to go ahead and sell here. 464. I'm trying 464. Review order and place it. 464 is what I'm shooting for here. LRMR. Nice. All right. Nice. Sweet. Thank you. Very nice right there. Very good to get out right there. LRMR. I just sold 454, trying to get 464 now. Not in a real hurry. Wow, something is going on with this thing. LRMR, what's the news? 1 day ago, it got Larimar Therapeutics, Friedrich's Atoxa therapy receives FDA breakthrough status. Shares rise. Wow. LRMR 464. Come on, baby. Did I get him out at 464? Yes. All right. Yes. Look at that, folks. Wham. 464. 464. And now the bid 449. Yes. All right, everybody. Holy smokes. Nice. Goodness gracious. Nice. Congratulations, everybody, if you were in on that. LRMR. Oh, good call, DP Barrett. Swarm mentality, swarm intelligence, using everyone's data, using everybody's information to prosper. All of the scanners and all of the instruments people are using to determine these stocks before they take off. My goodness gracious. Wow. Nice. I'm liking that. Sweet profit this morning on that. And that is now going to go on our top gainers list right now. Going to go over here on our top gainers list. Nice. 225. Very nice. And we'll take a look at this price on this. Very nice. And that was LRMR. LRMR. Yeah, baby. And I'm going to go to the historical pricing. Previous close, 369, 369. Previous close, 369. And I just sold at 464. Very nice. LRMR. There you go. This has just been added to our previous gainers list. And a very nice today to pick up a gain of, let's see, 369. 3.69 times 30% plus 479. So about 28%. 3.69 times 28% plus is 472. 26%. 3.69 times 26% plus 464. 26% gainer, folks. Congratulations to you guys. And we may have even bought this for less than 369. I'm just going for yesterday's close. I'm pretty sure I bought this lower than 369. So I can go over here to my trade order status and I can find out right now, LRMR. Let me find out where I bought it yesterday, the lowest I bought it for. Well, the lowest I got it for when I bought in yesterday was only 366. I got in right there. LRMR. There's where I got my buy order, and that order filled at 366 a share right there. Not a lot of shares, but still, it's a nice profit, folks. I ended up buying about 300 shares total, and so congratulations anybody else that bought LRMR. And now we're going to go over here to account positions. Got a little bit of spending money here now. And the only stock I'm holding is RXT. I'm going to take a look at RXT right now. And GFAI looks good. RXT. Oh, taking it down in the market. 131, of course. Oh, yeah, 131 is an absolute buy. The reason why is this is the usual low right here. And what do you know, ladies and gentlemen, that they would take the price down to that 5-day average right on my resistance line. The 5-day moving average stops right on my lower resistance line. See that? And look at it climbing now. Look at the 5-day climbing now. So what do you know? That the 5-day would stop right on my resistance line that I put in. Nice. And that's a good buy down there if you guys got in on this RXT at 131. And even 138 this is where everybody's been buying all the shares. 138 right now. This is where everybody's been buying and accumulating. 138, folks. I mean a huge amount. If you come over here to trade and you put in 138 and you put in this, hold on a second. I'm going to come over here, RXT, enter. And ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Look at all the shares that have been bought at 138. At 138, just look at the massive number of shares that have been bought there compared to anything else. Folks, this thing gets over. It's gone now. It's gone. There's just no way they could get any more on this freaking train. No way, baby. And the stock is RXT. RXT, I'm going to come in on it right here. And I'm going to buy with the money I just made off of LRMR. And I'm coming in right now for, 40 shares. 40 shares. I'm buying right here at market. Now, I'm not just going to buy willy-nilly. I want you guys to watch what I do here. I'm going to be putting my sights on the percentage gain up there. LRMR is this RXT. Watch the percentage gain before I put my order in here. Okay, watch that. It's now down 3.527 is the deepest drop, and we're trading against a computer, folks. Now 3.65 is the deepest drop, and 308 is the lowest. So watch, we're trading against a computer. 365 is the lowest, and now 289, 342. I'm in right here. I'm buying right here, folks. And my order status just filled at, this is RXT, and I just filled at 141 and an 86. And now I'm going to duplicate this order, folks. I'm duplicating this order. And I'm going to be buying 20 shares at a time at market, review order, and look at the percentage down. It's right now down 308, and that is the lowest, 275, 274. What are you going to put between 275 and 274, folks? In percentage, what are you going to put between 275 and 274? And now we're seeing 280. 380 is the deepest drop right now. We're watching this very closely. 380 is the deepest now, 276, 282. Watch this close, folks. Watch it like a hawk with me here. 308 is the deepest drop. Watch it. Watch it. Is it going to go any lower than that? 308 is it. And when I first tuned in, 384 was the number. Now 341, so I'm buying there. And I just got 141.97, fractions higher than where I just got it. Duplicate order. Now watch. I'm watching this like crazy, folks. Now it's down 333 is the deepest drop. 308. Watching it close. 342. That's where I just bought. 342 is the deepest drop at this stage. 342 is the deepest drop, ladies and gentlemen. And now 27. I'm going again there. 342. And I'm trading against a computer. All right, 347 now, and I just got 282. I wanted 347, so I just filled at 141.96, a fraction lower than my last one, 1/100,000th lower. Here we go again. Look at it now, down 4.10, 4.10. The deepest 410.96 now, 376. So 410, I got it, and I just bought it one. Oh, haven't placed it yet. 410 is the deepest drop right now. 405, 402. They're working it down, folks. Don't be in a hurry. We're not in a hurry to spend our money here. 422 is the deepest drop. So we saw 410, now 422, now 413, now 445. Watching it close. Watching it close. 445 is the deepest drop on RXT. They're trying to get a 138 buy here, folks. They love that number, 138. They've been trying to stay at 138 all day. They've been trying all day yesterday, too. 138, folks. They love that number. They love it. And 410 is the deepest drop right now. 410 is the deepest drop. 410, and I'm seeing it tighten up right now. 357 to 352. 410 is the deepest drop. 410. I'm watching it close, folks. Very, very, very closely here. I want to spend my money wisely. I want to invest my money wisely. 410 is the deepest drop, and now 376 is the deepest drop, folks. 410, 376. Watch it closely. Watch it with me. 410 is the deepest drop, down 5 cents, and they're trying to take it down 6. 410 is the deepest drop. 351 now, 352. Now, what are you going to put between 351% and 352, folks? Watch this now. Critical to watch, 376. So from a 351 and 352, unfortunately, we saw it go to 376. Now, had we seen 351 and 352 go to 34 something, then we would be buying right there. Understand? So we're looking for this thing to completely compress to the tightest number it can. And now we're seeing they're at 376 now. Watch it now, 37671. Hold it close, 342, 341. Now, see, you can't get anything between 342 and 341. And now 308, so I'm buying. See what I mean? This is a perfect example of what I'm trying to call out, okay? It's a perfect example of what I'm trying to say. When the two numbers get identically next to each other, where there's no gap between the bid and the ask, and then the price falls or rises, that's your deciding. That's when you decide, okay? Okay, that's when you pull the trigger, in my opinion. And I could be wrong. And now look at the gain. It's only down 214. So I was right. So I'm going to review this order, and I'm going to come in again if it keeps going down. And now the deepest drop is 239. And I want to see it get tight. 20616, 20214, 206, 239 is the deepest drop now, folks. 239. Watch it closely with me. 239 is the deepest drop. 239. And I'm buying RXT as a stock I've been buying. 239. And I was just down 4% when I was buying it, so I'm up 2% already. 239. I'm going to make more money on this today, folks. I'm going to make money on it. 206 now is the deepest. 20616. Notice that number, 20616, folks. Do you know what that number means? 20616. Now I'm seeing a 208 in there, which looks good. 239 is the deepest drop, though, right now. 239, 273 is the deepest drop. Watch it now. Watch it here. Watch it. Watch it. 273 again, and I'm in there. 273, and I'll take that. Come on, baby. Give me that 273. There's the 20616 again that they've calculated for. 20616, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. And the price is at 143, where they love to accumulate. Now 20548. I'm in there, 273. And I just bought 140, 199, and that is up from my last buy, duplicate order. I like it when I buy the lowest low and it comes in over my last number. Now we're down 309. 300 is the deepest drop. 308 again. We've seen that before. We've already been down this road. We're retracing now. 334 is the deepest drop. And let's see if they go for over 4% again, like I just got it when it was down 4.6 or whatever I got it. No. They're not going that way. 3.8 is the deepest. Oh, and look how close those two are together. I'm in there, 308. I just bought it at 142.99. That is a penny higher than my last buy. Oh, yeah, baby. See, each low where I'm going in, I'm filling higher than my previous buy. Every single one of these over the last 10 minutes that I've done, I filled higher than my previous buy. Review order. And now look at the gain. Look at how much is up. 2.06. 269, 273. What are you going to put between 269 and 273? 265? I like that. 239? I like that too. Oh, I love that. Come on, baby. Oh, goodness gracious. We're going to go into the ones now. 239, I'm buying it. I just bought 142 and a half. That is actually lower than my last buy by a fraction. Review order. I hope you guys are enjoying this, what I'm doing here, watching my technique. I'm buying freaking 20 shares at a time, people. And I've got right now 709 shares. RXT. And if you want to see what this looks like on the chart, I'll be happy to show you. Because it just took a big, deep badgie. That's where I started buying, baby. Oh, yeah. And now she's broken over. Okay, and listen, folks, here's where we're going. Watch what I'm going to show you here so you can learn. Watch and learn from me. Here's where we're going next, right here. Okay, that's where we're going next. And I'm sorry I did such a crappy job putting that line on there. Hold on, I'll fix it. Don't worry. But this is where we're going next, right here, folks. That's our line to sell right there. This is where we're going. It's going to be 144, 145, okay? And that's where I'm going to start selling. And I'm going to change this right now. Hold on, account, positions. Give me a moment here. Okay, I'm going to keep buying this. And it doesn't surprise me at all, by the way, to see this line that I have put in here as a line of resistance. It doesn't surprise me at all to see that they would try to stop this there and pull it back to that line right there, okay? That doesn't surprise me one bit. It just broke over that line of resistance, and they pull it right back to the line. Right to the line here is what they're doing. That's the 5-day, folks, the 5-day. They pull it right back down to the line right there. See? Right there. And by the way, look down here, folks. They use a very small sell number here to try to start the fall. Then they come in with a double to one buyers versus sellers. And now we're looking at the next candlestick, and they're trying to get right on that line, folks, of resistance. They're trying to bring it right down to that line of resistance from previous. Oh, yeah, she's going to bounce here now, right off that. Boing. Now, I want you guys to look at this very closely here. Okay, this chart here, the 20-day chart, is how I came out with all these lines, okay? And I actually took it out even further to a 180-day chart. And how I figured out these lines of resistance here was by this 180-day chart. And when we bought it down here, I said, we need to sell it here. And it didn't even stop there, but some should have been sold there. And then I had a line here, and I said, we should sell some right where the 5-day stop there, and the 5-day stop there, and the 5-day stop 3 times there. I said to sell some there. Well, it went past that, but it sure pulled back to that, right? Alexa, call Double K.
Calling Double K.
Hello.
Good morning to you, Double K.
Good morning again.
All right. How are you doing today, my friend?
Good. I wanted to wait till the market opens before I said anything, just because it's just really weird.
Yep.
It's just right now, just to be perfectly honest, somewhat. I mean, it doesn't scare me, the market, but it's so volatile that it's just, who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah. You really got to have your eyes on things, man. And I just found out here yesterday, day before. Well, I've known all along, but here on this channel, we have a lot of viewers that are using scanning tools and screeners and all types of things, and to determine when to get in on these stocks. And just so you guys know this, and I'll show you here in a minute, we got right here, take a look at this, folks. Here in the tank with us, this list here is the pros and cons. These are the pro reasons, or the good reasons that you like to be here in the tank over on the left. And over on the right are the cons, the bad reasons. What can happen if you're in the tank? Okay, so we've got a lot more good over here than we got bad, as you can see. And but I want you to know, look here. On our behalf, we've got 28 Trader who's using Webull scanners and Stock Rocks. And he's using also 2 AI testing types of software. He's in the testing phase on 2 AI trading softwares. And then we got DP Barrett over here, who's using Bloomberg GPT Deep Financial AI. We've got Marty here using Tip Ranks. We've got DeBass Assassin using Webull scanners and screeners. And we've got Charles Washington here, who's using Iris Scanner, and Scuban McDubin, who's using Bar Chart. So we've got all these people here in this tank with us that are using some very good scanning equipment for looking for these runners, and picking out these gold stocks and these ones that are about to explode. That's what my thumbnail is about today, is about, how can you tell when something's getting ready to go? I think that's the thumbnail I put up today. I don't remember. Oh, yes. Join our search for supernova stocks. And today, ladies and gentlemen, one of the stocks that was called out yesterday by one of our viewers took off today, ladies and gentlemen. And I just sold it at the high of the day. And I want you to know that was LRMR. LRMR. And it was called out yesterday. And ladies and gentlemen, that stock flat frickin' took off, LRMR. And I want to call out and thank you very much for calling out that big runner, LRMR. And right now, I'm actually trying to find the piece of paper. Here it is right here. And LRMR was called out yesterday by DP Barrett. And as I just mentioned his name, DP Barrett is using scanning equipment, folks. He's using the Bloomberg GPT Deep Financial AI software, just so you know what he's using to have picked that stock out. And
Are
today,
you writing all these down, or are you writing all those down, all the different ones?
that yeah, I have them. I have them on a I put them onto a spreadsheet. And baby,
Okay, good.
LRMR just went over $5.15. Yes. And yesterday it closed at 369. 369, folks. And you should sell 513 here. And I would have just sold 512. I'd have sold 511, 512, 513. I've got sell orders all in here. Folks, you got to sell here. Listen, I'm telling you, please sell here. 511, 513. Please sell. If you own this, please sell it here, some of it. I'm not telling you to sell all because I don't want you to say, hey, man, you told me too early. Don't sell all of it. Sell some, sell some, sell, 512. Folks, you've got to. You can already see it's falling. It's down to 504 now. Dang, you got to sell 512. Oh, my gosh. You got to sell 512. Oh, man, folks. And you got to sell, and then they pull it back to 508, and then you're going to go up and sell 513 through 520 now. Go on up and sell 513 through 520. Put your sell orders in now, 513 through 520 on LRMR, please. Put them now. Put them in. Put them, do it. Do it. Do it. It's going to 520 right now, folks. LRMR. Put your sell orders in right now for set 516, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Sell some more there. You definitely want to sell 520, people. I guarantee you want to sell some shares there. I will promise you that 90 times out of 100, if you sell 520, you can buy back somewhere around 501 or 497 or 488. 520 is a sell, folks. Please listen to what I'm saying. And 513 was just a sell before, and now you could have bought back at 508, like I said, and now she's going to go to 520. You should sell all through here. 514, you should just sell right there. You should sell there. You should sell there. All these numbers from here to 520 should be sells in increments. Sell 20 at each spot. Sell 40 or 50, folks. I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. You should have just sold there. Sell these numbers. I'm telling you, folks, listen, you'll see in a second when it gets to 520, watch it fall from 520. Watch it when it hits 520. Watch how fast it will fall. And if I'm wrong, then you want to take out and it goes over 520 without stopping, then I want you to take out your normal sells at 529, 530, 31, and 32 because it's not going to stop at those numbers. Listen, I'm telling you, folks, if this thing doesn't stop now at 520, then I want you to remove your sell orders at 530, 31, 32, and 33. Because if it doesn't stop at 520, it's not going to stop at 528, 29, or 30 either. Take those low numbers out. Take them. They're on my sell sheet. But I'm telling you now, if this stock LRMR right now does not stop at 520, that you need to put in erase your sell orders at 528, 29, 30, 31, and start selling at 533. So start right now, go to 533 and sell through 538, okay? Listen, folks, I know what I'm talking about, and you can bear witness to it. You can watch it. So there it hit 520. You just sold 520. You just sold 520. Now put your buy orders in, 501. Put some in at 501, 502, 506. Put in 507. Right now, folks, they can drop it from 520 to there in a heartbeat. They can drop it to 497 right now, folks. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes down. And the least you can get is 514. From 520, the least amount is going to be 514. 6 cents down from 520. 514 is your buy. So start right now, 514. Here it comes. I'm telling you, there it is. Watch. Watch it, folks. I'm going to call this for you. Number by number, I'm going to call it. And it's going to go right now to 514 a share from 520. And you can see, I know what I'm talking about. I'm not fooling around here. I'm not messing around. I'm not messing around, people. And like I said, if it blows through 520, then your next sell orders, get them out at 520. Take them out at 528, 29, 30. I don't want you to sell there. It's going to go right to 533. If it doesn't stop at 520 and go back to 513, then it is going to go past 529. And it'll go to 532, 33, 30, all the way up to 538 is where it's going next, folks. LRMR. LRMR. And you can watch it unfold before your eyes, folks. And this is how you can make a lot of money day trading a stock like this, folks. By using the numbers on my buy-sell sheet. You can, on a stock like this that's on fire, you use my buy-sell sheet, people. Just use it. Here it comes. Here comes 533. You're going to get it. It's over. It's going to go past that. It's not going to stop there. It's not going to stop there either. It's not going to stop there. There it is. There it is. See? Boom. 532. That was one of the numbers. And 533, folks. Nice. 532.33. And the next, and you should sell now, 537, 538. And your buyback's going to be 521, 522 here. Man, I like it. But folks, XWEL. Yep, that was called out early this morning. Called out first thing by Marty. Wow. So let's go over here and look at another one here. EDSA down 16%. And yike. That sucks. Wow. Man, I was wrong to hold on to that. And I told you guys, don't hold on to this stock if you don't have the money to lose. Yesterday afternoon, I said to everybody here before we closed out, do not hold on to this stock if you don't have money to lose, because it's up 68% and it could really get attacked down in the morning. It's way oversold and it could really drop in the morning. But because it's at 125, I'd like to see them get it down to 120 here. I think that's what they're going to go for. And I'm going to buy some more of this stock, EDSA. I like a company that buys back freaking 10% of its shares. Because to me, that means they think it's going to go up. And so it did go up 67% after that news. But I think they think the price is going to go up even more. 709 I got right here of RXT. Going to be looking at RXT. Looking at RXT right now. I'm looking at the 180-day chart on RXT. And all I see is a 45-day just rising over the 50. It just crossed over a previous line of resistance. Now the 50-day is going to cross over that line of resistance as well. And once it does break over this line of previous resistance, the 50-day, the 200 will be breaking over this lowest resistance level, and then this thing is going to probably go ape shit. I could be wrong, but I don't think so, man. Look at that 45 crossing that level of previous resistance. Look at the 50-day crossing that level of resistance. If they keep rising, the 45 and 50 and the 200 keep rising, it's going to be very hard for them to hold it down at this point of resistance here. Very hard to hold that piece of resistance right there with a rising 45 gaping away from the 50-day. And the only reason they stopped this angle of ascent is because of the massive attack down to consolidate it. to consolidate it and converge and capitulate it. And look at that 45 breaking right over that previous line of resistance, and the 50 breaking it. And the 200 turning more to the north now. The 200 changed pitch just then. Let's get off this 4-hour candlestick. Come over here, time. Let's get off this 4-hour candlestick time frame. Let's change the 4 hours to just 30 minutes. Hit OK, and then come back over here and look at it now. That's the last 30 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to be aware, here you go. Over the last hour, even though they heavily tried to sell this down, all these shares were bought on the ask, and the red ones were sold on the bid. So you had a demand of about 10 to 9 buyers over sellers, and down here, you've got a 10 to 2 buyers over sellers in this next hour. All right? I'm telling you, you've got a lot of volume coming in here, and it's buying this stock up. RXT, ladies and gentlemen. And now I'm going to change this to a 5-day chart. And there it is, folks. There it is. Look at that. Look at that, folks. RXT. I'm buying right here, folks. At market. And the thing just went green. Holy smokes, I was just buying the stock down 4% and it just went green. Hey, look at this thing, folks. As I said, I just got through buying this stock. You saw where I was buying it. It was down 4%. And now I'm going to help it out by buying every single low they try to tap on. Every single low they try to drive it down, I'm going to buy it, folks. Every time, 20 shares more. 137's the low now. 142 is where we're at. 171's the gain now. 137's the lowest. 142. Watch it close. 137. I'm looking for lower. I want it lower. I want it lower. Come on. Bring it down for me. 171 now. This is RXT, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Down. Give me lower than 131. 137. 205. 171 now. I'm buying that. And I'm coming in here on RXT. Now I'm going to look at the 1-day chart. I like what I see, folks. I like what I see. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to assess this for us. If you look this on a wider range, and I'm going to change this now from the 1-day to the 5-day, and I want you to see, ladies and gentlemen, after we break over this line, we will only stop right here at this point right here. Okay, this is a point of definite contention right here. This point right here, right there, right there, right there, right there. So that's going to be a point right there. So I'm going to take my marker here, and I'm going to put that in right here, folks. And that has always been a point of, other than this run up when it gapped right through it, that has been a point of stop, point of stoppage, point of stoppage, point of stoppage, stop, 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 stop. All right, stop, stop, stop. So right now as it runs up, don't you think it'll probably be trying to be stopped right there? Don't you think so? I do. I sure do. And I want you to look at it, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this low that they just achieved. You've seen it right there. 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 And look at it here. Look at the 5-day. There, the 5 days been there before. The 5 days been there before. And now the 5-day reached it again right there. It just reached it right there, folks. You see it? You can all see that. You can all see that 5-day right there. Look at how many times they tapped that. Once it was resistance to the drop, twice resistance to the drop, 3 times resistance to the drop, 4 times resistance to the drop, and now 5 times resistance to the drop. Can you see it? Of course you can all see it. Absolutely you can see it. And there it is. Again, resistance to the drop. And then there's the buyers coming in down here. Look at them. Right now in this last 15 minutes, there's been 3-1 buyers versus sellers on this stock in the last 15 minutes. And now it's increasing. Buyers coming in versus sellers right now. And the stock is RXT, ladies and gentlemen, RXT. The buyers are coming in on this, folks. Yep, Well, I know. It was called out early this morning by Marty. It was the first stock called out this morning, XWEL. First stock called out this morning, XWEL. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to look at this pattern of this chart. Look at the pattern of this chart. And I want you to understand, this is the definition of consolidation, capitulation, and convergence. And I've always told you, folks, all 3 of those C words favor longs. This is the definition of a stock coming down and consolidating on the 50-day, capitulating on the 50-day, converging on the 50-day, and completely converged right there into a needle point, folks. But consolidation and capitulation and all of that, all the C words favor longs. And you can now see that perfectly, right? Yeah. This thing got totally consolidated, capitulated, and converged on a rising 200-day and a rising 45 and 50. And then kaboing, just like a diving board, like a springboard, folks. Up 262% today. And I know a lot of people made good money on that stock today. It was called out this morning early by Marty. He was the first one that was mentioned this morning by Marty, XWEL. And then HCWC. Let's look at it. And ladies and gentlemen, that stock too just got 2 tots before the market opened, and it's moving. It's moving right now, and it has some enthusiasm, a lot of green versus red in here. And it's going, folks. It's HCWC at 36 cents. HCWC. HCWC. Let's take a look. This is on a 5-day, 15-minute chart. Let's look at the 1-day. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, they're about to kiss the ET on this. Okay? Yes. They're trying to take it down to the 200. Going to kiss this thing. And oh my gosh, just look at the momentum on this ET. He's leaning forward, folks. He's leaning freaking forward. Oh my gosh, he's about to fall over on his face, and they're trying to give him a kiss. Oh my gosh, look at him drive it down below the 50 here briefly, folks. This is a great buy spot, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And I'm going to show you why. If you look here, look at the 5-day turquoise line, be resistance there once and resistance there twice. It should be resistance to the fall now. Right here, you can see they stopped it once there and pulled it back, and they stopped it right there once there and pulled it back. And right here, this should now be resistance for the 5-day line. And them getting it here is beautiful. 35, I like it. It's up 27%, and I think you should try to get it at 33 cents. 33 and 34. Triple upside crossover of the 200-day moving average right there. And of course, they're going to attack that down and try to kiss the ET. That's HCWC. HCWC. And by the way, my buys on RXT that I just made at 142, 142, 141, 141, 141, 141. The price is now 151. Yes. RXT, baby. All those buys. I wonder, did you guys buy RXT with me just then? Oh my gosh, just look at that, folks. We bought it on the 200 right there. Nice. All right. RXT. Oh my gosh, just look at all those shares that I piled in on and bought RXT at. Oh yeah, baby. 144, 144, 144, 141, 141, 141, 142. Oh yeah, picked up about 300 shares there in the 140s. Yes. Just bought more ESDA. All right. Well, I'm telling you right now, I'm having a great time, folks. I hope you are. I hope everybody's having a great day here. Yep, I'm sitting on 749 shares of RXT right now. After going over 151 now, they try to pull it back to 148. So I'm coming in here with a market order buy on it right now for another 10 shares. Market. RXT, baby. Bought all those shares in the low 140s, 131 even. And I need to put a line on here so I can show you. Here is another resistance point right there. There it is, folks. Look at it. That line that I just put in just then, this was a big resistance, ladies and gentlemen. That line that I just put in was a big resistance right there. And that is where we are right now. And I want you to know that line where we are right now was never resistance through this area before. And it was never any resistance through this drop. And it was never, well, it was right here. This line was. But look, it was the bottom resistance as they tried to herk and jerk and jerk this. So this is the bottom resistance there. Here, it became resistance to trying to go over once, twice, 3 times. And then here, they built their position on it before attacking it down. But now, ladies and gentlemen, this number where the 5-day is right now is obviously a place of resistance, a place of resistance, a place of resistance to the fall, resistance to the fall, resistance to the fall. All right? It's been resistance before. It needs to hold up now. If it doesn't hold up here, it's going to go to right here, folks, next. The price is going to go to here next. And that's not accurate, really. Let me move it a little bit. Right there. See, ladies and gentlemen, I use the history of a stock to tell where levels of resistance are going to be. And what I can see from this point is there was never any resistance there, never any resistance to the 50-day, but the 200-day moving average ran into resistance right there and pulled back down. So this is a major resistance line, folks, right here. All right. And now look at the 200 rising as they try to pull this down to that level of resistance. Never any resistance to it this morning when they attacked it out of the gate. Never any resistance. But look at it now. Look at the 50-day. It's going to cross the 200 now, folks. Look at that 5-day kissing off the 10. It's going to rise. Look at the 50 and 45 coming over the 200, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, boy. This is going to get interesting here. RXT. Look at the equal. For folks, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Do you understand? For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. But ladies and gentlemen, this stock has a 45 and 50-day moving average that just turned from a blue belly red back into a red belly blue back. And you all know what that's all about. This is one of the most venomous snakes in the world, folks. Right here, we're going to change over to the accent of our friend Steve Owen, and we're going to talk to you about something right here called the red belly blueback. This creature right here is one of the most dangerous reptiles that's ever crawled the face of the earth. If you were to get inflicted with a bite by one of these right here, you would know the venom power of 25,000 mouse units. That's right, 1 ounce of this viper's venom can kill 25,000 mice. And I've got news for you. What you got right here in your eyesight, if you can't see it, my friends, is there's a crocodile right here. He's coming right up out the water. He's got his mouth open and he's ready to eat shorts up here. This is a crocodile, folks. He's got his eye level right there and he's watching. He can sniff and smell. He's going to run. It's going to run. She's going to fly. She's going to jump right out the water. The Bass Assassin says, come down to the VWAP RXT and get hammered again. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you right now, this is the crossover happening, and we've already seen the current price drive over, and we've seen the 10-day go over the 200. Now we're seeing the 50-day about to cross the 200. And I'm telling you, folks, when that crosses that right there, this thing's going to blast right off. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so, so you can all stick around and watch and see. I know what I'm talking about, folks. Too much momentum behind this big wave right here happening. Too much momentum. They're going to try to stop it, but no, it won't be denied. I don't believe it will be denied. Not with that measly little amount of share selling they've got going on right there. That ain't going to do jack doo-doo to this thing, baby. You got to come in with some heavy. You can't do that right there, shorty. That's not going to right. That's not going to work. You got to come in heavy red right now. She's got a crossover. There's nothing in this here to resist here. There's a big void here, folks. There's never been any stopping here in the past. I know what I'm talking about. Let me show you so you can see for yourself, everybody, every one of you. There's never been any resistance right here through this range, I'm telling you. Look right here. You can see there's never been any resistance from here to here. There's a gap right there. There's a gap right there, folks. There's never been any resistance from here. There was never any resistance right here, and there's not going to be any resistance now. There's never been a point of resistance at this price they're at right now. Never, folks. You can see what happened the last time they bought a barcode right there. Look what happened the last time they barcoded there. They're barcoded there, and it went, whoa, boom, she went off. See what happened the last time they barcoded the same spot? Right there, barcoding it there now. And you're going to see the same damn result. Except, ladies and gentlemen, from right here where they barcoded it right here, you can see the 45 and 50 was flat out right there, flat as could be where they barcoded it. Look at it now. The 45 and 50 are raising at this angle while they're barcoding at the same place. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Look at the rising 50 and 45 day. It's a red belly blueback crossing the 200 right now. And over here, when they barcoded it, the 50 and 45 were up, were flat right there, flat and falling actually. They were falling, and it still bounced off this. The 45 and 50 day right here, when they barcoded it here last, were falling, and it still shot up. And now you got a 45 and 50 raising like this, and they're trying to barcode it here again, the same number. I hope you can understand what I'm getting at. Ding dong, the short went long. Listen, folks, I'm telling you, they're barcoding this thing here. They've already barcoded it there once with a 50-day that was falling, and it still rose off this number before. And now the Sons of Guns are barcoding this thing at the same number with a 45 crossing the 200. Look at that thing, folks. Just look at it. Watch it. Watch what it's doing. We got the microscopic look at it now. And you can see the 45 day just crossed the 200, and the 50 day is crossing the 200 too. DP Barrett says LRMR breaking 550. If we get to 569, we'll see higher numbers, folks. My gosh, look at this thing. 45 and 50 crossing the 200-day average. Trump's trying to barcode down to it now and catch it all and make it consolidate here on the 200. I already told you they weren't going to be able to stop it unless they came heavy candles, and they just did. They just unloaded one of their cannons right there. They're firing one of their cannons now. See, they see that this is crossing. They see the 45s crossing and the 50s crossing the 200. They've got to suppress, baby. They got to suppress. They got to fake you out, folks, and they got to get you down here to the 200, and they're going to try to consolidate it here and compress it. They're going to try to get it to capitulate here and consolidate and converge. Converging on the 200-day rising moving average. Converging on a rising 45 and 50, folks. Converging on a rising 45 and 50, crossing the 200 right now. Oh, and here come the buyers. Come on in here. We got 10-1 buyers versus sellers now. Opportunists buying right on the freaking 50-day. Smart investors, folks. Smart investors there. And look at the green candlestick now. And ladies and gentlemen, this green candlestick comes up here and envelops this. It's all over. It's going to be over because that'll push this 50 right on over the 200. Come on, baby. Let's get this candlestick up here. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at that little nip on that candy. Look at the nip on it right there. And look at the dinky share sell right there to try to stop it. Oh, they're like, oh, my God, how are we going to stop this? How are we going to stop this triple upside crossover? I doubt they will. I doubt it, folks. I seriously doubt it. We're talking, I always thought you were imitating Crocodile Dundee. Well, it could be Stave-O, and it could be Crocodile Dundee. The one of them talk the same, don't they, mate? I think both of them that we know, they both pretty much talk the same way. So you could go with either one of them. I think either one of them would work fine. You can, whoever you hear in your head is who you're going to hear, my friend. I can't control who you hear in your mind. If you fabricate something in there and a picture develops, I can't do anything to change it. So for me, you can be him, Crocodile Dundee. That's fine. I'm all right with it. You know, I'm not going to pull out my knife or anything like that. Crikey, didn't think of that. Listen, folks, I'm here to entertain. And if you get any education at all, if you make any money, it's just pure luck. My primary purpose of this channel, 100% entertainment value. I keep bringing it, folks. I'm going to try everything I can to get you a laugh today. If I can make you laugh, I'm going to help you live longer. Laughter is best health medicine. It is the best thing for you, folks. I know it's to be true. What happened to EDSA? She's getting fleeced out. She was overbought yesterday. She's getting pulled back. Got to fleece her out good when she goes up 68%. It's all right. I'll move my money over to something else and to run like crazy. I'll make it all back if I'm down on it. I'm not worried one little bit about it. The way I pick these runners, like today, this stock, RXT, I did good this morning, folks. And I also did real good on what was it? LRMR. This makes up this makes up for my losses on ESDA. All right? That right there, that buy on that stock that was called out yesterday by DP Barrett, that made up for my losses. Thank you, DP Barrett. You don't get into stocks with dropping knives. That's right, Jersey Pat. And congratulations to anybody got on that stock. Now, I also want to look at one that was called out yesterday. EZRA was called out yesterday. Look at that call out. EZRA by Jimmy Jean-Baptiste. He's on a run, folks. He's on a roll. Jimmy Jean-Baptiste. Kicking freaking butt, people. EZRA. Holy smokes, Jimmy Jean-Baptiste, thank you for that call out yesterday. Oh, EDSA, good. All right, nice. Well, they just triple fleeced it. Once, twice, three times goodbye. EDSA. And I actually like EDSA right here. Down 13.33%. Down 13.58% now. Dow 13%. EDSA traded 90 million shares yesterday and went up 68%. 90 million shares, and now it's down 13.57%, and at a price where market makers love to accumulate, $130 a share. And they actually had it all the way down three times to $125 a share, and now it's at $130, $131. EDSA, and it was down to $125 a share, where quite a few shares were bought, and then $126 a share, and then the next low was $127 a share, and now she's gone. Ding dong, the shorts went long, and she's at $130, $131. EDSA. Now I'm going to look at GFAI. Yeah, baby, looking good. GFAI just herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking, herking, up. It's just rising with a lot of herk and jerk. Look at all this herk and jerk going on, folks. Look at that. Riding on that 200 day, just herk and jerking right off of it. Herky jerky buy there, herky jerky sell there, herky jerky buy there, herky jerky sell there, herky jerky buy there, herky jerky sell there, herky jerky buy there, herky jerky sell here. Herky jerky buy, herky jerky sell, herky jerky buy, herky jerky sell, herky jerky buy, herky jerky sell, herky jerky buy, herky jerky sell. A GFAI, folks. That's the repeating, wash and repeat. Wash, repeat, wash, repeat, wash it out, repeat, wash it out, repeat, wash it out, repeat. Rinse it out, rinse it out, rinse it out, rinse it out, rinse it out. Wring it out, wring it out, wring it out, wring it out, wring it out. Probably a good idea to buy it on the 200-day average if they ever get there again. That's just my call. I could be wrong, but you can see what's happening. Look at it right there. They just got to do the 200 again, and then boing, off it goes. Boing. Accumulate. Boing. Accumulate. Boing. GFAI. And one more time, try to buy it on the 200, folks. The steadily rising 200 that they always keep trying to achieve. I like how they got it just below the 200 here, and the 200 was way down here. And now they got it below the 200 here, and the 200 had risen. And now they got it just below the 200 here, and the 200 has risen more. And they keep doing it with these big stabs at it, see? Big stabs. That's how they do it. Back to the 200, just big dumps. Just big dump right there. Over here, they didn't even get a big dump to get to that, so I don't even know how it did to the 200. I don't see a big candlestick there. But needless to say, this stock has a continually rising 200 and a continually rising 50-day average. That's what it's got going on. And the only thing that's not rising is the short-term price that's getting herked and jerked a lot. But everything else, long-term, is rising. All of them. On GFAI. Take a look at the 20-day chart on this. And this is what it looks like. See that? That's the 20-day chart. That's the 20-day chart. Look at them nutsack that stock. Take a couple of long positions short there and nutsack it again. Take a long short position and nutsack it again. Take a short position, nutsack it again. And then kiss it goodbye, folks, as the 5-day crosses over the 10-day right now. And the 50-day has a 45 above it. Look at the 200-day right here. Look at the pitch of the 200 just change. This is GFAI, everybody. And by the way, during the last 2 hours, as that 5-day has steadily risen above over the 10-day, they tried to sell it, folks. They've been trying to sell shitloads of this. They're trying to stop it, folks. They're trying to fool you. They're trying to fool you right there, folks. But the only way you can see this
is if you looked at the long-term chart like I just did, if you looked at the 20-day. If you look at the 5-day, you can see it. Look at the 5-day chart. GFAI, folks. I think this is the company that just got the contract with PLTR, right? Let's go over here to the top and let's go over here and get to the more info and then come down and slide down here to company news. I think they just got a deal with Palantir. No, this is the one that just bought back 5 million of their stock, $5 million worth of their stock, which turned out to be 10% of their available outstanding shares they just bought back. That's what they did. They bought back 10% of their outstanding shares. I wonder why a company would make a decision to take millions of dollars and buy back 10% of their company stock. Let me ask you a question. Do you think a company that would buy back $5 million worth of their company stock, do you think they're going to do any kind of public share offering? Or could it be true that they're just flush with cash and they can afford to invest in their own company, expecting their share prices to rise, ladies and gentlemen? And that is why they announced, in my opinion, a public share buyback. They anticipate growth in the company. And so the company decided, let's use $5 million of our excess cash and buy back into our company and buy back shares. And Shorty didn't like that too much today. A GFAI. And then I see right here an attempt to suppress it down to the 50-day and kiss it on extremely, extremely low volume. Look at that little dinky candlestick there of selling. Look at that minuscule candlestick of selling to get this price to hit the 50-day here. It's perfectly executed, folks. They're doing great here. They're executing it perfectly. This is exactly what they want to do. Accumulate it on a 50-day rising moving average. GFAI. All right. Nothing more said about that. Let's go take a look at some other ones. Let's look at MGRX. This is the long-term chart on this stock. I wonder why somebody's accumulating it here. All right, folks. So what I'm defining for you right here is a bottom. When this thing came up here, the 5-day blue line stopped there and dropped. When it came up here, it stopped there and dropped. When it came here, it stopped there and dropped. When it went beyond it and came back, the 5-day stopped there and flew off that. When they ran it down to here, the 5-day stopped there and it flew off that. When they ran it down here, it stopped right there and flew off that. And now they've run it down here and stopped right there. They come here, and now they're going to stop here. Here? Why here? Why here? What happened to here and here and here and there and right here and there? Why are they stopping here and accumulating now, folks? That's what I'm wondering. Why did this all of a sudden become such an attractive price to buy it and not let it drop anymore? Huh? I don't know. But it was definitely a stop right there on the 10-day line, orange stop there. Then the blue 5-day stop there. Then it stopped there. Then it stopped there. Then it stopped there. Then they drop it back down and it stops there and flies. Then they dropped it all the way down here. It stops there and flies. They drop it here, flies, drop it here, flies. What do you think? Why now just this number? Why just this number? Why? Why are they barcoding it there? MGRX. Why are they barcoding it there? And why are the buyers coming in right here now? Look at that. Boom. They said, okay, that's where we get in right there. We're getting in there. And they said, we'll buy 126,000 shares right there. At 11 o'clock this morning on the double Tata, someone that came in and bought right there. And they decided to buy 126,000 shares right there. Well, not one entity. It might have been several groups that bought in there. But people of like mind all decided that was the place to buy right there, MGRX. I guess the thing had barcoded here for long enough, and they decided, okay. Or maybe they just were watching this channel just now, and they thought the same thing. Wow, I wonder why they're barcoding there now. Maybe I should buy it there. And they just decided to buy a bunch. I don't know. I got a lot of very, very wealthy people in the world watching me every day. Folks in Saudi Arabia, Qatar. I have a lot of viewers over in the Middle East every day, folks. They come over and watch. They're looking for hot stocks too, people. They're looking for stocks on the radar, stocks that are flying. And we are the ones that can pick them out. This morning, our number one pick out of the gate was this one here. XWEL. Our number one pick out of the gate this morning, XWEL. Called out. You can see it right here. XWEL called out by Marty this morning. XWEL. Called it out in the pre-market. Called it out at 7 o'clock this morning. And look at that thing go, folks. XWEL. Now also, yesterday, DP Barrett called out this stock right here, LRMR, yesterday. DP Barrett called that, and I bought it. LRMR. Let's go see how it's doing. LRMR. LRMR. Holy crap. LRMR. I bought that yesterday and I made $100 on it today. Bing, bang, bang. I could have made more too. I could have made more. I just, man, I'm up so much. I'm out. I'm up. Look at that stock up 54% today, folks. And I know some of you bought it with me because you saw me buying it, right? You buy with me when I buy. LRMR. What a great pick, man. 55% up today now. And ladies and gentlemen, yes, that stock is going to be added to one of our top gainers. LRMR up 55%. Yes. LRMR. High today was how much? LRMR. 575. 575. Congratulations, everybody, if you bought that top gainer. That's sweet, ain't it? Nice. We're doing good, people. We're doing good. We're doing all right. Now let's get over here, take a look at GFAI. Still trying to barcode this stock now. Yesterday, my video that I put up had 7,179 views yesterday. 7,179 views yesterday. And I want to thank each and every one of you who were with me here yesterday and all of your comments. We actually had a huge number of comments, almost 1,000. DP Barrett says IOVA now is the next possible runner. IOVA is the next possible runner. Let's go look at IOVA. Oh, yeah, looks good. IOVA. Nice. Well, now he says IOWA, so IOVA is not doing bad either. IOVA is not doing bad either. No, IOWA is not a stock. Wedbush reiterates outperform on Larimar, maintains $11 price target. Laura Chico from Benzinga reiterates Larimar Therapeutics with an outperform and maintains $11. Nice. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I want to congratulate any of you who bought in on SoFi in the 17s. Today it's at 1902. I took a picture of it when it was at $17.99. I captured a picture of it. And I said to everybody, ladies and gentlemen, well, I'm taking this picture of the stock at $17.99 and at $18 because I anticipate it to go much higher from here. So I'm going to take this picture from my wall of history on SoFi. And I took a picture of it at $17.99 a share. And for those of you that don't know it, let's go over here to photo. Please give me a minute here to get signed in. And here we are. By the way, if you like to fish, I am a catfish, but I love to fish. And this is me and my son having a good day of bass fishing right there, as you can see. And ladies and gentlemen, these are by far not the largest bass that we caught. Ladies and gentlemen, we kiss the fish that are the biggest ones and we throw them back in. And this is a good day of fishing, folks. And some nice speckled perch in there too. You see that speckled perch right there? That's a nice speckled perch, and we have nice perch in our lake. But ladies and gentlemen, I love to fish, and I hope you like to go fishing too. It's good for you. It's good for you, America. All right, now we're going to scroll down here, and I want to show you where I took a picture of SoFi here recently. Let me get way down here because it'll be recent. And I wanted to make sure and get a picture of it because I believed it was going to be the very last time that it was going to be at $17.99. And so I jumped over real fast and I snapped a picture of it. Let me see if this is it right here. No, it's not. Hold on. But I did grab a snapshot of it at $17.99 just the other day because I felt certain that it was going to go over that, go much higher than that. And let me see if I can find it where I got that picture. SoFi at $17.99. And something told me that it would be the lowest, that we'd never see that picture, that again. We'd never see that price again. And now I don't see it here. Hold on just a minute. Where is it? Well, maybe I'm not going to find it. I don't know. Maybe it's hard to see these. But anyway, I did take a picture of SoFi at $17.99 so that I could remember that price being the lowest it was, or near the low anyway. And I thought it would be a good buy there at $17.99. Doggone it. I sure wish I could find it right now. But I'm not having any luck. Shucks. But I did want to have that picture for the wall of history. And for some reason, I don't see it now. Doggone it. Well, I guess the easiest way to find it would be go over here and look at the price historical data when it was down in the 17s, and then I'll know what day it was on. And that picture would have been taken on February 23rd. All right? So let's go here to February 23rd. February 23rd. What day was this? February 5th. Okay. What day was this? February 6th. So it wouldn't have been that long ago that I took that picture. What day was this? February 17th. We're going the right way. February 18th. February 20th. Ah, yeah, we're getting closer now. February 22nd. So where is my picture of SoFi that I took? There it is. Yay! SoFi, folks, $17.99 at 11:43 a.m. $17.99. I took the last picture of SoFi below $18. And the next picture you can see, it was at $18. 18. And that was the last time that you're ever going to see this stock below $17 or $18, in my opinion, folks. And I know that Piyush Bhatta bought a whole bunch of shares there. Thank you very much, DP Barrett. IOVA FDA fast track for granted for life you sell in lung cancer. All right, thank you. This is a very, very nice, typical fleecing of a stock that was up 68% yesterday. And the way they go about fleecing it is they run it down to the deepest low, then they try to fleece it out a little more, then they try to shear it out again, then they try to shear it out. Here they try to shear it out, try to shear it out, shear it out, shear out the weak hands, shear out the weak hands. It's shearing, folks. It's breathing. It's well, you can be in a decision. You can either buy it or not, folks. But the stock was up 60-something% yesterday on massive volume, and it said their Odessa Biotech reports additional positive results from their phase 3 Paridaprubart study. And so this is why they surged yesterday and had 90 million shares traded. If you look at their historical value, yesterday they traded 97 million shares. They hit a high of $1.78, and their low was 91 cents. Their previous day's low was 76. But the low days before was 99. So I'm just showing you, folks. You can decide what you want to do with this. But amazingly, this stock, which has only been trading 40 and 50,000, 30,000, 20,000, 40, 50, 11,000, suddenly has 100, now 200, now 100. Then it goes up into the 70s, then 100, then 5 million, then 97 million. Phase 3 clinical trial went better than expected. And now, of course, the market makers drive it down to 13% this morning. I showed you it was down 13.13%. And they drove it down 13% this morning, and now they've just been fleecing it, like I just showed you. And they, of course, love to accumulate the 133 price. They love to buy there. They love to buy 131, 132, 133. LRMR now trying to break 6. Well, I made good money on it. I'm all right. You know, I never cry over a profit, folks. Never cry over a profit. Well, there are some profits you can cry over. You can cry over David Chiaverini. You can cry over David Chiaverini, folks. All right. I don't know if you watched this video, but I hope you watch this video here. The intelligence test where ants beat humans. I hope you watch this video. I really did hope that you watched this video here. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to share this video one more time because anybody that's new to the channel, I want you to please watch this and understand something about life that's going to blow your mind. Each ant only has 250,000 neurons in its mind, in its brain, while human beings have billions. They have 86 billion neurons, but ants can sometimes function in a group mentality, in a swarm intellect. Ants can function better than humans can together in groups. This is an amazing study about ants and bees and fish that swim in big schools and birds that fly like in flocks. You've got to watch this, folks. And as I said, I'm going to copy this and put it into the stream. And I want you to please watch this. Please watch this video. It's a 16-minute video, folks. And when you watch it, folks, it's going to change the way you think about things. And I hope that you'll understand this video's relevance to what's going on this channel every day. Folks, we are a swarm mentality. We have swarm intelligence. We have the advantage of working in large numbers together. We have an advantage of working in numbers together, and we have an advantage over the competition because we can analyze things together with some of the latest technology for screening and scanning for stocks. That's how we pick out these stocks like this one here that go up 59% from yesterday's call out, because we're using other people's information that have scanners and screeners and all sorts of things. By the way, you should sell this at 588 right now. Buy back at 566, 572, 573. And if it doesn't fall back from 588, this thing will go over $6. And it's not falling back from 588, so it is going to go over 6, and I would suggest you sell some at 597, 98, 99, and $6. And then it may even fall now from 588 or 590. It could easily fall. And like I say, I would always sell 588, folks. I wouldn't sell all your shares there. I'm not telling you to sell everything. I'm telling you to sell some. Sell some there at 588. You can't go wrong, folks. Selling 588, you can't go wrong. You're up 59% on this stock, and if you sell it at 588, you can probably buy it back 566, 567, maybe even lower, maybe even 549, maybe even 513 from 588, folks. But I'm going to tell you now, if it doesn't stop at 588 and pull back down to a minimum of 582 or 3, then it's going to go over $9. It's going to go right over 9. And but I would still sell 597, 598, 599, and $6. But my call here is to please sell some at 588, okay? You're talking to a multiple year, 25-year experienced trader here. And now that it didn't fall from 588 to 582 or 83, forget about selling 92 and 93, 94 on my sheet. Go on. It's going up. It's going to 97, 98, 99, and it's going to stop at 6 or 608. So here we go, folks. Right now, it's going to stop at 597, 98, 99, 6, or it will blast past that, and it'll go to 605, 6, 7, and 8, and you should sell there. This is LRMR. I would still have suggested that you sell some at 588, though, at least some. And I think you'll get a buyback at 572, 573, maybe even 566 from 588, folks. But you can see, man, they're coming heavy at it at 588. They want to sell it back down. They love to do that, folks. And the minimum you're going to get is 583 right now. The least it'll pull back is 583, 582 right now. The least it will pull back will be 583, 582. And here it comes right now. And it could drop below that to 577. No problem. No problem. But 588's a sell, folks, as you just saw. And here comes your 582, 83 buy in a moment. And they stop at 1 penny from where I called it out. 584 is what they took it to. Well, it's 4 cents down. Now we're going to 597, 598, 599, and $6. And then the pullback. Here we go, folks. Here it comes. You should sell right here. 597, 598, 599, and $6. You should sell there. Here it comes. 597. There you go. 598. Cha-ching. Now you put your buy orders in at 588 and 589, 592, 593. There it is. Here's your buybacks. 592, 593 is your buyback here now. 6 cents down from the 598. Now it's going to go over 6, and you're going to sell 604, 606, 7, and 8. Here we go, folks. You should sell here. Sell some at 6. I told you should sell 597, 98, 99, and $6. Look for the pullback now to 592, 93. If it does not pull back to 592 or 593, do not put in a sell order at 5, 6, or 7. Just start at 508, 608, I mean. If it does not come to 593 now or 592, there you go, 593, bing. Oh, yeah, baby, called that one completely. $6 to 593, nice. See how easy that is to call? Hit 605, well, you should have sold there. Man, I know these numbers. I know what they're going to do, folks. Interesting that I tell everybody to sell 606, 607, 608, and it hits 605. All right, now here comes your buy-in. Most likely you're going to see a drop all the way to 584 or 586 right now. Maybe lower. You might even see a 577 or 572, 573. Listen, folks, I'm telling you, I've been around a very, very, very long time. I've been trading for freaking 25 years. I can tell you where you need to get out. I can tell you where the buybacks are. I've been doing it a long time. Your buyback's going to be now 588 or 584, 586. They'll come down to it. Don't worry. They'll come back. Now your sells are 606, 607, 608. And then I want you to sell 611, 613. I actually sell 611, 12, and 13. I sell them all. But your sells here are 606, 607, 608 now. Wow, 2 times to $6 and back to $5.94. See how they love that? They're going to take it back to $5.93 again. They love to do this, folks. Here we come. There it is. Bing, you got it. Might even get to $5.89 right now or $5.86, $5.84. Who knows? But now again, sell it again at 6 and buy it back at $5.92. Do it until they stop. Just keep doing it until they stop doing it, folks. They're going to trade in this trench for a while. So you just sold again, $5.97. Got a $5.93, now $5.98, $5.99, 6. Do it, man. Sell. They're doing it. You can do it too. You can do exactly what the big boys do. You can play right along with the whales, everyone. Here it comes, $5.99 and 6. And it might leap over that to 606, 607, 608 right now because it can do that with a stock like this. It's got a target to $11. $11 price target is the new update. Here we go, 601. And now, again, folks, try for a 595 buy here. 595, maybe 596. But it's going to go over, and it's going to go to 608. Here it goes. It's going to 608 right now. 3, 2, 1, ignition, 608, baby. Hit it. Here it comes. And I'm telling you, 606, 607, 608 are sells. That's twice now they've hit 605 and stopped 1 penny below the numbers where I tell you to sell. But it's going to get to 606, 7, and 8. It is. It is. It'll get there. Don't worry. So twice now to 605 and back under 6. And now they're trading in a 6-cent range. 6 cents down, folks. 5.99 is 6 cents down. And here it goes. Right? Oh, yes. And now the 611, you just saw it, was a sell. 611 would have been a sell. 612, 613 is a sell. Oh, yeah, baby. I knew it would go to 608. And look at the drop back to 6. See? Now 597 is your buy, or 593 from 608, folks. You can even get a 577 here. Wow, look at that prediction. Nice. I'm calling it, folks, for you. I'm calling it out. You can do what you want with the information. You don't have to do anything. You can just watch. Now we're going to go to 611, 612, 613. Those are sells. Whew. Man, oh, man. Nice. Look at that thing fall all the way from 608 down to 598, 10 cents down, of course. And they can go lower. They could go all the way to 593, 592, 589 could come into play here. Oh, yeah, they could get that. No doubt about it. Market makers can do that all day long. Get down to 588 right now, no problem. No problem. In seconds, in just seconds. One of those guys could, all these shares that they've been buying and FOMOing up, they could just sell freaking $1.5 million right now and it'll hit 588. You watch and see, folks. LRMR. What a good call out yesterday by DP Barrett, who called this out here in the tank. LRMR, congratulations. And thank you, DP Barrett, for helping me make some money today. All right. I'm looking right now at RXT. And I see they've driven it down. And I'm going to try to come in at 142 right here. Trying to buy 142. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you should be selling this LRMR at 611 through 620. Put your sell orders now in. 611 through 620, okay? Your buy should be 597 right now. 594, 595, 597. That's where your buy should be. 597. Here we go. It's coming to 597 right now. They may even shoot for 595, which would be a good buy, I think. Here they come. There it is. Bam. There it is. You see that? Now your sell's at 608 again. I know it sounds crazy, but folks, I'm telling you, your sell's going to be again at 608. 593 you might get here. Maybe 589. Yes, sir. Oh, there it is. Bam. Again, 593. And here comes your 589 maybe. Right now, 589, 588. You might even get lower. 584 or 583, 582. Oh, yeah. Easy, easy, easy peasy. All right, I got to go get something to drink, guys. You guys hold on here. Hold on here and watch this stock. This is LRMR. My call is the low is going to be now 593. There it is, 593. You bought it again. And you might get 589. You might get 588, 584. You might even get 577 here, folks. But I wouldn't be surprised at all to see 589 come into the screen any minute now. 588, wouldn't be surprised at all. And 584 even. So we'll see if I'm right or if I'm wrong, but I'm going to run up and get some more coffee, folks. And while I do, you can listen to a little bit of my music that is on Spotify playing right now. So I'm going to be playing you some of my songs. I hope you like my music. This is my channel on Spotify. And I'm going to play it right now. And I hope you enjoy the listening to some of my music. Hopefully they won't feed anyone else's music in, because I want them just to play my music. So hopefully all you're going to be hearing here on this is going to be my music. And all right. And this song here is for women who are getting mistreated by husbands. I'll be right back, folks.
So you're back with your boyfriend and you can't stand anymore. You want to write your resignation, your frustration is ignored. But you have your reservations, your hesitation, and your doubt. You're not sure if you can take it, or you can make it, move it out. But you gotta have a dream. And you gotta believe it. Yeah, you gotta have a dream. And you just gotta believe it. You know we treat you badly, and you sadly you stay. But I think you need to leave him. Don't believe him, get away. 'Cause he doesn't really love you. No, he loves you to love him. And I'm telling you because I consider you my friend. And you gotta have a dream. And you gotta believe it. You gotta have a dream. You just got to believe it. Don't you let him fool you. Don't let him prove you anymore. See, it's time to practice your games. Fight your best, yeah, for sure. 'Cause he's never gonna stop it till he knocks you to the floor. Now there's no more sense in talking. You need to walk straight out the door. And you gotta have a dream. And you gotta believe it. Yeah, you gotta have a dream. You just gotta believe it. Yeah, you gotta have a dream. I saw an old man standing on the corner, in ragged pants and a tattered vest. I wish for this guy it was a little warmer, but the cold front was coming from the west. He holds a sign in his weary hand that tells me that he'll work for food, but he hopes to toss a change in his can. But most folks just aren't in the mood. No, no. ever happened to me. I sure hate to be stuck in these shoes. Well, if you're one of the fortunate ones, you'll get in the YMCA. If they don't have enough room there for you, where in the world else will you stay? Well, things aren't too bad in the summertime. They're easy to handle the heat. But it gets real damn cold in the wintertime when it falls below 30 degrees. And if you don't mind standing in a long line, you might get some soup they hand out. You can smell that food, but you still can't conclude. You get there before it runs out. You can't guarantee a thing. You're out in the street. Could we be related to this old man? You might think your chance is a slim, but you best put away every penny that you can and pray you don't wind up like him. I said you best put away every penny that you can and pray you don't wind up like him. I said you best put away every penny that you can. You best put away every penny that you can. You best put away every penny that you can. You best put away every penny that you can.
All right, everybody. Yes, indeed. You're listening to the music of Tyler herself, international music artist, moi. And if you want to, you can come over to my music on Apple Music, Google Play, anything, Amazon. And I cannot play that song for you because I'll get a copyright violation, because even though I hold the copyright, they don't know it. LRMR, there's the pullback to 582. Hey, I told you might see 584. I told you might see 584. And ladies and gentlemen, if you'll look here closely, you just saw 582. And I want you to see on my buy-sell sheet, after you've sold there, the buyback, it says 583. 83, folks, 83, 84. And it actually should say 82 here. There we go. That number should definitely be there. That is a buyback. 82, 83, 84, folks, those are buybacks. And it says there, sell 197, 198, 199, and $2. And then buy back right there. Called it completely. 182, 183. Right on my sheet. Living by the sheet. And there's this, and by the way, LRMR, there's the 75, and I'm calling for 73. I told you might get a 72 or 3. 77's a good buy, but you might see 72, 73. And with the stock up this month, with some people still up 50%, they might draw the line there and say, oh, I don't want to lose any more than 50%. I'm at 60 now. If it drops below 50, I'm selling. So, folks, I'm telling you, use the masses mentality. And that is, if this thing falls below 50%, you had better sell this rapidly, because people, that's a psychological number. And I'm telling you, you'll never see a faster sell-off then after 50% to 33%. Okay? Listen, it can happen very rapidly, folks. Don't get caught there. Somebody says RXTs were getting ready to pop. SoFi is too, folks, here. I'm telling you, SoFi looks extremely strong here. That SoFi's 5-day chart, it could break above this number and just really take off here after that beautiful rack right there. Look at that pair looking this direction over here. She's looking this way, folks. She's looking over here. She's looking over here. See, let's move over. We're in front of her right now. She's looking straight at you almost. Look at her. She's looking right at us over here now. You got that perspective, right? Yep. You got to get over into her view there, right? Where she's looking right at you. Yeah. Then you got to move in there. Yes, you got to move in there. And then right there's time. Come on, let's have some fun, everybody. We're here to have fun. Howdy, fellow tanksters. Hello, Jay Watson. You came in at the right time. Bought XWELL at 133, just sold for 149. Easy says GLW is running today, baby. Folks, we've had some great runners here on the channel already. Today, a stock called out yesterday by DP Barrett, LRMR. LRMR. Look at that sucker, folks. Broke $6. $6.10. I told you to sell the 608. I told you to sell 606, 607, 608. Anybody that was on it, I told you that was the place to sell it. And now it's at 585. And you could have got it at 577. Holy smokes, what a trade stock here, LRMR. And the market makers seem to be just letting it go. There's no rules today. There's no strapping it. There's no halting it. They're just letting this thing go. Some of them they just let go, folks, and other ones they harbor them. Somehow or another, they got their fingers on some, and others they just let go. I don't understand how that is. It must just be that there just isn't a big fat whale on this one, okay? The controlling the, you know what I mean? I don't know why they're letting this thing go up 58 or 60% today. A lot of times they halt mine when they're up 15 or 20%, they halt them. But there's been no halting of this stock today. It's just a freeloader. It can do whatever it wants. It's got full license to go as high as the mother can go to. They probably halted if it got to 20, I'm sure. But holy cow, look at that, man. Some of you just sold it at the number on my sheet, 606, 7, and 8. And now you can buy it back at 577. You might even get a 566 buy on it. Or 555 could come into play. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding at all. Well, looking at RXT right now, somebody said it might get ready to pop soon. Let's go look at RXT. I did it again. Why do I keep hitting T and Y? RXT. Oh my gosh. RXT. All right, here we go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at RXT stock, and we are seeing it being played in a range here. Definitely in a range, trading in a range, trading in a range, trading in a trench, it's called. I'll call it trading in the trench. RXT, trading in a trench, folks. And often you can make some pretty good money doing this. I want you to take a good close look at this. First of all, over here is where the very first resistance level was acquired when the 5-day turquoise line stopped right there. Once it stopped right there, it fell. They did a pair of tots, and then off she went. So I'm just showing you this line where the price is now is parallel to this point where the 5-day once stopped, got a pair of tots, and took off. All right, now, then over here, this same line, it was a pair of tots twice. Big ones there, honkers. And then over here, it was just a nut sack. And here again, they go for the tatas, the blue line, the turquoise 5-day, always to this point, always to here. But ladies and gentlemen, the reason I'm accentuating this for you is because this was also a resistance one time to it rising way, way back. This was a resistance point to the rise. But now, ladies and gentlemen, this number where the price is now, once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5, 6 times to that line. They're trying to get 6 times. But every time, ladies and gentlemen, from this line, it's only dropped this far below, that far below, that far below, and that far below, that far below. You understand? Every time it's gotten to this line, the blue 5-day, the price has gone way up higher, way up higher, way higher, way higher, higher. Every time they've gotten here, it's barely gotten below it. It's barely gotten below it. It's barely gotten below it. It barely got below it. Do you understand? Now, I can't guarantee you that it's going to go off of this line up to there again, or off this line up to there again, or off this line or up to there again, off this line up to there again. I can't guarantee it. But ladies and gentlemen, you're playing the odds here, okay? And this game is loaded, all right? In my opinion, the odds, it's loaded in your favor here, folks. So take a look here at what I'm saying, and you can clearly see that off the price that we're currently at, the price they currently have the price, all we've seen from this price previously is rises, 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 rises. We have not seen drops, 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 drops. Do you understand? This is not the median line, folks, from which it goes just below to here, and then up there, and then down to here, and then up there, and then down here, and then down here, and then up there, and then down a little, and then down here like this. We're not seeing any of that. Do you understand what I'm saying? For every action up, there should be an equal and opposite reaction. For every action, there should be a reaction. For every action, there should be a reaction. But all this thing does is keep reacting to the upside from that low number. And that's why I think this is a great place to buy. Okay, I could be wrong, but I think 138 is a very good place to buy. All right, myself. And not only that, but what I'm going to show you now is going to prove it. Now, this is the stock, RXT, right now. This is it. RXT is the stock. This is the price that most shares have been accumulated today. And that price is 139.5. But rest assured, if you took a bigger look at the picture and zoomed way out on this, you'd see the number is probably 138. So let's zoom out on this and see what number we see. Ah, it's risen, folks. The new number is 144. Look at that spread. 149, 134. $0.15 spread, folks. They're playing it in a 15-cent trench. So if you want to day trade this stock, you put some buy orders in at 127, 128, 129, 130, 31, and immediately put your sell orders in at 141, 142, 143, 144. Then you put your buy orders back in at 133, 132, 134. Then you put your sell orders in immediately thereafter at 143, 44, 47, 48. Folks, you can just keep loading in buy orders on the lows, keep loading in sell orders on the highs, and then you get these two big columns right here of all the people that bought here and sold here and bought here and sold here and bought here and sold here. I mean, folks, it's a 5-cent swing for them. Understand? It's a 5-cent swing every time. And at 139, hold on. $1.39 times 20% plus. Sorry. 1.39 times 10%. 152. So it's an 8, roughly at 149. And let's go to the number that it's really been, 134. 1.34 times 10% plus. 147. Well, there you go, folks. They're making a 10% buy. It goes up. They sell it up 10%. They run it down again. They sell it, buy it at 10% down. They run it up. They sell it 10% up. Now they've made 20%. Now they short it and they run it down. And now they buy it at 134, go long. Now they've made 30%. They go long. They run it up. They short it at 144 again. They made another 10%. Then they run it down to 134 and make another 10%. And ladies and gentlemen, you might think that sounds nuts, but just look at all the volume at both of those levels. And it's almost equal volume, folks. There's not much you can do when this kind of control has taken over a stock and it's being confined to such a tight range, folks. Okay? This is not the best stock right now today, obviously, to be day trading. And there's actually right now more downside pressure to it than upside desire, I will say. But that doesn't surprise me because it's at the place here where they would sell it, see? It's at the price right now where they would sell it because then they run it right back down to 134 where they're going to buy it again. Okay? I hope that you can understand what I'm saying here. And this is on RXT. So it's really being contained. It's being held in a very tight 10% range, and a lot can be made off of that. Like I said, if you've got millions of dollars and you're buying millions here and selling millions there, and buying a million here and selling a million there, buying a million here and selling a million there, and retail the whole time doesn't understand anything of what's going on. They have no idea. Now let's go put in another stock that was called out this morning. XWEL. XWEL. And I want to zoom way out on this as well. And now on XWEL, you can see the median price is 136 a share, folks. 136 is the median price. Okay? Just so you're aware of that. Now, something else I want you all to know is that over here, each one of these candlesticks tells a story. These candlesticks tell you that there was a lot of dark area here, meaning sold to the bidder. And the very light areas are bought on the ask. So as you look at each one of these candlesticks, some of them they all tell you a story. This one had much more selling than buying at that number. And there were many more sold there than bought on that ask. Sold on the bid. So encouraging and wanting the price to fall, that happens when all of these are mostly dark, and most of these are all dark. So all these shares from here and then here on down were sold to the bidders completely to run it down, until whoever it was that I'm guessing borrowed all the shares to sell them all. Once they then sold them, then the buyers started coming in here. So this is all just a big fat sell-off. There were some buyers that came back in at this number, but they just threw out all these shares from here down to get to that number. And there were 1,613,000 shares available at today's low of 79 cents. Okay? So right here, this is the stock XWEL. XWEL. And today's low was 79 cents. It ran up to 159. It was called out very early this morning by Marty, right off the bat. Here it is on the charts. Show it to you now. Hold on. XWEL. And this is it right here, ladies and gentlemen. XWEL. As you can see, it just hit 162, and it's now sitting at 141 a share. XWEL. Called out this morning by Marty, and I know that Marty is using some advanced equipment to make his picks. And the ones that Marty is using is tip ranks. And I tell you, Marty, you've been very consistent, picking out some very good ones there on tip ranks. And, I used a screen cleaner this morning on my laptop, but I've got some sort of stubborn little so I think what I'm going to do here is the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to apply. Do you guys think it's okay to put a little bit of light, just water, just if a moist towel? Do you think I would be safe doing a moist water towel? That's what I'd like to know. Because and then I'll go over it with a screensaver. Anybody helping me out here at all out of the 70 listeners? Cobra, I don't hold any stocks overnight. I don't recommend holding stocks at all. Now, I have a lens cleaner ammonia here, but I'm going to have to go with a little bit more moisture because these things are stubborn that are here, whatever it is. So just give me a second here, folks. And I'm not going to apply any pressure at all. No pressure. I'm just repeatedly going to wipe this until these little stinking things are all gone, whatever the heck they are. But I definitely want them gone bye-bye. Yes. Bravissimo. Hasta muchos más bien. You know, this is a lot of our little hidden secret here, folks, what we got going on here. I wonder how it stays so secretive. Because I think we got something going on. And I think we need to keep doing what we've been doing. I'm taking a look at RXT right now. I don't really like the look of it and the feeling of it now. And I sure don't like EDSA down 16%. But then again, it was up 68% yesterday. Just hold on a second here. Gonna move over here. And you guys heard me tell you last night before we close things up that I want you to please sell all of this if you do not have any money to risk. I told you that I was going to hold on to it because I had a gut feeling that it might make a nice move up tomorrow, and it did not. And I'm going to be the one to let you know that I told you all, if you don't have any money to risk on this stock, sell it right now before the market closes tonight, I said. And otherwise, you're taking the risk on it. And I got to get a security code, so hold on here a second. I'll be right back, everybody. Please give me a moment. My phone is, I'm going to log in on another account, so give me a minute here. All right. And just give me a minute here now. I'm going to turn this light back on so I can use the pen here that I've got hidden somewhere. It's really strange. There we go. Now I'm taking a look right now on a stock that I took a risk on yesterday, MGRX. Fortunately, I made up on it on my other stock investment of LMNR. So that countered what MGRX did. But right now, if you look at MGRX, hold on just a second here. It is just holding pattern on it right now. And strangely enough, they're holding it here, even though before this was a big resistance number and where they got a lot before there. And they got a lot right there. But what I'm noticing is now, why are they getting it up here? Who decided to stop the drop there and accumulate this? Why in the world isn't it back down to where this resistance to the rise was? And the resistance to the rise, resistance to the rise, resistance to the rise, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop. Why here? Why here? Why there, folks? That's what has me curious about it. That's what makes me wonder. Is it maybe a place to get in? Obviously, the whales have had the ability to stop it from going over this price once and drop it way down. They had the ability to stop the 5-day there and make it fall. They had the ability to make the 5-day stop once, twice, 3 times and make it fall. Then the energy pushed it past that, but they caught it and pulled it back to that number again. The whales doing that, folks. But then this thing just had so much energy. And then they brought it down, and there's obviously a line right here. There's a line right here. Resistance there, resistance there, resistance there, resistance there, resistance there, resistance there. But the low level of resistance, I marked it right here because I wanted to show you guys this. Why did they decide here to stop it now, this price? There, right up there. Why? I'm curious. Is that because it stopped the 5-day drop right there before it took off? It stopped a 5-day drop right there. Is that the correlation to it? See, I don't believe anything happens coincidentally, folks. I don't believe in coincidence. What I do believe it's worth taking a look at things like this and things like that and things like that and then noticing where it now is building the shoulder, where it really never did before, except when on that little hitch and go. I'm curious about this stock, MGRX. Now, I know it's down 8% today, but I said to everyone last night before the market closed, listen, folks, if you can't afford to take any risk, do not get in on this stock. All right? That's what I told you. And I said, whatever you do, don't hold it. I said, don't hold this stock overnight. If you don't have the money to lose, don't hold it overnight. And if you sold it all, then when they just dropped it down to a good buy point today, you could just buy in on the low, which is what we want to intend to do here every day, right? And right now, I think might be a good little place to buy some, because what I'm going to do for you right now, since I'm showing you this, is I'm going to get a little bit closer in on it and take a look at it, because I think the 5-day is starting to rise. Yep, I think the 5-day is going to make a move right now. Could be wrong completely. But MGRX. I'm watching it, folks, and I'm wondering, should I buy some more right here on this drop? It's down 8.12%. But one thing I'm not enthused about or attracted to is it's not churning away, folks. It's just very, very slow volume. So this is one I'm probably going to. But believe me, they like to make you think they're sleepers. And all of a sudden you turn around and the thing is shot through the roof. You guys keep an eye on MGRX, okay? Now, I'm down on it today, so I'm going to leech out of it some right now. And you guys are going to tell me which runner to put it into, because you can see all the charts. And you got your scanners going off. So hold on here. I'm going to sell 200 of this. And I'm down a little bit today. I want to turn that day green. I want to make this a green day. And I've already got some cash to buy in with. So I sold a little bit right there at 4839. And you can clearly see there's my order that just sold, 483951. So you see, I did get charged for that transaction on Charles Schwab. Because over here, it says 4839, folks. And I can see just from showing that screen, it needs to be equally cleansed. So we're going to go to that one too now and modify its look. But we have to remember, because this one's touch sensitive, that we have to take everything down before we do it. So hold on here a second. Let me do this screen too. There we go. Very nice. All right, everybody. Yeah, don't hold anything overnight. IOVA, kissing it, baby. $433 would have been a sell for sure. 431, 32, 33 should have been sold there. That's a no-brainer. Everybody on this channel knows that. Everybody that has my buy-sell sheet knows to sell the 33. Don't fall in love with any of these stocks, folks. They're just for day trading only. Well, here's what you need to do. Look at this percentage gain. What's it doing? Watch that percentage gain. Now, listen, when you're on a really hot stock, it changes every second. The number changes every second on a piping hot stock, first of all right? So you can see that number one, this stock is not on fire, okay? But it's moving. It's not churning, okay? It's not churning. It's moving all right though. But here's the thing. What direction is it going in? By percentage, not price. And look at the percentage gap between the lowest number and the highest number. Keep a track of that. Right now it's 452, 450 is the lowest percentage gain. And the highest percentage gain right now 4.10 is the lowest percentage gain. So it's going down. Now 3.97. So obviously you can see that. It's doesn't take a rocket scientist. And quite frankly, right now, is it lunchtime? Yeah, it could just be your lunchtime low. Yep, there's your sell-off right there with a lot of candlesticks selling more than buying. During the run-up this morning, there was a lot more buyers than sellers on most of them, but now, see, the offset as it was being bought this morning, there was a lot of selling activity during the same, and buying during the same time. A lot of equal buying and selling going on. But right now, there is no equality. This is flat out selling these shares that they bought here, here, and here. Took it to the high right there, 435, and said, now let's short it. And then they started selling during lunchtime, low volume, just sell and sell and sell. Very effective way to run it down. 392 is an entry area too. From 435 to 392. Was that like 40 something cents down? 392 is a good entry point on IOVA. And look for 388 as well. But 392 is a pretty common low after you sell up around the high of the day there. 435. That's a pretty solid rundown. That's a pretty, and just below the 50-day right here. Watch this candlestick right here closely, folks. 392 might be a good entry on that IOVA. Thanks for calling it out. It might be the perfect time to get in on it. Well, they sure did come after it during lunchtime, didn't they? When the cat's away, the mouse will play. Well, you got my eye on it, and I'm going to get some of it. I think you called it out because of a reason. So just because of the timing of it, I'm going to go ahead and get some. So I'm going in on IOVA, if they'll let me buy it. I'm coming in now. 10 shares. Not going to come in heavy. I never do. And I'm going to try down below it. I'm going to try 394. Lunchtime is not over. We're right in mid lunch, so they could easily come on back down to that 394. So I'm coming in order underneath it. It's jumped to 397 now. Sticking to my guns, though, kind of coming underneath it at 396. That's a pretty big drop, folks, right there. And they got it down to 393, 392. It's one of their favorite numbers. Stock is up 5%. I'm just going to come in 20 at market now because it looks like it's going to go back up over. And now I'm sure I got some because I just put it in an order at 397 just because I wanted to get it. I got it at 395.5. And I got it at 396. 395.5 and 396 I just got. And I've still got orders to buy it at 394. And now I'm going to sell a little more MGRX because I see it is also going down. And I'm looking for this thing to get on something that's going to turn around and run. And so I'm moving my money over here now to IOVA. And I just picked it up at 395.5. And I'm going to come in now on it, 396 if I can. And I really am hoping to get 394 and 393 still. And lunchtime is far from over, like I said. And plus, just the mere fact if I set them in down there, they'll see them and they'll come take them from me. They don't want bids down there. They want to eliminate any competition they've got. So I'll lure them down there and they'll take my 393s from me. Again, the stock I'm buying right here, folks, is IOVA. And sometimes, I feel like we're being led here and someone called it out. And what are your thoughts on it? And I think it's driven down right now from 435 a share to 393. I thought it was a good place to buy it. That's a pretty big drop from 435 to 393, and a number that they love to achieve. It's nice, and I'm going to get it right now. They're going to come and get my 393. Oh, she got to 394 and stopped and went up. Well, we got a 42-cent drop, folks. If they got it from 394 or 390, the high that today of 435 down to where they just got at 393, that's 42 cents down. That's a very big drop. And I got my order right now at 393. I've got a buy order in at 394. The bid is 395. The ask is 396. It's the lunchtime low, folks. It's my son's favorite time to buy. I'm trying to turn this into a positive day. I want to go from red to green. Now, I just sold some MGRX, and one thing I want you to know is after I sold that last fill order, it's going up. But the bid is well below where I just sold. But it's actually filling right now over where I sold a little bit. So I like that. MGRX is actually starting to make a little move up. All right, here comes the buy, folks. One more time, 393 for the low at lunchtime. They may even go for 392. Here we go. Right now, I'm going to pick up 394 right now. And I just picked up 394 on this stock. Down 42 cents off of its high. And I'm going to get 393 now, too. I knew if they saw them down there, they'd come and take it from me. Yep, they did. Not yet, though. Not the 393. But I did get 394, and I feel good about that. And the stock I'm buying here, ladies and gentlemen, is MGRX. I'm sorry, it is not. It is IOVA. The stock I'm selling is MGRX that I took a hit on, and I'm going to turn that hit around, and I'm going to turn it into a profit. Folks, I don't sell for a loss. I sell to make a profit. And you guys are going to tell me which stock to buy. DP Barrett says BTK. I see it right now. That thing says $7,287. Is that what? What do you... BTQ. What is up with this price? Huh? BTK. I don't know about that. BTK not walk too strong. Now looking at RXT. Yeah, where it's sitting right now, this line has definitely been visited before as a low. Looking at RXT, this low we are seeing right now of the 5-day, we've seen it there before, and we've seen it there before, right there. The 5-day stopped rising right there and did a double ta-ta, then took off. That's the significance of this number right there, where it is, and stopped before there. But where the 5-day is right now, right there, that number was right there, the stopping point to the run up right here before it rocketed. So there is no coincidence to points at which they stop running it down. They have ways of using previous lows to determine where they're going to take it down to. They just go back in history and go, let's see, right here there was a bit of resistance right here. We had them right there at this price. We suckered them right there, and then we took it all the way to there. So they're thinking the same thing now. Let's take it down and see if we can find any suckers to sell us. The same place the suckers sold us there, the suckers sold to us there, and they suckers sold to us here before we took it all the way up to there. So let's go one more time for that line. See if we can bounce it off that. Go long right there. And I think they just did. I'm going to highlight it now. There it is. Doing. Look at that candlestick that started to form right on my line there, right on it. And then, doing. What a coincidence. See, again, folks, I say over here on this sheet of paper that I have here, there are no coincidences, folks. It's not a coincidence. Numbers that are achieved for lows and highs are not just coincidental numbers. Not most often. You can always trace them back to places of origin, to previous points of resistance, to previous rundown points and previous accumulation points. And I think what I just showed you is, although they didn't barcode it there and accumulate it a long time, what makes you think? Here's my question. Now we're regarding this line right here where this is now. Here's my question for you. If at that line, the price was only there for a 1 minute, and it was only there for 1 minute, how long do you think it's going to stay now at that line? Again, it was here for a fraction of time this morning. Just a moment in time this morning, it was there. And over here, again, this number right here, how long was it there here? And how long was it there here? How long was it there? How long was it there? How long do you expect it to stay there now? Does anybody got it, what I'm saying? It's never stayed there before, folks. RXT, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that IOVA is down now to 91 cents bid, 92 ask. I sure hope it holds up right there. I hope it holds right there and goes back on up from 391, 392. It usually does. Especially a stock that started out so high, that went up so high. All right, folks, so what do you know? As I mentioned this stock in that resistance point, well, how long was it down there below that line just then? How long? The same length of time that it was down there, and the same length of time it was down there. Just for a flash. Just for a flash. BTQ. It's at its high of the day. And unfortunately, it's approaching 330. It already hit the high of the day, 327. Now pull back to 324. Man, what's the news? Petey, I don't know about pinch plays, but the tight bands that is going to the upside that has great fundamentals that beat earnings. PD, I know about that pinch plays that by the tight bands that is going to the upside and that has great fundamentals that beat earnings every quarter is a fact with PE of 4.0 going to 815, priced at $13. PD, huh? And it is currently crossing over the 200-day average. And 2 days ago had a low of 618, which is an unusual low. That's a very unusual low. Even that in and of itself shows me weakness. That shows me weakness. That low of 618, I can tell that's a weak number. That's not one of their numbers, folks. 618 is not one of their numbers. So there's the weakness right there. There's where your first flash card was seen right there. They threw their first card where you could see it. They exposed their hand right there. They exposed their hand. 618, folks. That number should be 613 or 608, 620 maybe, not 618. Man, if I'd have seen that, I would have bought that right away if that was the low. Well, now, let me teach you guys something about this stock here. I'm going to go to the 180-day chart. Okay. Folks, this is a one-day play. All right. This has a lot of downward energy, heavy negative energy going against it. This could easily be a pump and dump. PD, watch out. Because I sure as heck don't see this 200 starting to flatten out any, and I don't see the 45 and 50 starting to turn up yet either. It's still falling. Now, the short term, yes, over the last 2 days, yes, obviously. You can see that happening. And they will have, if they come up over that, as an effect on it and start flattening it out. But that's a lot of downward momentum. And the problem is it's the 200 and the 50 falling is so heavy that every time it's tried to jump over the 200, then every time over the 50, try to push over the 50, try to push over the 50, try to push towards the, try to get the 50, horrible. Now it's trying to push towards the 50, and watch out, people. It's been closer to the 50 and on the 50 before. Once there, couldn't hold. Once there, couldn't hold. Once that far away and couldn't hold. Once that far away and couldn't hold. Once this far away, and now it's the same distance away. So just be careful, folks. I would never buy a stock at 660 anyway, because the most it's going to go up to is 666 for today anyway. That's all it's going to do. It's just going to go from 660 to 666, most likely. Hey, let me know. Notify me if this stock, PD, if it goes over 666, I'll buy it. I'm going to write it down here for sure. Michael Anthony, thank you. Now, let's focus in though on let's focus in on this long-term chart. And there is your 5-day bottom out right there, and now moving up and crossing the 5-day, crossing the 10 out of the gate today. But unfortunately, the weight of a 50-day falling and the weight of a 45 can be very heavy against any type of move up. I'm just telling you. And I think 666 is where they're going to put their thumb on it if they let it rise to that today. I'd sell some there anyway and get back at 655. So anyway, that's my thoughts on PD. But thank you for bringing that up, because we love to look at everything closely. Now, there may be other circumstances that you just mentioned that could really make this thing go. And this could be the beginning of something big. And there's no question that there's been a lot of attention buying in the first 4 hours of this day. But yesterday, guys, you saw another stock that I got on had huge buying the first 4 hours and then half that much in selling the next 4 hours, just massive selling the next 4 hours. And as I said, it's one of those conditions where they buy up all the dang shares and they make you FOMO out and think it's going to run. And then they sell half of them, and then they make it fall way down with half the shares they sell. And they just find out where the bottom is there. So be careful, folks, because yesterday that's what they did with another stock. Had the first 4 hours with all green. The next 4 hours, 100 to 50 red. Oh, man, it was rough to look at. So that's PD. The long-term averages are all falling, so that's not real attractive. They say don't ever try to catch a falling knife. All right, MGRX. Well, we're looking at the long-term chart on this stock. MGRX. Kissing it right now. 45-day is steadily rising. 50-day is steadily rising. Trying to bring it to a needle point right on the line that I called the resistance line for this stock. Now, this is on the 180-day chart. Look at the 20-day chart. Look at the 20-day chart on this. Ladies and gentlemen, how far has the price every time it was at this price right there? How far has it gone down from there? How far down has it gone from that price? Well, it's never gone below this price. And look at the 200-day average, just rising and rising and rising and rising. Interesting, huh? And you guys have heard me talk about kissing ET. Kissing ET. Well, folks, you got a situation here going on. And there may be an effort to push it down and get it to that line right there. 47 cents. 47 cents is where the 200 is going to meet it, and they're going to kiss at 47, folks. And she's at 48.3 right now. Now, the energy of a 200 rising at this angle and a 45 and 50 that crossed it almost straight up is very strong, folks. And this is a wave of energy from here all the way through here. There's just a triangular wave of upward energy going on, people. And even here on this side, there's a triangular wave of upward energy. Are you with me? The only thing trying to do is herk, jerk, and jerk this thing. MGRX. There's not a lot of volume on it now. MGRX. It averages 6 million a day, and now only 1 million shares traded. But ladies and gentlemen, MGRX, this company right here, traded 349 million shares 4 days ago on February the 20th. And it hit 68.90 for a high. Now, if you go back in time, folks, this stock was already over $1.03 on January the 8th. This stock was over $1.03 on January the 8th. And pay attention to the fact that it went from 72 cents to $1.03 in just 8 days. 8 days of trading. From 72 to $1.03. And now they drove this down from a high yesterday of 52.80 to a high of 49.37. And the low, 48.04. And they've done it. If you can see, the share volume is drying up. From 349 million to 11 million, down to 3 million, and today 1.1 million shares traded to make it fall 6%, 6.8%. But ladies and gentlemen, all I'm going to do is I'm going to find a stock like this one, all right? Tomorrow, I'm going to find a stock that does this again like I made today. All right, that's what I'm going to do with my what I went down on this stock, EDSA, and MGRX both cost me money. So by the way, the stock that I just filled at and then kept trying to buy, that I just filled at 394 is now at 392 ask. And I guess I just filled an order at 393 or below. Yep, I've got shares of it at 393 and 394 IOVA. MGRX, here's the long-term chart on it. 20-day chart, MGRX, and ET formation. Can't guarantee what it's going to do from here, but ladies and gentlemen, I see what looks like the bottom was just formed right there, MGRX, and for once, I see buyers coming in with no sellers on it. In that last hour, almost all buyers and very few sellers there in the last hour on this stock. So I'm showing it to you. It's called MGRX. And I have no idea if it will recover and bounce here, but if I take out the chart and go to the 180-day, ladies and gentlemen, I got news for you. That looks like a possible springboard Okay? When stocks do this sometimes, folks, it's building a shoulder. And that 50-day is trying to come up over and cross the resistance that was there to a rise, the resistance that was twice resistance to a drop. And the 50 days trying to cross that right now. And by the way, when the resistance was here, the 50 was way down here. And the second time the resistance was here, the 50 had moved up to here. And now the third time resistance is here, and the 50 is knocking on its door. Do you understand what I'm saying? MGRX, people. Now, I'm not telling you to go dive into this right now, but it was down 10% when I bought some this morning, and now it's only down 6.4%. So the shares that I got this morning, I'm up 4% on. And I like doing that. I like defending my position. And but I am going to move money around always. And I'm looking for the one that's really going to fly here this afternoon. So I'm waiting for someone to call out the big one. I wrote LIMN to long last week. Good. Let's change this now to a 10-day chart. This is MGRX, folks. And like I said, why did they want to collect all the shares at that mysterious number that they never stopped at, but for a second and for a second and for a second? And today, same thing. It wasn't going to stay there, folks. I called it out. It wasn't going to stay there. It's never been there for more than a second, folks. And congratulations if you just bought right there at 48.05. Because as I said, folks, to you all, this stock has never sat here for any time before. Looking at the 20-day chart, I pulled this out. I showed you where it was accumulating, and I said, why here? The only time it's ever been there was for a flash, and for a flash, for a flash. Why here now? That's what I wanted to know. That's what I asked you, looking at the 10-day chart. I showed you all, ladies and gentlemen, this price, where they're at now, right now, they've only ever hit there, right there with the 10-day once before. The turquoise 10-day was there. And if it stopped there before, and over here, it was a stop to the rise and they pulled it back. And then it was a stop to the drop right here. Folks, I told you that was a good place that it could possibly stop dropping again right there on that line, and right there, and right there, and right there, and there it goes. Now, I can't guarantee you that it's going to keep rising, but who knows? I'm just saying recently they haven't been here very long on this stock before. They haven't been able to maintain it at that price recently. And I could be wrong, but am I wrong? I mean, I'm not wrong. And look how far it went up off that before, off that line right there. Look at that thing go right off there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as I point out to you, and hopefully you can learn from this, if this bright, big, huge, gaping, vaggy drop one day, if that thing right there, if that was the bottom for the 10-day average, and then over here, you saw it just touch that with a nip one time, and then you saw one other probe of that number right there, and they just got a little sip of it before it was dry. And then over here, they're going to sit there for a long time. Oh, no, they are not. No, they are not. They never sat there a long time here. They never sat there a long time here. And it did not sit there a long time when it was there. So why in the world should it sit there a long time now? Why should it sit there for a long time? When the last three times it was there, it was for a flash, for a flash. All right? That's why I suggested this was a good place to buy this stock today. Yeah, we get on some stocks that we should be just day trading instead of, they're not on the long list. I made the mistake too. I've made some mistakes lately. But I can tell you one thing. I don't think it was a mistake for any of you if you just bought MGRX right there on that line right there. Because it never stayed there before. And I showed you guys that 20 minutes ago. That's why I said to buy it there. That's why I said I thought it would be a good buy. I'm not telling you to dive in and buy thousands of shares. I'm telling you to get in and gently go in and then keep staying behind it, running your prices underneath it. Every little pullback, you can catch the pullbacks and help reinforce your position you already own on this stock if you own MGRX with me still. And also, let's take a look at EDSA right now. Now, well, I can tell you one thing I don't like, and I'm going to probably start selling this because I don't like this 5-day right here too much, but they might just be trying to kiss ET right here and run it off. But seeing the 5-day below this previous 5-day run-up stop point, I would love to have seen this 5-day stop right there. I would love to have seen it stop there, but they crossed it through the 50. Now, it might be just because they want to try to buy it near the 200 and then run it up. No doubt about that, because this is a definite ET formation. You can see that. They're ETing the shit out of this thing right now. Probably going to bounce it off at the lunchtime low right there and watch it run. There it is. There's your bottom. You can already see there was the big attack right there at 12:30, mid-lunch buy. Mid-lunch buy, people. EDSA. Right now on my buy on IOVA, I do have 70 shares, and I'm down 1%. Someone talked to me about IOVA, and I went and looked at it, and I thought, well, I'll buy a little bit of it. So I don't have much of it, but I'm down on it 70 cents. IOVA. So don't get in on that right now. IOVA is moving downwards, okay? I'm just here to tell you. No IOVA for you right now until I go green, all right? And then we can go in on IOVA for more. But right now my loss was just $2.25. I've just gone down to $2.25 loss on it. And now it says 260. So shy away from IOVA, all right? Please shy away from IOVA. You win some, you lose some. The nature of the beast. That's right. EDSA. Let me just say this. The one thing I like about EDSA is this ET I see on the screen right here. And I see a rising 10-day, a dropping 5 to meet on the 200-day average. And kissing on the 200-day average, down 16% right now. Man, there's nothing more that market makers love to do than see a rising 50-day and 45-day average, see a rising 10-day and 5-day average, and then bring it down to the 200-day while the rising 50 below, just bring it right to the 200 and consolidate it right on the 200-day. 16% down. And won't surprise me at all to see this down 1,666%. I am not kidding you. Look for it to happen right now, ladies and gentlemen. Down 1,666%. And if anybody thinks that is going to be coincidental, you would be, well, again, as I've said already many times, nothing is coincidental, folks. Not in today's stock market, it sure isn't. These numbers that they manipulate to are purposeful, people, and you need to learn how to take advantage of that. Not fall victim to it, but take advantage of it. Now, yesterday, before the market closed, I said to everyone who bought into EDSA, and we were down already, I said, do not hold this stock if you do not have money that you can afford to lose. Those were my exact words. I want you to sell it all right now, is what I said to you. I said, the only reason that I'm going to hold on to this stock is because I have a gut feeling. Now, I can be wrong, and I always say, hey, I could be wrong. But I don't think so. Well, that don't mean shit. I can still be freaking wrong. Whether I think I'm not or am or not, it doesn't matter. I can still be wrong, and I was wrong about this one. My gut feeling was wrong. But, or was it? Or was it? Because now I see it's not down 1,666 anymore. Interestingly enough, it's only down 1,638. And now it's only down 1,589, ladies and gentlemen. And I like that. So I got some money to buy with. But again, folks, sometimes you overlook things and you don't notice stuff like I do. And I just noticed, for example, that they had it down virtually 16.66%. And I guess they probably did right before I got over there. And but what a coincidence, huh? That would be today's low, or is it? I think that's today's low right there. What they just got. Let's move over to the 1 day. No. Today's low was 120 a share, folks. 120. And don't you know that I tell you to buy right there? 120 a share, folks. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to notice about this stock. And this is the mirror point right here. This is a mirror. All right, so I'm going to show you something you can learn from right now. It's called mirror trading, people. And this is your mirror right there. Now, I want you to understand something. This level right here has been a resistance level for the 5-day before. So there needs to be a line scored across here at this number right here, folks. Right there. Doom. We're going to put one right there. And now we're going to put a resistance line in right here. Right there. And we're going to put a resistance line in right here. A definite one there. And there's going to be a resistance line right here. For sure and certain. And there's going to be a resistance line right here, right there, right. Hold on, I'll get there, right there for sure. All right. So what I'm teaching you here, ladies and gentlemen, is called mirror trading. And what I'm using is not the actual price, but I'm using the 5-day moving average. The 5-day moving average. The 5-day moving. The 5-day, okay? The turquoise line is what I'm using. The 5-day moving average for my resistance points. And ladies and gentlemen, right there'll be no resistance from here once it breaks over here until we get to this point. Okay, which was resistance there and resistance there and resistance there and resistance there. So this, what I'm teaching you, is called mirror trading. So what you would want to do now, since this was a resistance point to the 5-day rising, is a sell right now at this number. Okay? You want to sell here at 130, 129, 128. Because you can see over here the 5-day clearly on a rise stopped at that number and pulled all the way back down to 127. It pulled down 10 cents. It pulled down 10 cents. So if this runs up here now to this line, then you sell it at 129. Look for a buyback at 120, folks. I'm telling you. All right. This is called mirror trading, what I'm trying to teach you. Okay? So I'm showing you EDSA right now. And I'm telling you, if it goes back up here, this is a sell, buy back around here. Then it breaks that, and then you sell it here and buy back here. Now, I'm not saying it's going to do this, but what I am going to tell you is if it does go right on up on energy and news and anything, you will want to sell at each one of these points where I just put a line, okay? Okay, because from each one of these points that historically were points of resistance, there will be that as we move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, as it falls is as it rises. Understand? That's the lesson I'm trying to teach you here. Yep. So don't be surprised if right now this price runs right to there and then drops back a little bit before it moves beyond this line from to right there probably, and then it'll fall to here because it most likely will fill a little bit back because there's a line right there where the 10-day came down, the 5-day came down to right there too. So there's other places where it will stop. But you can be sure of one thing, as it moves beyond these points, which were previous resistance points, and by the way, this one where we are now is another resistance point right here, right here. There has been resistance at this point. There's been resistance before there. You can see it twice, 3 times. Watch it, look at it. You can see it. See, look here. There was resistance to it right there. Where it is right now, there is resistance right there. And I love that it has now broken above, even though it stopped and went back, it broke over this line. And now here it should pull back a smidge and then go over this line to the next one. If it repeats the way it fell, folks, if it repeats the way it fell, and it often will. And listen, ladies and gentlemen, I got news for you. From this price right here, there's a massive gap all the way up and down here. The only resistance is right there. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? When this thing was attacked this morning and they dropped it and sold all those shares, when they did that right there, they created a big gap in between here. And there's a gap there now because they herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked and jerked all through there, folks. And then they herked and jerked all through here. Folks, there's a dang gap here. This thing has been played with all through here and shaven, baby. When it breaks this number right here, it can easily now go right back because of the way they fleeced it all out through here and fleeced it through here. I'm telling you, folks, I've seen it before. When it gets to a certain point, this thing can just go right back up the same way it fell this morning. And I could be wrong, but watch and see if I'm wrong or right. Sorry I was late. Can you repeat it from the top? Yeah. This is the mirror point. This is the middle. This is called mirror trading. And you're using the history of the stock's resistance points to determine now as it rises where your points of resistance are going to be. It's called mirror trading, folks. It's what it's called. And you can clearly see that this was the middle of the mirror. And this move here was equated by this move here. This drop here was equated by that drop there. This move up is equated right here by this move up. And there should be no resistance till it gets to there. Because there never was, once it went past this line over here, there's never been resistance here before in this range. So why would there suddenly be all this resistance? There won't be. There was only resistance at this number one time right there. Right there was where resistance was once. So it won't stay here, most likely. Nope. The only time that there was any resistance right here, notice it fell right through that before, right through this region before. And it fell, and when it rose through this region very rapidly. See that? Notice that. It rose through this region, it fell through this region, and now it's going to try to stay there. Only for accumulation, people, would it do that before it moves from here to the next level, which is where this 5-day went up to right there. Sambushta Thor's hammer. Yes, we're doing that. Sorry I was late. Somebody is deleting messages. Oh, yeah, they don't like what I say. A lot of times my board is moderated by YouTube moderators that will take off things people try to tell me quite often. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, this is mirror trading. You've learned something today, hopefully. And now I'm going to zoom in on this and look at this better. And I freaking love what I freaking see here. This is EDSA. EDSA. And ladies and gentlemen, I got news for you. What you're witnessing here is the definition of consolidation, capitulation, and convergence. Do you understand what I'm saying? Look at this thing. And there's nothing we like better than to buy there, and I did buy more. And this is the definition of consolidating a stock and capitulating the stock and then converging the stock on the 200-day moving average. And look at the 45 and 50. And ladies and gentlemen, notice this is now becoming a red belly, blue back. Right there, you can clearly see the red belly there on that blue back. That's right. It's a blue back, red belly, folks. And look at that thing bouncing now off of that line of resistance now. I'm telling you, MGRX, folks. I mean, EDSA. EDSA. Now, I'm not telling you to pile in here. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying maybe pick up 50 shares. Maybe pick up $20 worth. Okay? But let me just tell you, I really like seeing this 50-day with a 45 rising and the 10-day rising. And all I'm seeing is dips into the 10, dipped into the 10, and a little dip on the 10 there, just a little dip. Look at the distance of this dip down. Look at the distance of this dip down. Look at the distance of that little dip right there, folks. And again, the 45 is just rising off the 50-day right now as we speak. The 45-day moving average was down below the 50 that far when the price was down here. And now the 45 is way over, it's going over the 50, and it's going to separate from it soon because this thing's going to freaking bounce, people. Come on, EDSA, let's go. It was just down 1666. It's now down only 1527. So it's already gained a percentage and a half if you just bought it when it was down 1666. It was down further than that, folks. They had this thing down all the way to $1.20 a share today. So they probably had this thing down 1888 or 213. I don't know what they had it down. They had it down. They had it down way down this morning. EDSA. And look at this beautiful rise this afternoon now. And does it mean I'm going to keep it and hold on to it? No, it does not. EDSA, folks. Buy low, sell high. Oh, and it won't be any coincidence here that we could break over this number, the 200-day, because 131 is up here. 131 is here, and 132 is here. Each one of those lines of resistance is on the whole cent, folks. Well, here they try one more dip, and look at here, folks. Just the same thing. It's the same thing again, dipping just there at just below the 10-day. Take the 5 just below the 10-day one more time if they can. And like I said, the stock was just down 16.66%. Now it's down 15.89%. And so, yeah, I think we might have seen the afternoon's drop to 1666 might have been their thing, and that was all they really wanted. But we don't know. I have no idea. But I want to turn my losses into gains here. I don't sell. When I sell, I don't sell for a loss. I sell to put up my money onto a runner, folks. And right now, I'm not saying EDSA is the one to buy, not at all. I'm just showing it to you. Now let's look at RXT. Huh. Well, my goodness gracious. RXT here. I wonder why they're barcoding it at this number. They never gave a damn about that number in the past. Look at this thing on the 20-day chart. Or let's take a look at the 10-day. Well, I've certainly seen a lot of interest in this stock right there before, and I've seen a lot of interest in this stock right there before. But I've never seen this kind of interest at this number. Stopped it there from rising, stopped it there from rising, and now they stop it there from falling. Right? That's where we are right now. Yeah. Stopped it from falling right there one time. Stopped it from falling right there briefly one time. Stopped it from rising there one time and stopped it from rising there. The 5-day average, the turquoise line, stopped right there, folks. Stopped again there, the 5-day turquoise. Then blew through that without any resistance at all the way up. Then they fleece this thing completely out so there's nothing left on it. And then they drive the 5-day down to that line again. A line that was resistance to the rise there and resistance to the rise there, and now becomes resistance to the fall. In my opinion, I could be wrong. But, ladies and gentlemen, right there was the line where they got this candlestick to, right there. Again, I could be completely wrong, but I always look at why is it that they want to accumulate at a certain number? Why do they want to suddenly focus their attention on this number? There we go. Why here in the middle of the afternoon? Why that number did they just take it to? You know, what I was trying to show people a little bit earlier was I've seen this number, but every time I've seen this number so far, recently, it's just been very briefly right there for a millisecond right there. I've seen this number visited, but I've seen it for just a millisecond there and a millisecond there. Then I see the 200 cross over it right there, and I wonder, as I look at the rising 200 day, why did they pick that number today to run it down to get this candlestick to sit right on that number? Why? Why? Over here, ladies and gentlemen, it only got there for a flash. And over here, it only got there for a flash. And now here, when it was getting here for a flash, the 200 was way down here. And the second time it got here for a flash, the 200 was here. So now I see them get it here for a flash again, and the 200 is above the dang thing. Understand what I'm getting at? I see the price barely able to stay there for a second with the 200 way down here. Then I see the price barely able to stay there for a second with the 200 just below it. And now I see them get it down below it again with the 200 up here, folks. Holy crap. How did they manage to do that? How are they pulling that off? You know, this stuff that I show you, these things I show you, just because I call them out, oh, shoot, hold on. They might not mean a dang thing. All right, I'm here to tell you, man, just because I bring these things out to you doesn't necessarily mean that much, okay? I'm just showing you these things, okay? You are the one to decide for yourself. You are the one to decide for yourself if they can only get to this price here for a flash with the 200 down here and they could just get to that number with a flash with the 200 there. And now they've decided to make this accumulation point, okay? That they could only previously get, and the 200 has done nothing but rise and rise and rise and rise and rise this entire time. And now they once again achieve a flash below that number with the 200-day moving average way up here. I don't know, folks. It looks to me like they're sincerely trying to capitulate and consolidate and converge, and I don't know why or how they are now able to accumulate there when they could never stay there, but for, there we go. Oh, look at that. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I love to take a big picture look. There's nothing better than taking a big picture look and look at this 200-day average that has risen, 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 and rising still. And ladies and gentlemen, this number right here, which is this right here, folks, that one, that right there, look over here. Oh my gosh. There it is. There is no coincidence. There's no coincidence. There is no coincidence, folks. If you find a point of resistance somewhere on a chart, there's 99 times out of 100 a correlation to that drop. And if you just go back and you look far enough, there it is, right there. There's the number. And I don't know who the experts are that determine that this is the number that they want to run it down to. I don't know who those people are. But they go back and they look over the history and they go, well, right there, we sure got a shitload of shares there before we ran this sucker up. Let's try and get a shitload there again today. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's the line right there where they suckered everybody out of shares while they consolidated, capitulated, converged the thing together, and then shot the damn thing up. Why not take it back down there again to that same line and try to do the same stunt? It worked so well for them before. Why not do it again today? I'm just showing it to you. You don't have to make any move. You don't have to decide anything. I'm just showing it for your speculation, folks. Yep. P.S. Baca says, son of a bitch, there it is. I love it. I mean, there it is right there. Voila, tucked away. There's the number, and there's why. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, there is no coincidence. There is no coincidence. There's no coincidence. The reason they set that candle on that damn thing right on that shelf is because of that number I showed you just now. Or at least that's what I think. And now I understand why they want this 138 so bad. Now I understand why they want this 138 so bad. There it is. Oh my gosh. And if you look further back, look at that, folks. Just look at that. Wow. And then there she taps again before she goes kaboom. Oh my gosh. Wow. Look at that line there. Huh. Wow. Oh my gosh. Oh, man, I tell you, I love doing this, folks. I love this. I love doing this. I love dissecting things like this for you. I love the discovery of it. I understand that this is now why they're here so adamantly. It all makes sense. They've tried it before. They've done it before. They've made a fortune off of it. They've made a freaking fortune off of it. Oh, I was wondering, what is the significance of this number and why are they trying to accumulate it here? That's what I was wondering. Why? And now you know why they want to get the 5-day down to that line. They want it down there. That's what they're aiming for. And I bet you that line and price will be 133, folks. No, it's going to be 138. It's going to be 138. And there it is. That doesn't surprise me one bit. They're just there now, folks. They just got there, 138. And that is one of their, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you something here, and I'm not telling you to buy here. But I got a buyback sheet here, and the numbers on there are 137, 138, and 139. And I'm not telling you to buy this now. I'm not saying that. But it doesn't surprise me at all that that's the number they're at because they freaking love that number. And you can tell that by looking over the history of the stock, can you not? You can see how much they love to get 138. You see it there and you see it there. 138, folks. Look at the price right there. It's 137, folks. It's one of their prize numbers to accumulate a stock on. 138. 138 again there. And then boom. Now, understand something, ladies and gentlemen. When I talk about mirroring sometimes, there can be mirroring the other way too. Okay? But now you know why this number is what they're trying for today so hard. And if you go to the trade on RXT, and by the way, congratulations, this morning's number one pick, XWEL, was today's number one pick this morning by Marty right out of the gate. XWEL was today's number one pick. And look at that, up 270%. Huh. Now I'm going to go to RXT. Now, when I get over here to RXT, I need to zoom in. And I want you to see, coincidentally, I talk about this number to buy in 138. Look at how much they love to freaking buy there. I'm telling you, folks, they love that number. They freaking love it. 138, 139 today. Look at all the buying there. And now you know why. Now you know why. RXT. Now you see why I showed you the line. I wonder what they intend to do with all the shares they're buying there today, down 5%. I wonder why they're hoarding these shares here. Huh. Look, they're going to make that price $1.38. They're going to make it the most prized possession today. 3.886. They just went past the 139. Or 138 is there. They're gonna try and get this one. I'm sorry, this is 139 and this is 140. So to me, Number one, that they could not accumulate at the 138, which is their favorite number, shows a sign of weakness that they had to get all these shares at 139. Because I know, in fact, that their favorite number to buy is 138. No doubt about it. This is their favorite number to acquire shares when they drop a stock down. They love this freaking number. They're infatuated with it, in fact. And that is why I wonder why they've bought so many at 139. What is up with that? Why? These market makers and hedge funds usually are heavyweight enough to get the 138 number they want, people. They just make it happen because that's the freaking number they want, 138. You think I'm kidding about this, but you'd be surprised how much difference a penny can make. You would be surprised. And right here, this penny surprise is, to me, that makes a difference, okay? That's all I'm going to tell you. That makes a difference. That they would acquire twice as many shares at a price they don't really like. I'm telling you, folks, they're hoarding shares here at the price they don't really like. They've been hoarding shares today at a price they don't like. They don't like 139. Well, I guess they like it a lot, don't they? Look at all the like they have for it right there. Look at all the like they have for it at 139. I guess they just can't get anybody else to sell any to them at 138 now. And I think it's very, very telling to see how they can control this price and keep it at 3 cents, trading 3 cents up and down. I think that tells a lot. This thing is being manipulated, people. There's no doubt about it. This RXT stock, it is being held in check and it is being manipulated. I wonder how long they intend. And let me explain something, folks. I want you to understand something. Yes, this is RXT. I want you to understand. I'll look at SGN in a moment, please. But look at this. I want you to understand something. They won't leave it here because they can't. Why? You want to know why they won't leave it here? You want to know why they won't just keep it here? The reason why, folks, is because they can't make any money doing that. There's no money to be made. They can't keep it there forever at that price. Because they're in this, everybody's in this to make money, right? And the only way to make money is by having highs and lows and highs and lows. And you might want to notice another thing. This is the midway point, but this midway point is not midway between the high and the low. This is on the low side. So this thing can run higher than it can dip low, okay? Just so you're aware of that. When the stock spikes, it spikes to higher highs than the lows it drops to. Understood? So chances are, if you're picking up shares at this number, and believe me, these people all know this, if they get them here, the chances are it's going to spike this high, and they can sell it for 13 cents higher than they bought it. 13 cents, folks. 138, and they bought it at 139, so 152, folks, is 13 cents. So they already know. They've got a plan here. They're going to buy it all at 139, and they're going to sell it one day up 13 cents. And then when they buy it here again, they can even force it down to here, probably 6 cents. Let's count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 138 to 131, 7 cents down. And it's really 8 cents. And that's a common number of a drop, 8 cents. So right now what they're doing here is they're buying at 139. And then anytime it drops 8 cents, they buy in. Then they take it back up here. Then they run it up to 113. Then they sell it. Then they'll run it down to here. Then they'll drop it to here. They'll buy it. They'll take it to here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you think I'm kidding, I'm not. You can see the proof is in the pudding. This stock went up to this high today and it dropped to this low. Okay? They've already done it. And let me tell you what they did with this today, ladies and gentlemen. Most likely, if you could follow it, you'd see. And I'm just going to guess this. They came out of the gate and they ran it straight down to 131. That's my guess. All right? So it came out of the gate somewhere around this price, around 138 is where it came out of the gate. And then after it came out of the gate at 138, they dropped it immediately in the market to 131 and tried to panic people out of it. You can see all the dark selling there. Everything on all these candlesticks was sold to the bid, sold to the bid, sold to the bid, sold to the bid, all completely dark. So they just dumped a bunch of shares to get that low. That's what I'm guessing they did out of the gate. They ran it down right out of the gate, and they got to that low. And then they turned around, and they ran the sucker right back up past everything and all the way to 152. Now, again, I could be wrong, but I believe this morning that they fleeced it out heavily with all this heavy selling right here. And then look at all the buying on them on the ask side, all the light areas. See the light areas? All bought on the ask. The dark areas are sold to the bid. The light areas are bought on the ask. So sure enough, they took it out of the gate at 138. They drove it down to this price. They sold all these shares to get it there. Then they ran it up, got the buyers enticed, FOMO'd the shit out of them, ran it up here to 152. And then they took it right back down to 138. And they just been solidly building a big position here at 138 and 139, 140. Now, let's look at the chart and see if I'm right, that it did get attacked down in the early morning and then it ran up. Let's see if I'm right. And no, I am not. And I want to get on the one-day chart right now and get off this long term. Oh, well, no, I'm not wrong. Look at that. There you go. There's your big old drop. Right out of the gate, man. I knew it. I knew it. Selling. Look at this massive gap they created right there. Look at that massive gap down to there. Wow. RXT. Then they build it up. Then they run it right back up. Oh my gosh. And they took it up to 152, folks. Just what I thought. I called it perfectly. They came out of the gate and ran it down. And they got a 13-cent play out of it. From 131 to 152. No, a 21-cent play out of it. 131 to 152. A 21-cent play they got out of it. And then they took it back from 152 down to where they hoarded it at $1.39. But I already told you, that's not their favorite number to accumulate. And you can see it dropped there for just a flash and then took off afterwards. But here they decided to accumulate it. And ladies and gentlemen, let me explain this. Cup, handle, drop, and pop. That's the call. Cup, handle, drop, and pop. And now it should be very clear to see another line that needs to be put in on this chart right here for resistance. And I'm going to put it in right now. Shoot. Hold on. There it is. Oh, yeah. You can see that point of resistance right there earlier today. And then now they tried a bar chart on that. Here they got a Vaggie drop to it, and here they tried a bar chart on it now. I got you. I see what you're doing. Two times they've Vaggied. Once got to this low, the next one got to this low, and the next low they dropped to is not a vag, it's a nutsack. At the same point where the 5-day stopped dropping before, now it becomes a lovely little nutsack. Here at almost 2 o'clock, very nice shakeout method there. And notice, I point out to you again on this stock, when it got down here, the 5-day, how long was it here before? How long did it stay there? When it got there, it was only there for 2-3 minutes, folks, and it shot up. So how long do you expect to stay down here now? Look at it. There it goes. There it goes, folks. So I say to you again, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at this chart information, when they got to this number right here previously, did they spend any length of time there? No. But this time when they got it there, they stayed there and accumulated it, folks. And then, boom, off she goes. Adios, amigos. Arrivederci. And au revoir. Look at the buyers suddenly having interest in this stock. RXT. Alexa, call Double K.
Calling Double K.
You've reached Carl Carr. I'm unable to come to the phone right now, so if you just leave your
Alexa,
No.
stop. Someone's calling out SGN right now. Oh, yeah, breaking over the 50-day. There she goes, looking good. SGN. Lots of buyers coming in here. A lot of green coming in. A lot of green. SGN, more buyers and sellers. More buyers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers. Chart looks good. Anything below 66 is probably good, but I told you I didn't want you to get into this because I didn't think it was going to go over 66 cents, folks. And as a matter of fact, I said, don't even ask me about it or get me interested until it's over 66 cents. So that is the pause on this one. It's going to have a tough time getting over 66 cents, folks. All right, that's the only thing I have against it. I see it's up 11% right now, and now it's up 11.89. Now up 12.02. Lots more buyers coming in than sellers right here at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, too. But then again, I just don't like to buy up 66 cents. That is just, to me, that's been always a bad number to buy when they're rising it. And it is up 12%, so it is rising to that number. And let's take a look at the longer-term chart on this. Let's go out 10-day. Let me look at this on the 10-day. All right. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know about that. I don't like that 5-day falling like that. I like the 45 and 50 going up right here, though. I like that. And I like the 200 rising here, too. But, man, that's a big attack at it right this moment, right this moment, right this moment. But, and you can see, nothing has been coming here but solid selling, 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 selling. And finally, a buyer over the sells. Finally, a buyer over the sells here. But I just don't like 66. Dang. Dang it, man. I'm in a quandary. Let's go look at our XWEL that was called out by Marty this morning. XWEL. All right. Trying to scrunch it down to the 10-day here. Stock is up 240%. Marty, great call out this morning in the pre-market. Marty called this one out this morning. I wrote it down. It was the very first stock of the day that was called out. And Marty called this out and said, watch XWEL. And look at Marty hit another score, folks. Nice. XWEL. Now, I wouldn't buy it here. I wouldn't be buying it here right now. I would not. But keep an eye on it because maybe it will springboard off this 10-day here. Maybe it will. But huge move on this stock today, up 238%. Folks, the downside risk is far out limited by the upside potential. And when someone's up 120%, they a lot of times like to take profit there. So be careful, folks. If you decide to buy any of this at all, be very cautious and wade into it. But it could springboard here off the 128 and go back up to 149. It could do it. The high today was 162, ladies and gentlemen. 162. By the way, that's not usually a typical high. They usually don't stop a stock at 162, folks. So we may see a higher high yet today on that thing, okay? I'm just letting you know. 162 is a very unusual high. That is a very uncommon 162 high. So it could be bound for a higher high than that before the end of the day. I'm saying it could be because that certainly isn't a dominating, we stopped it at 166 number. That's not it. But then again, this stock is up 242%, so enter with caution and buy very few shares if you're going to get in on it. But if they did have it to 162, 130 is pretty good buying. That's a pretty good number to get in. Down 32 cents. 129 would be down 33 cents, folks, and they love a 33-cent drop. They really do. They like that number a lot, 33 cent down. 129. Anyway, just be careful, folks. Lot can be lost. But what a great call out, Marty. You did good. Let's look at some of Marty's other call outs. He called out HCWC. Hey, that thing just got bottomed out off the 200-day during lunchtime, folks. HCWC, and now you got a 5-day coming over the 10-day right now, and you've got a single unenveloped green candle here, folks. HCWC, priced at 333 right now too. At 333, folks. 333. What an interesting number. Folks, the stock is up now 20%. The high of the day was 41.92 in the pre-market. 41.92 in the pre-market was the high on this. And this was called out by Marty today also. HCWC. And I mentioned it to you because they just took it on a drop. And now you have this candlestick building some hair on it. HCWC, folks. This candlestick's getting some hair on this thing, and it's isolated, unenveloped. See this one here, isolated, totally engulfing all of this previous bullshit, this candlestick. And now you got a free candlestick here running with a long tail on it. It's getting hairy, folks. HCWC. Well, I'm not telling you to buy a lot of it. If you want to get in on it, it's up 20% today. But I do like this freestanding green candle here with a long hair running up off of it. What I mean about that is look at the length of this hair on this candlestick and look what it did the next time. Look at the length of the hair on it and look what it did the next time. So I like the length of the candlestick being this long on this unenveloped candlestick. And then I like the length. And by the way, it had a drop to there. See, when it got here, this was the drop. And then it had this small here. But here, the drop was to there. And the bottom of the candlestick was way down here. Now you see this was almost a balanced candlestick with more weight to the bottom side than there was to the top. But then here, there again was more weight to the bottom side than there was to the top. But on this candlestick, there's no weight to the bottom side. Do you understand? I'm trying to explain candlesticks to you here. Heavy weight to the bottom, less to the top. Heavy weight to the bottom, less to the top. None to the bottom, all to the top. It's very bullish, folks. Now let's get off this long-term chart and go to the 1 day right now and look at it. Oh, yeah. Triple upside crossover right now on HCWC. HCWC. There's the 1 day chart on it, folks. You decide. I provide the information. You decide what you want to do with it, all right? And holy crap, almost every one of these bars is green across here, folks, right now. Jeez. Triple upside crossover. Let's look at this on the 10-day chart now. Hold on. Don't buy it yet. Oh, my gosh. Talk about kissing the ET. Wow. Look at that smacker right there off the 200. Mwah. Lunchtime, 200 day buy. Mwah. Then 1 o'clock, got the same buy. Mwah. And now it's over, folks. Now it's only up 18%, now 20%. Watch out, folks. $3,255 is the smallest amount you can buy it for right now. $3,255, and it's up 18.17. $3,239 is the lowest it's going for now. $32.39 is the lowest it's going for. Now $32.47. Up 18.46%. Well, it was just up over 20% just a moment ago, so don't go jumping in on this. But HCWC, keep your eye on it, folks. If it can get over 33 cents, it could be running all the way up to 44 at least. And that would be about a 20% gain you could make if it does that. But right now, the gain is 18.13 and now 18.64. And the low of the gain was 18.13 just now. And now the low gain is 18.64. And but we're looking for the number 18.13 to come across again. If we see it, it could be a good one to get in on. All right, you guys, give me a minute here. I'm going to get a code here from one of my, got to get a code here for one of my trading channels. And hopefully when I get this code, they won't disconnect my stream. But I am going to be putting in a code here to get in on another account. So just hold on for just a minute, and I will be right back. Hopefully they won't disconnect my stream, and I'll have to start it over. So give me about 10 seconds. All right. Okay. And here we go. All right. All right. Thank you for your patience while I check things out on this other account. What's running right now, folks? Tell me what is running. Looking for something to move this EDSA disaster over to and make a profit on. Anybody got a runner that's going the right way? We can turn this all around and make it go right back up because I'm down 15% on EDSA, what I decided to hold on to, 1,000 shares. And I want to know where I can move it over to make back more than 15% right now. Because I never sell for a loss. I sell to make a profit, people. I don't sell for losses. I sell to make a profit. And I might just buy into this stock right here. But I'm going to load in a couple of sell orders at higher numbers on this EDSA, so I'll know if it's rising. So I'm going to put in a sell order now at 129, and that way I'll know if it's rising. And then I might decide to just buy more of it if it starts to climb. I did sell 50. Well, I tried to sell today 50 at 163. I did sell, however, I did sell at 151 earlier. I sold at 151 a share. So I feel pretty good about that. I did sell a bunch this morning or yesterday afternoon, actually, at 3:50 in the afternoon. I sold at 151. So I did sell some of the EDSA. And now I'm just going to be going out. Limit orders, I'm trying 129, and I'm going to try 130 as well and try and sell there. I don't like to hurt stocks that I own when I sell them. I try to help them and go up higher. I'm not in a big hurry to sell it. I can sell it whenever I want, but I'm going to try to help it by selling the shares higher as it goes. Now I'm going to take a look over here at some other stocks. RXT. I want to thank you very much, DP Barrett, for telling me about LRMR yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't see LRMR, it made a fantastic move today. And we had quite a few people that were in on this. Quite a few people got in on LRMR. Yesterday it was called out, and I was listening, thank God, and I bought it. D.P. Barrett told me about it yesterday morning early, LRMR. And man, and he's using some instruments to tell when a stock is about to blow up, folks. And so today or yesterday, he had indications on his stock screeners and scanners and stuff he's using. He could tell that it was about to go off. He could tell that it was going to be a supernova. And I bought it. I bought a bunch. I bought about 300 shares, and I was very glad that I did. That's right. And yesterday, I bought this stock. Thank goodness I did, because it's making up for my losses. Let's put it this way. I made a lot more with a 66% gain today than I did with my loss of 13% or something. So I'm okay. EDSA. And I'm going to start getting rid of all this now. I'm going to move this money over to a runner. Like tomorrow, we're going to get another runner. So I'm going to get out of this now. Chalk up EDSA as a learning lesson. Never, ever hold a stock overnight. I told you guys last night before I went off the line, I said, make sure you sell all of your EDSA. That's what I said. Sell it all. If you can't afford the money to lose, I said, don't you hold on to EDSA. And I said, the only reason I'm going to hold on to it is because I have a gut feeling. Well, so much for my gut feelings. I have a very tough gut right now, and it feels bad. But I'm getting out of it. I'm going to move it over to a big runner like this one today, like LRMR. I'm going to catch one of those tomorrow. But I am selling everything here. Did I get the 166 I wanted to? No, I did not get 166. I did not get 166. But boys and girls, I'm going to have a lot of cash to buy with tomorrow when I'm done selling this. And did I sell at 173? No, I did not sell EDSA at 173. And am I going to sell it at 172? No, I did not get a sell at 172. No, I did not, folks. And I'm going to take a hit for it today. I'm going to take a hit for it. But somebody's going to tell me about a stock that just went off on their scanner, and I'm going to get on it, and I'm going to make back the gains I just took. And I want to thank you very, very much, like I said, to DP Barrett for sharing his call out. And Marty, is you too. Thank you for calling out this morning. XWEL. Thank you for calling out XWEL for our viewers this morning, Marty. That was nicely done. And so right now I've got to have a nice little chunk of dry powder to be working with tomorrow or this afternoon. Nice. And I am selling EDSA now at a loss, or I'm down on it. I'm not going to sell it for a loss. I'm going to sell it for a profit. And I've got right now about $700 to invest. I'm selling EDSA down, and I'm down 16% on that, folks. And I'm not proud of it because I always tell you not to hold stocks overnight. No matter what you feel in your gut about them, it doesn't matter. You're going to risk, you're going to expose yourself, you're going to leave yourself exposed. And by the way, that's another number I'm going to put over here on another word that I want on our trading pros and cons. And I want you to know that you're going to be exposed. Exposure. If you let yourself be exposed, you will be. That's right. If you let yourself be exposed, you will be exposed. And you will be vulnerable. These are words that you want to avoid, okay, about day trading. You don't want to have risk. You don't want to live in fear. You don't want to have tension and stress. You don't want to have over expectations, folks. You don't want over expectations. You don't want any of this in your life, folks. Don't leave yourself vulnerable or exposed. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, people. Don't be greedy. Don't misunderstand. Don't find yourself defenseless. You don't want to do that, folks. Right? You can't leave yourself hanging out there on any night on a day trade stock that can make a 40% gain or loss the next day. This is what you do, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to hold on to stocks long, that's fine. But why don't you try holding on to these stocks that I have on my long sheet only? And it's reloading right now because this updates in real time. But folks, here then you'll know about the stocks that you're buying into, that they have a track record of being long and making good money. And ladies and gentlemen, you can see right here the gains that I've made on all these stocks that I'm long on, that I do not day trade. And if you want this list, come in and become a member of this channel at the Monster level member or at the Goliath. And if you come in Monster, you're going to get this list of all these stocks that are going batty over the last year. And if you want this list, just become a Monster level member or Goliath level member. The only difference between Monster level and Goliath is Monster level gets these spreadsheets just to look at. The Goliath level members can adjust and add your own stocks for the rest of your life to this sheet. I also have a list of dividend paying stocks I got from Roaring Kitty. And these are my dividend paying stocks that are not mine. They're actually, like I said, I own them, but I got the list. I didn't create this list. Roaring Kitty, this is his list. The top 40 stocks in this list came from Roaring Kitty's suggestion, okay? So, and look at the gain on that stock in the last year. Holy crap. Look at the gain on that one, the gain on this one over the last year. Roaring Kitty knows his shit, people, and he's making a lot of money. I promise you, these are his stocks, and I guarantee you, and they're all paying dividends, everyone, all paying dividends. They're all paying dividends, and they're going up like bat crazy, folks. And you can get this list if you become a member at the Monster level. And if you want to be able to edit this list and add your own dividend-paying stocks, you can come in at the Goliath level. So I'm showing you these. They pay dividends. It's free money, folks. You get it. You get it? All right? And there's over 60 of them, 64 I have on this list of dividend-paying stocks. So one other advantage the Goliath members have over Monster level members is Goliath level members are going to get these candlesticks that I have that are not standard issue by Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. These candlesticks show you way more buyers than sellers, not just like these candlesticks that are standard issue with Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, but these volume candlesticks tell a story of massive buying versus selling, massive buying versus selling amount, massive buying versus selling, huge buying over selling. Here's selling over buying, selling over buying. Lunchtime, I'm sure. Buying over selling, selling over buying, and now again into buying over selling. And if you want these candlesticks there, folks, you just buy them. If you become a member at the Goliath level, $24.99 for a 1-month membership. And I think those candlesticks will be worth their weight in gold. Now, these candlesticks, the code for these candlesticks is available online other places, but I don't know where you can get it, but I have the code and I'll send it to you. All right. And if you become a Goliath level member, there's no charge for these codes at all. Okay. Don't get me wrong. I'm not charging you for these codes. I'm just going to send you the code so you can get these killer candlesticks, folks, and use them. Use them for trading to know when they're buying versus selling. Look at it right now. Look at the 45 rising off the 50, the 10-day, the 5-day scooping and going off of the 10 now. LRMR, folks, up 67% today. Called out first thing this morning. Marty called it out early. Marty called this out very early. XWEL. Marty, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Marty calls out another home run. Alexa, call Sweetie Petey.
Calling Sweetie PD's mobile.
And Marty's using, what is he using? Tip ranks. Hi, beautiful.
Hi.
You're out of work.
Huh?
You're on your way home.
Well, I'm at Sam's right now getting gas. But I wanted to remind you that you've got a haircut tonight, and you've got to be done by 1:45. Start saying goodbye to your friends, and the latest we can leave is right at 4. My appointment's at 4:30. Yours is at 4:45. So you have to knock off a little bit before 4 today.
All right, I'll be ready at 4. I'll knock off at 4 at 3:50 today. 3:50.
Yep. And are you ready? I mean.
Oh yeah, I look
you
fine.
have-
I'm in suitable clothing.
Okay. All right, because we got to walk out. Yeah.
Yes, we're gonna.
I'm gonna get gas, and then I'm gonna head home.
All right, I love you. Watch out for the deer.
Okay.
Okay,
Talk later.
you coming
Bye.
down? You come? Oh, I'll talk to you later. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Hey guys, listen. I want to ask you a question. What other good things are there about being here in the tank besides our gains that we make and wisdom and observation that we do and searching and tenacity and family and happiness and patterns and studying, charting, energy that we get, no coincidence, dry powder, love and respect, research, common sense, nibbling, goals, objectives, desires, swarm intelligence, scanners, certainty, joy, entertainment, music, inventive thought, friendship, unity, health, determination, attitude, lightness, not the dark, sharing, caring, commonality, immortality, religion, faith, belief, prayer, blessings, loyalty, enthusiasm, microscopic observation, fractions, folks. We get into fractions here. Odds in our favor, restraint, fundamentals, dividend income, speculation, perseverance, optimism. What other words would be on the good side? Cowardness. There you go. The cowardness. We'll put that in here on the bad side. That's a good one. Being a coward. And on the bad side, we have some other words. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Piyush Bhatka. No, I told everybody on EDSA last night, before I went offline, I said, and it was, I don't even know what time it was, but I said to everybody, hey, my wife just came in here with pizza and I've got to run now. Please do not hold on to EDSA. I want you to sell it. The only ones of you that if you want to hold it, I'm only holding it because of my gut feeling. I do not want you to buy and sell on gut feeling. If you don't have the money to lose, I want you to sell everything now. That is what I said last night about EDSA. I said the only reason I'm going to hold it is because I have a gut feeling, and number two is because I can afford to lose the money. That's what I said. And I told everybody else, if you cannot afford to lose the money, then don't take the risk, people. That is the main thing about this stock market. If you can't afford to lose the money, do not take on the risk. Do not set yourself up for defeat or for loss. Don't be vulnerable. Yep. Don't surrender all your money because of your feelings. See, that's the main thing about the stock market. A lot of people trade on emotion, and you cannot do that. You cannot trade on your emotion. You have to stick to the facts, man. You have to stick to the fundamentals. You have to use these scanners that we're using on this channel, and we got a lot of people here using scanners Trader 28 Trader is using scanners. DP Barrett. We got Marty going in there. The Bass Assassin. We got all this information coming at us. Charles Washington using scanners. Scooby McDubin. Folks, you have to have all this to be successful in this world of trading. You can't depend and rely on your own individual capability. You have to use everything at your fingertips that you can to give yourself an advantage and increase your odds, people. That's what I try to do on this channel every day. I'm here only to try to increase your odds so that you can find stocks like this, stocks that go up like this, go up like this. I want you to find these stocks like we have in the past. I want you to find these stocks like this. I want you to see this kind of success. I want you to see this kind of success, folks, that you can get. And these gains were one-day gains, one day, in and out, in and out. Folks, here's our most recent ones, here recently. We made on RXT, we made a 26% gain. On GFAI, I forgot how much we made on that. On LRMR today, made a 55% gain, and that was selling at $5.75. The thing is now over $6, so it's even a higher gain than that for some on this channel today. So congratulations on the LRMR that you bought with me yesterday. You know what? I want to go right now, and I want to find out in the chat, I want to ask a question. Did you buy LRMR with me yesterday? So let me ask here. Did you buy into LRMR with me yesterday? And the price on LRMR was in the 350s. I think even less, maybe. The low yesterday, the close was 369. The close was 369, and I can't remember where I got in on it, but I'll just put in, did you buy LRMR with me yesterday? And if you did, I'll know you made money. That's all I'm going to put in here. Did you buy LRMR with me yesterday? And I want to go just quickly here and take a look at LRMR historical. I want to see how low it was yesterday to remind me of probably where I bought it. And the low yesterday was 355. So I'm sure absolutely that I would have bought that number if I could, 355, because that number's on my buy-sell sheet. So I'm just going to say, did you buy LRMR yesterday below 366? That's the question I have. Yesterday, below 366 or in the 366 range. That's what I want to know. Right there. Did you buy into LRMR with me yesterday in the 366 range? And we're going to find out right now whether you did or did not. And I hope that you did. Question is coming in right now. This is the poll. And thank you, everybody, for answering these polls. Here we go. And I'm just curious, out of the 61 we have listening right now, if anybody bought into LRMR with me in the 366 range. Oh, shoot. I didn't do it in a poll. Shit. I hate when I do that. Let's copy it here in a poll. Sorry. Copy, and then we're going to delete this. Here we go. Doom. Start a poll. There we go. Paste. Bam. I'm in. And start poll. And this one I'm going to remove. There we go. I'm just curious if anybody bought into LRMR with me yesterday. Eight percent said yes so far out of 12. Okay, thank you. Well, good. JM says check out OGEN. Hey, DC Well, who said testing Diddy Party baby oil. I'm sorry. That's a little funny, but I don't want to get anything political going on here. That's not what we do. So I'm going to remove that comment. You're welcome to stay, and I like the humor, but and the visual, but no, thank you. We don't care anything about Diddy or any of those clowns. We're not into the rap scene here. We're into classic rock and roll. Most everybody on here is. If they're here, they're with me, and they're not into rap. You see? So just letting you know, we could care less about Diddy. We could care less about what he's been doing with himself, and we don't care. All right? So, and one other thing, my friend, you have to be at least 18 years old to be here in this tank with us. And it looks as though from your comments that you might not be that old. And if you keep going the way you're going, where we'll make a determination based upon others' viewpoints, whether or not you should be allowed to stay or not. And we will start another poll that says, should we let DCWEI remain, or do you think he might be under the age of 18? So please try to, we're not here to goof around. We're serious. We're here to make money. We're not here to goof around. We're not here to play games. All right, but we do appreciate you adding your chat and helping the channel grow, because everybody who adds to the chat helps get conversation going and gets energy flowing and keeps things moving and grooving, and we like that. So, but try to be an adult and act like one, and try to say stuff that's relevant to what we're doing, and then we'll let you remain here with us. Right now, I'm on a GFAI. I'm not seeing it doing anything good. I was hoping to see it make a move. It was a little bit green this morning earlier, but now they've taken it down in the dipsy-do. And if you like classical, then you probably like one of my songs called Any Moment Now that's on. I'm going to look over here now at LRMR. And it doesn't surprise me to see market manipulators holding it at Satan's number 616, trying to hold it at the devil's new number 616. In case you did not know, the number 666 does not represent the devil any longer. The number 616 is the new numbers that have been discovered in the new Dead Sea Scrolls that they found. And well, they're not newly found. They found them in 2007. And they could clearly read that the inscription was the number 616, not 666. That's right, really, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go over to the omnipotent Google site and you can type in right here, 666 is not the sign, is not the number of the beast. And here it is right here. You can read right here that the number 666 is not the number of the beast any longer. And hopefully you guys will be able to understand this. 666 is not the number of the beast. And I can show you that the number is 616. And it says here, a newly discovered fragment of the oldest surviving copy of the New Testament indicates that as far as the Antichrist goes, theologians, scholars, heavy metal groups, and television evangelists have got the wrong number. Instead of 666, it is far less ominous 616. The new fragment from the book of Revelation, written in ancient Greek and dating from the late 3rd century, is part of a horde of previously unintelligible manuscripts discovered in historic dumps outside the city in Egypt. Now a team of experts, classicists, using new photographic techniques are finally deciphering the original writing. Professor David Parker, professor of the New Testament, textual criticism, and paleography at the University of Birmingham, thinks that 616, although less memorable than 666, is the original. He said, this is an example of gematria, where numbers are based upon the numerical values of letters in people's names. Early Christians would use numbers to hide the identity of people they were attacking. 616 refers to the Emperor Caligula. There it is, right there. 616 refers to that time's period's Emperor Caligula. Gematria, folks, gematria. So in case you did not know, and it says here, the book of Revelation is traditionally considered to be written by John, a disciple of Jesus. It identified, or they thought, 666 is the mark of the Antichrist. But now they and Satanists responded coolly to the new revelation, saying, Peter Gilmore, high priest of the Church of Satan, based in New York, said, by using 666, we're using something that Christians fear. Mind you, if they do switch to 616 to be the number of the beast, then we'll start using that. So there you go. 616. And that's the reason I'm sharing this with you. You don't have to believe it or not. It's up to you to believe whatever you want to believe. You believe what you want to believe. SoFi goes up today 4% because yesterday market making kingpin Jim Cramer called out SoFi during his Mad Money and said it's going up. He said buy it. So Jim Cramer sparks interest in SoFi apparently. Yep. PH Baca says, Catfish, you're a good husband. Only cowards hit women. Yes. Only cowards hit women. That's right. You know, I have a friend down in Winter Haven, Florida, and this is where I originally was, my home grounds. And my friend was talking with me on the phone about 6-8 months ago, and we were just talking about old times, you know, how old friends do. You remember certain things. And this guy's always kind of looked up to me and he's also been an inspiration to me. His name is Steve. He's a very, very close friend, and I've known him since I was in the elementary school. And anyway, he plays guitar. He's a DJ down in Orlando, Florida, and I know him very well. And he's a wonderful guy, and he's from a great family. And when I was down in Haiti, his parents came down on a cruise ship to visit. And I was serving there with the missionary church for years. And they let me come on the cruise ship with them. And I got to go on there and get all that food and freaking milk, ice cold milk, real milk. Man, that was so cool. But anyway, so the reason I'm mentioning this is because he was talking to me and we were talking about things that happened in our past. And he said, one thing about, I've always looked up to him. And I told him about a song I had written called You Gotta Have a Dream. And it's written for women that are being beaten by their husbands. It's written for women that are being abused. And go listen to it. It's on Spotify and it's on Apple Music and all those music providers. Just look up my name, Tyler, last name Self, Selph. And you'll hear a lot of songs I have, 60-something songs on there. And when you're listening, if you listen to the song, You Gotta Have a Dream, I was telling him about that song, and he said, yeah. He said, I remember one time that we came out of a bar one night in Orlando, and there was a guy that was beating on his girlfriend over by this car in the parking lot. And he said, you went over and you warned him that he needed to knock it off and stop hitting his girlfriend and treat her like a woman. And he didn't heed my warning and turned around to start wailing on her again and told me like to F off. And that's the last thing he probably remembers because apparently he took a real ass whipping. Now, I honestly don't remember doing that. And I told him, are you kidding? And he goes, no, I remember. Yeah, you destroyed that guy. I said, what? So something I didn't even recall doing, but he remembered it. And he told me, oh yeah, he said, you did a number on that guy. And as a matter of fact, the guy's girlfriend was tried to defend him. I was just whooping his ass and had him on the ground or whatever and just pulling. And she jumped on me, he said. The guy's girlfriend jumped on me, jumped on my back and to try to pull me away from her stupid ass boyfriend. And I don't remember it happening, but he told me, oh yeah, this is what went down. And he said, man, you got my respect so much that night when I saw you do that to that guy. And so thank you for commenting. I love this story, Catfish. Yeah. Yeah. And all hell breaks loose inside the home. Piyush Baka, what are we talking about here? Oh, someone said RXT is finally moving. All right, let's go take a look at it. Ah, she's got a little heartbeat, doesn't she? Huh. Well, my goodness. I'm on a long-term chart, 10-day. Let's look at the 1-day. Oh, okay. Well, it sure doesn't surprise me to see it here right now. To anybody that was here about an hour ago, I showed some people something about RXT. And what I did about an hour ago is I charted this out. And I put in all these red lines so people can see where the resistance points were going to be as the price now went back up. Because what I'm using here is the way the price reacted over a long term to determine these prices. And what I did was I went to the 10-day chart and I looked over every place where there was resistance on this chart in the past. And I put a little mark there everywhere that I saw resistance in the past. Because in the same way a price falls can be the same way a price rises. Understand? So I looked at all of these points of resistance through the last few days, and I put in lines. I put in a line right there. I put in a line of resistance there, and there's one there, and there's one down here. There's one down here. There's one way down here. Do you see? So I put in lines at every one of these points of resistance from the past. I put a line there. Every one of them, every one, I put a line there, folks. And then I showed everybody just a little bit ago, an hour ago, the 5-day chart. And I said to everybody that happened to be watching right there that I was very interested in seeing them obtain that price right there that they got. And I wondered, why did they decide to make this the point where they were going to stop it from dropping this afternoon? I wondered why. And then I went back and I said, because here it just hit it for a second. And here it just hit it for a second. So I wondered, and I said to you all, why are they sitting here now on it? That's what I asked you. You guys heard me ask. I saw before that they dropped the price for a flash to that price once. I saw over here that they dropped it to a flash there once. And I said, so why are they accumulating it there now, everyone? That's what I said to you. Well, now you see why. Because if you go even further over, ladies and gentlemen, it all became very clear to me. I went over here and I saw this right here. And then I knew when I saw that number of this chart, and I went over here and I saw this one right here, and I saw that number, I then knew why it had stopped this afternoon at that price. I knew why. I knew why they stopped it today here at this price. I went over here and I showed you. Look at right there. Look at the resistance once. Look at the resistance twice. And I told you, look right here at the resistance there on that pair of tots right there. Right there. And I showed you that today. And there it is right there. I showed you that about an hour and a half ago, folks. And I said to you, well, ladies and gentlemen, you can see this number. This was a line of resistance to the rise here before this son of a gun went all the way up there. That's what I told you guys. That's what I told you. And I looked it up and I said, why are they stopping it here now? And I ran all the way back to that point, and I realized why they stopped it there. And I showed Piyush Bhatka. He even mentioned it. He said, aha, there it is. He said, there it is. And there it was, right there. There it was. And look where it is now. RXT. And listen, everybody, as I said to you, I've already got these lines mapped out where you should sell it. And when it gets here, folks, it's going to gap all the way up to here, okay? Nice. Look at it crossing that gap now, that resistance point. Look at this unenveloped candlestick. Well, almost. It is a little bit enveloped right there. But there's no bottom side to it at all. No bottom side. All upside. All up. See, these green candlesticks like this one here, do you see the bottom side to that right there and how high the upside was? Here, do you see the bottom side, how low it was? And this is equal upside. Here, see how low the bottom side was? Equal upside. Here, do you see any bottom side? No, you do not. All up, all up. And now you see an unenveloped candlestick here. It could easily run up from here, folks. It's crossing another line of resistance, the 5-day right now. And the stock I'm talking about is RXT, ladies and gentlemen. RXT. And there's a lot of green down here amongst this. Way more buyers than sellers there. You're talking 10-2, equal buyers and sellers. And here you've got 7-3 buyers versus sellers. Here you got about a 6-5. Here you got 10-1 buyers versus sellers on those candlesticks. And the stock is RXT. And what do you know? They had got it and accumulated this stock at 138 today. And I'm going to show you now how you can see RXT. Look at all the shares that they accumulated right there at 138 that I tell you to buy. 138 and 139. I tell you, those are buy numbers I go over every time, and I show you on the sheet. And I say right here, ladies and gentlemen, you better look at that buyback. It says 138 and 139. And by gosh, they came in on that today, and they freaking hoard it up. They hoarded it, folks. They hoarded it there. And I told you, the fact that they had gotten so many at 140, way more than they wanted, because this is the number they love to buy, 138. And I told you then, this was weakness. I told you then when I showed it to you, 139 and 140 hoarding is weak. 138 is what they want, market makers. They want 138, people, 138. And I said to you guys, this means weakness to me. I see weakness. I see no way to hold it there is what I told you guys an hour and a half ago. And I want you to see right now, ladies and gentlemen, this morning earlier, do you see the darkest areas of these candlesticks right there? All those darkest areas right there were sold to the bid, thrown out for people to take. And all these dark areas were sold to the bid here, folks, thrown out for people just to take. And now there are none to be thrown out here because they threw out so friggin' many early. And look at it now. It's gone right over that because they don't have any more damn shares here to throw out, people. You see? They already threw them all out this morning to make the price drop all the way down to here, folks. They attacked this stock right out of the gate and ran it down 13 cents, everybody. They ran it from 143, 144, open price to 131, 13 cents down right out of the gate. And that's why I told you, hey, I'm buying here at 138 right now, RXT. And I do see that the EDSA, believe it or not, I just sold 129. So I sold some at 128, now 129. And I'm just going to get rid of EDSA right now, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason I'm going to get rid of it right now is because I really want to move it on to something that Marty calls out tomorrow that goes up another 60% or 80 or 100, like the one he called out was called out this morning, XWEL. If you didn't know it, this morning in pre-market, XWEL was called out by Marty. Many of you did buy into it. I want to congratulate those of you that did buy into XWEL this morning. In case you guys don't know about XWEL, this is what XWEL did today. I'll show you. And this was called out this morning by Marty. And congratulations to anybody that was listening this morning early and heard him call out XWEL for a buy there. And folks, this is what time, because I didn't even come on till 6:56 this morning, and then I had to take a 10-minute break. So right after 7 o'clock, it was at this point, and he called it out. XWEL, congratulations, Marty. All right. And anybody else that saw me, and this is the first stock of this morning that was called out this morning, the very first stock that was called out, XWEL. Marty, you nailed it again, man. And Jean-Baptiste nailed another one too. Looking at the one-day chart on this XWEL, I wouldn't buy it here, folks, up 241%. But I'm going to watch this tomorrow morning. Oh yeah, I want to see some fleecing on this tomorrow morning. Up 244% today. I want to see some fleecing of this stock. I want to see them fleece this out tomorrow morning, and I'm going to get some shares of this. All right. XWEL. And by the way, it's very, very, you might want to take notice of this. I'm going to put in a line here so you can see this right now. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see how this was resistance to the drop of the 5-day right there? Do you see how this was resistance to the rise and resistance to the rise there? Do you see how this was resistance to the rise right there? Ladies and gentlemen, this line, right, has been resistance to the rise once, twice, 3 times, 4. It should be resistance to the drop. The blue 5-day line stopped there once, stopped there twice, stopped there 3 times, stopped there dropping 4 times. This has been where the 5-day blue average line, the turquoise line, the light blue, it has stopped here once, twice, 3 times, 4 times today. And the likelihood of it stopping here again is pretty good, okay? Now, that being said, the difference is that at this stage of the game, we're coming into the closing, and the stock is up 254%, 245. So there could definitely be some profit taking right here in this last 30 minutes. And it might run down to an even more attractive price of $1.20 a share. It could come down to this number right here, 124 right now. Right there. This number was resistance to the rise here, resistance to the drop there, resistance to the drop there. But now this number is a resistance point. You can definitely see that right here. It has been resistance at that number before. There's been resistance here, folks. Several times. There has definitely been resistance at that level drop there, that level drop, that level drop, and now we're at that level drop again. And the same as this one, folks. So if it goes below that, you better watch out, folks, okay? I'm here to tell you right now, if that stock drops below this price, you got to watch out. If it stops below this price right here, watch out. Right now, this is pretty critical. And it doesn't surprise me either to see him drive it down to that line because they've already driven it down there once, driven it down there twice, drove it down there 3 times, below there for the 4th time. And here they go. And I told you, if it drops below this line, you better get out. Now, that being said, over here, they only tapped that number right there for a brief second. And over here, they only got it for about 2 minutes. So it could stay here right now just for 2 minutes and then rocket. I could be wrong, but I've seen this kind of veggie drop right there before it really rocketed. So be careful, folks. Just because they run it out here doesn't mean it's going to stop there. It could go right back up here now off that number where they had resistance right here before. But it's not good for it to break below this line. Now, the 5-day did stop right here one time, right there to the rise. The 5-day, that's the turquoise line. It did stop right there once. So I will add one more line in right here where it is now. Because this thing definitely stopped right here and got some capitulation on it before. So this could be a very brief interaction with this line because it was a very brief interaction here too. And the truth of the matter is that this line actually should be moved and should be moved up to right there. Right there. Because here it was resistance to the rise, the 5-day there. Here it was resistance to a brief drop. Here it was resistance to the 5-day again. And now here's the 5-day right there on that line. Now this is critical for it to bounce here off this again, like it bounced off of it right there and right there. This is the 3rd time, and it needs to bounce now or you're in trouble, people. Stock is now up only 225%. Take notice also of something else here. So if this is a buy point and it rebounds, this is going to be a sell right here, folks. This is going to be a sell right here as well. This is going to be a sell right here. There we go. This is going to be a sell right here. Oh, yeah. Folks, I got 30 minutes left, and I'm going to have to go. I'm going to have to shut down early, 10 minutes today. From this point right here, if it goes beyond this, the next sell will be right here. This is for you people if this thing goes in the after hours, okay? In the after hours, if it goes off. Like it ran up here in the daytime. If it runs back up, These points are going to be sell points where there was resistance to the drop right there and resistance to the drop and resistance to the drop. That's a sell point when it rises in after hours. And I didn't mean to do that right there. And hey, you know what, guys? Stocks are so unpredictable. You don't know what this damn thing's going to do in after hours. You have no idea. With this much volume on it today and this big a huge move, and now you see a washout effort right here at 3:13. They try the low at 3:13 p.m. today. 3:13 is the time that they just got that. And I'm only showing you that this is a critical stage because it stopped rising there once. It stopped dropping there once. It stopped dropping there now. Maybe. Let's look at it. Let's highlight this. What's it doing? Is it stopping? Oh, is it turning around off that line? There they sat the candle right on it, right on that resistance line. Will it now move back up now? Will it start its recovery after the little sell-off profit take? I don't know. But good call this morning on this one. Now, I also, about 30 minutes ago, looked at this call that Marty made, HCWC. And I told you that it might be a good time to get in on it. And oh, it was. It was a good buy to get in there. Oh, yeah, that was a good buy there. I told you about an hour ago that looked good to me. Look at that. Look at him bouncing it off the 50-day, bouncing off the 50, bouncing off the 50. Nice. HCWC now up 21%. It was 18% up when I told you about it. It was 18% up. It's now up 22%. HCWC, folks. And I'm going to turn my losses into a gain now. And I'm buying this stock right now. I normally would not buy a stock at 33 cents, but I'm going to buy it now. I got $1,000 to buy with, so I'm going to come in with 30 for my first buy and market. And I'm looking at the gain, 21.05 now. 21%, 21.05% is the gain. And I'm watching this very close. Interestingly enough, it just broke over 33, so I'm just going to go ahead and review the order and place it right now, 21.05 up. And I'm buying the stock here that is called HCWC. This morning, it hit a high of 37 cents, 37 cents. And I am buying it right now. I'm buying the stock HCWC. And I told you guys this thing looked good an hour ago. And I just filled at 33.18. And I'm going to come in again on it right now. Duplicate order for 30 shares. Review order. I'm coming in for 30 shares. And I'm buying HCWC with a price of 3333, folks. I friggin' love it. And I just filled 3339 after I just got a 3318. And I'm going in again. Market share. Now up 21.31. Now up 21.31%, folks. And the stock I'm buying here is HCWC. Take a look at the percentage up. It's up 20.94 now. 20.94 is the least it's up. 20.94, I'm going to buy there. I just got it at 3335. Going to go again, duplicate order, review order, and I'm buying HCWC up now 21.67%, up 21.67, up 21.71, 20, I'm in right there. I just bought it at 3315. Review order. Now back up to 20%, 21%. 22 now, 2178 is the least. Looking for anything in the 20s again. Anything in the 20s, even 21s I'll buy right now. 2262 is the biggest drop. 2262. Watch this like a hawk. 336. Oh my gosh, come on baby, let's go. I'm buying it here. Folks, this is the stock I'm buying right now. HCWC. This is the stock I'm buying into right now. HCWC. That's the stock I'm buying, folks. And I see some selling. Oh, a whole lot of selling here as it rises, which is interesting. Oh, yeah. A whole shitload of selling right here as this son of a gun starts to take off. HCWC. Somebody's trying to stop it, folks. And I just filled it 3358. The bid is 3304, so I'm coming in at 3305. And I just filled at 3305. Going to duplicate that order. Coming in again, the bid is 3304, and I'm going to try to buy 3305. And 3305 will not fill now. I'm coming in at 3306 now. And they just raised the bid to 33 and a half. So I'm going to come in 3351. And I just bought 3351. The ask is now 3359 and the bid is 3355. This thing is rising, folks. I'm telling you. Now the ask is 3390 and the bid is 3370, folks. And then bid is now 3372. I'm going to come in at 3373. And crap on the gap, baby. I'm crapping on the gap here, folks. ESDA was rising. Did we keep holding it? I don't know. I'm selling it and I'm moving it over. I've been moving it over to this one. I'm moving it to HCWC. I sold quite a few shares. Oh, honey.
Just so you have something to eat before we go.
Oh, goodness gracious. Thank you, honey. Hold on. It's awesome. My wife just brought me some pizza, folks, from last night. I had some left over. I'm coming in now. The bid is 33.01. I'm going to try to buy 33.02. And I cannot get 33.02s. They just raised the bid to 33.5. Changing my bid now. The bid is raised to 33.8. I'm coming in at 33.88. The price is rising, folks. You can clearly see this. HCWC. I just got 33.88. I'm going in there again. I just got 33.88 again. That's 2 times I filled at 33.88, folks. HCWC. Oh, yeah. Go, baby. The bid is 3422 now. I'm coming at, oh my gosh. I'm coming in at 3368. Trying to buy 3369. And I cannot get 3369. The bid is not 3367. It is my bid, 3369, and it will not fill. I'm going to change my 3302 and change it to 3403. 3403. The bid is 3402 right now. I'm coming in at 3403. And I got that order will not fill. Yeah, it will. The last order filled at 3402, it says. Yep, got 3369. Well, folks, I started telling you to buy this when it was 18% up, and now it is 23% up. All right, I hear you, Ridiggity. I hear you, Modeve. I'm sorry, I have to. Let me put some music on. Hang on. Here we go. All right, I'm going to play a little bit of my music here, folks. play you some of my music here. Hopefully you'll enjoy this song I'm going to be playing for you. And it's just one of many I have online. And I hope you enjoy this song called Goldilocks. Here we go. Many I have online.
Well, she's my Goldilocks, and I'm a papa bear. Yeah, she's my Goldilocks, got that golden hair. Well, I'm coming home to find my place is a mess, but I'm not here alone. No, I got a special guest. Her name is Goldilocks, and she's here in my place, 'cause it's her that I'm smelling. And her I can taste Goldilocks. Oh, and I'm a fucking bear. When I come to the table and find all my food, Goldie's cooking dinner that puts me in the mood. She knows all my favorites and knows I like me well. Knows just how to flavor it, and nothing compares to my Goldilocks. Oh, and I'm a fucking bear. Yeah, she's my Goldilocks. Got that golden hair. When I head to the parlor, it's in my chair. Appears again, that Goldie's been there. If you ask me how I know, I can tell you a lot. I can tell that it's Goldie, 'cause the chair is still so high. Oh, so high. Yes, she's my Goldilocks. And I'm her papa bear. Yeah, she's my Goldilocks. Got that golden hair. Well, I pick up the candle and I head up there. Can't wait to see Goldilocks there in my bed. And who knows, maybe she'll kiss me and share. And maybe she'll have missed me when I wasn't there. Goldilocks. Oh, and I'm a fucking bear.
Let's go, HCWC. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're listening to the music of international, renowned world artist Tyler Self. SELPH is the last name. Look me up on your music provider and enjoy. You just bought in with me, ladies and gentlemen, on the low of this stock in the afternoon. Congratulations, HCWC. If you followed my suit, I want to know right now. I want to roll right now. Did you love me and did you buy HCWC? Oh, yeah, let me think on it. Baby, baby, let me think on it. Oh, yeah. HCWC, did you? We're going to start another poll right now. We got to start another poll. Did you buy into HCWC with me? Did you buy that HCWC with me when it was 18% or 20% up? When it was only 20% up. That's what I want to know. And that would have been around the price, well, whatever it was in the low 32s and 33s. So let's start this poll now. And I want to know, did you just buy HCWC with me when the price was as low as 33.18? The lowest I got was 33.05. 33.05 was the lowest I could buy it. 33.05. Sam Dorchester says, I'm out of everything and I'm happy. Well, here we go, folks. HCWC. It was only 20% up when I started buying it. It's now up 24.95%. And they are trying to bring it down to the rising 10-day and bounce it off that. So good for the market makers for all their effort right there. But to me, it looks like this thing is going to bounce nicely right off of this platforming 10-day rising average. Look at the 45 off of the 50-day right here. Look at the 200 just change its angle right there. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the 200-day angle here. Look at this pitch angle that it had been on for a long time. Look at the 200-day that it had been on this angle for the longest time. And now look at the 200 rising off of that 50-day now, or off of that trend line. And I'm buying it here again. The lowest I could get it was 33.08. And now I'm going to come in at 33.59 for 33.59. The bid is 33.58. I'm coming in 33.59. And I just bought it at 33.59. And the ask is 34.65, folks. Now the bid is 33.22, so I'm going to come in at 33.23. Screw that. I'm going to crap on the gap, folks. Review order and place it. And I just got a 33.23, and the ask is 34.25. I'm going to duplicate this order at 33.23, review order. The bid now is 33.22. I'm going to try to buy 33.23, and I just got it again twice at 33.23. And I'm buying it right on this manipulated. Look at this. Look at this. Look at all those candlesticks of selling to try to get where I just bought. And I just bought it at 33.23. The bid is still 33.22. The ask is 34.25. Now the bid just rose to 33.23, so I'm going to come in 33.24, and I'm going to crap on the gap. And I just bought it at 33.24. And by the way, the ask is 34.25. So they are selling it right down 1 penny away from their bid. I'm going to duplicate this order again. The bid is 33.23. I'm coming in 33.24. And the ask is 34.25. And I just filled again at 33.24. So I got 2 orders at 33.23 and now 33.24. And what I'm looking at here, folks, and why I'm buying this here now, is because the 200-day average, which had been at this rate for such a long time, just changed and started really rising here. And they want to come against that, see? They want to come against that. They want to try to get right here and kiss that baby right now. Let me kiss that baby. Let me kiss it goodbye, folks. Kiss it goodbye here. I'm going to duplicate this order. The ask is now 33.34, and the bid is 33.24. There's nothing between the two here. I'm coming in now at 33.25. The bid is 33.40 now. They just raised it. And I'm going to come in 33.41. They just raised the bid. Review order and place it. I'm coming in to crap on the gap. And I just filled at 33.41. And I see no more heavy selling pressure with heavy red candlesticks at all. And I don't think they're going to try to sell it down anymore. I think they're just trying to accumulate it right there on the 50-day right now. I think they're trying to accumulate on the 50-day right here, baby. Get it on the 50. Get it on the 50, folks. Buy it on the 50. And I just filled at 33.41. And the bid is now 33.62. So they've raised the bid to 33.62. I'm going to come in at 33.63 and crap on the gap. And I'm going to be doing it all afternoon. Review order and place it. And let's see if I can get that number. 33.63. I did just fill there. And the ask is now 33.99. They dropped the ask from 34.20 something to 33.99. The bid is now 33.59. And folks, I just got through filling a bunch of orders at 33.23, 33.23, 33.24, 33.24, 33.41, and now 33.63. So this thing is definitely rising, folks. There's no doubt about it. This thing is rising. And there you go, folks. Buying the satchel. Buying the nut sack, baby. Oh, yeah. Folks, we got 9 minutes before I got to end this program. I can't go till 4. Well, I have to leave at 4 o'clock. I cannot leave any later than 4 o'clock.
Honey, I told you said 10 too, and that worked.
Right. I'm going to tell everybody. I just told them I got to start shutting it down here, honey. I just told them.
Okay, well, I said 3:41 is the time, and you said 3:50.
Right. And you told me the latest we could leave here, we had to run out the door at 4 o'clock sharp.
I know, but now we need to get some change for tips. So we need to leave a little earlier.
Oh, now the rules have changed. No, we had a thank you for that gift right there. I thank you for the gift, Pat. She gonna bounce right off this number here and bounce right up, folks. The bid now is 33.59. The ask is 33.60. And ladies and gentlemen, there is now no gap at all between the bid and the ask. It's done. There is no gap at all between the bid and the ask. There's no gap at all. I'm going to try to buy 33.59. There is no gap between the bid and the ask. And I cannot get 33.59. And the ask is now, oh my gosh, the ask just jumped. Yes, I cannot. The bid is 33.59. Forget about it. I'm coming in now at 33.60. And the ask just went up to 34.23. I'm going to try 33.61. And I just got 33.61. My 33.59 will not fill. And the ask is now 34.03. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the stock I'm on, HCWC. And you can clearly see they just made a nut sack on it this afternoon right there and cradled it right into this 50-day and 45 rising. And look at the 200-day rising, people. Look at the 200-day rising here. Look at the 50 and 45 rising. I'm going to draw a line so you can see this, ladies and gentlemen, so you can understand what's going on. Take a look at this line right here. Oh, yeah. You can see that pitch rising on the 45 and 50, rising here. You can see the 200 crossover and rising here. And then they try to nut sack it and get people out of it. Look at that thing rise, baby. Look at that thing rise after that nut sack there, baby. Nice. And the 5 days breaking over the 10 right now, ladies and gentlemen. And here we have an unenveloped candlestick. Unenveloped candlestick, folks. Look at it. Run over this, over that one there. Oh my gosh, we've surpassed that. And look and see if you see. Right now, this is critical, folks. Are you going to see another nipple on the top of this, or is it going to be down below it? Are you going to see another one like this, or is it going to be down below it? You don't see any down below there. Nothing down below there. Nothing down below. Nothing below it. Holy crap. There she goes. Oh, yes. Look at that candlestick right there. Totally envelop all of that BS. Awesome, everybody. Awesome. Oh, my gosh. HCWC now up 27%. Yes. %12 of my viewers said yes, they did buy HCWC with me on the low. All right. Wow. Look at that thing completely envelop that with not even a huge candlestick, folks. It actually took very little volume to make it jump up that much. Holy crap. Some of you might have bought this when it was only 18% up. I showed you that, and it was between 20 and 18 and 20 and 18. And I said, I think this might be a good place to buy some of this. And now up 25.74%, now up 25.74%. Now up 25.43%. Now up 24.95. They're trying to squish it here. Man, guys, I'm sorry I've got to leave you. I'm sorry I got to leave you guys. Well, I'm up on HCWC right now pretty nice. I got 630 shares of it, and I'm up on it. And on EDSA today, I just lost $80, okay? EDSA, I did not go down as much as I thought I had. So I'm only down $80 on that. And it looks like it's starting to actually rise here. Yep, it is. And I sold a few shares. I still have quite a few shares left. And I'm going to sell here now. I'm going to sell. I've got 414 left, and I'm going to sell here. Try to get out 133 if I can. The bid is 134. I'm going to ask 133. And the ask is the bid is 131 and the ask is 134. So I'm just going to see if any interested parties are interested in it at 133. I'm sure they are because they freaking love to buy that number. The previous close on this EDSA was 151, so it's down 15 cents right now today. And I'm just going to be trying to sell a little bit of it. We'll see what we get. And we don't know that we'll get that much, but we're going to be selling here. Limit order, and I'm going to try to get right now 133, and I'm going to try for 134. Got plenty of time. We got now, folks. I have to go here, dadgummit. I do have to go. I got 1 minute left, and then I got to walk out this. I got to start heading upstairs, folks. But this looks good. This looks very good. HCWC now up 27%. Man, dadgummit, folks. I'm so sorry that I cannot stick with you here. They know what to do. They know what to do. They know where to sell. HCWC. Let me take a picture of this, folks. Just so I can know to make. All right, got it. because I think this dang thing, it could go explosive in after hours. This HCWC, folks, it could go explosive in after hours. You might want to put some sell orders in at 43, 44, 47, 48, 49, 50. I'm telling you. Now, I don't guarantee that that's going to happen. And I tell you, usually do not hold on to a stock. And I told you that about EDSA yesterday. I said, do not hold on to this stock if you cannot afford to lose money. I want you to sell it all tonight. If you have any risk and you don't want to be exposed to any risk, sell it all. That's what I said to you. I am not a financial advisor. I am not here to make any guarantees. As a matter of fact, I guarantee you, you won't lose any money if you sell all of this. You may lose a chance to make a good profit, but you won't lose any money if you sell all of this HCWC right now. You're going to make a little bit, like I am. I'm up on it right now. But I see, ladies and gentlemen. So let me get on out of here. I'm going to take a look at my orders. I got to go. I wish you all luck. Thank you for being here with me, everybody. I love each and every one of you. I hope you have a very prosperous afternoon. I hope to see HCWC continue to climb. The last buys I had on it were at 130. The lowest I could get it was 133.05. 133.05 was the lowest I could get it, and now it's at 133.46 bid, 134 ask. And big candlestick red there, trying to sell a little, trying to scare some people. Big red candlestick. Let me get out of here, folks. Wish me luck. All right, I'm going to get my hair cut. Got to go get this mop on my head. It's gotten too shaggy, so I'm going to go get it chopped. And we'll see what it looks like tomorrow, everybody. God bless you. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you for being here with me. And congratulations to the 17% of you that bought HCWC when it was only 20% up, because it's bouncing now and it's going to run, folks, most likely. It could definitely bounce here and it could turn right up and go. So good luck to you guys. I hope you know to sell it if you can't risk it this afternoon in the after hours. All right, I love you all. And I am going to go before my wife comes down and starts beating me out the door. So I got to go, folks. Bye-bye, everyone. I love you all. And I hope you're all surrounded with love, because each and every one of you deserves it. Catfish Tyler, over and out. Bye-bye. Yeah, DP Barrett says, if your wife is like my wife, don't make her ask twice. Well, your wife isn't like my wife, because my wife won't ask twice. She only asks once, and then she tells you the second time, okay? All right, guys, I'm out of here. What, honey? She says, I'll leave you. Even though it's my hair that's getting cut, she's going to leave me here.
No, I have a hair appointment too.
She's got a hair appointment too, folks. All right, I got to go. You guys have a great night. I love each and every one of you. Bye-bye. Let me end this poll right now, and then I got to go. All right, thank you for participating in the poll. And let's hopefully see this HCWC just repel and just run right up in after hours. We'll see what happens. God bless each and every one of you. Bye-bye, everyone. I love you.